Books on Tape presents Blowfly, written by Patricia Cornwell. Read by Kate Redding. To Dr. Louis Cataldi, coroner of East Baton Rouge Parish, a man of excellence, honor, humanity, and truth. The world is a better place because of you. They shall lie down alike in the dust, and the worms shall cover them. Job 21:26. 1. Dr. Kay Scarpetta moves the tiny glass vial close to candlelight, illuminating a maggot drifting in a poisonous bath of ethanol. At a glance, she knows the exact stage of metamorphosis before the creamy carcass, no larger than a grain of rice, was preserved in a specimen vessel fitted with a black screw cap. Had the larva lived, it would have matured into a bluebottle, Calliphora vicina, a blowfly. It might have laid its eggs in a dead human body's mouth or eyes, or in a living person's malodorous wounds. "Thank you very much," Scarpetta says, looking around the table at the 14 cops and crime scene technicians of the National Forensic Academy's class of 2003. Her eyes linger on Nick Robillard's innocent face. "I don't know who collected this from a location best not to contemplate at the dinner table and preserved it with me in mind, but—" blank looks and shrugs. "I have to say that this is the first time I've been given a maggot as a gift." No one claims responsibility, but if there is a fact Scarpetta has never doubted, it is a cop's ability to bluff and, when necessary, outright lie. Having noticed a tug at the corner of Nick Robillard's mouth before anyone else realized that a maggot had joined them at the dinner table, Scarpetta has a suspect in mind. The light of the flame moves over the vial in Scarpetta's fingertips, her nails neatly filed short and square, her hands steady and elegant, but strong from years of manipulating the unwilling dead and cutting through their stubborn tissue and bone. Unfortunately for Nick, her classmates aren't laughing, and humiliation finds her like a frigid draft. After 10 weeks with cops she should now count as comrades and friends, she is still Nick the Hick from Zachary, Louisiana, a town of 12,000, where until recently murder was an almost unheard-of atrocity. It was not unusual for Zachary to go for years without one. Most of Nick's classmates are so jaded by working homicides that they have come up with their own categories for them. Real murders, misdemeanor murders, even urban renewal. Nick doesn't have her own pet categories. Murder is murder. So far in her 8-year career she has worked only 2, both of them domestic shootings. It was awful the first day of class when an instructor went from one cop to another, asking how many homicides each of their departments averaged a year. "None," Nick said. Then he asked the size of each cop's department. 35, Nick said. Or, smaller than my 8th grade class, as one of her new classmates put it. From the beginning of what was supposed to be the greatest opportunity of her life, Nick quit trying to fit in, accepting that in the police way of defining the universe she was a them, not an us. Her rather whimsical maggot mischief, she realizes with regret, was a breach of something, she's not sure what. But without a doubt she should never have decided to give a gift, serious or otherwise, to the legendary forensic pathologist, Dr. Kay Scarpetta. Nick's face heats up, and a cold sweat dampens her armpits as she watches for her hero's reaction, unable to read it, probably because Nick is stunned stupid by insecurity and embarrassment. "So I'll call her Maggie, although we really can't determine gender yet," Scarpetta decides, her wire-rimmed glasses reflecting shifting candlelight. "But a good enough name for a maggot, I think." A ceiling fan snaps and whips the candle flame inside its glass globe as she holds up the vial. "Who's going to tell me which instar Maggie is? What life stage was she in before someone—" she scans the faces at the table, pausing on Nick's again— "dropped her in this little bottle of ethanol? And, by the way, I suspect Maggie aspirated and drowned. Maggots need air the same way we do." "What asshole drowned a maggot?" one of the cops snipes. "Yeah, imagine inhaling alcohol." What you talking about, Joey? You've been inhaling it all night. A dark, ominous humor begins to rumble like a distant storm, and Nick doesn't know how to duck out of it. She leans back in her chair, crossing her arms at her chest, doing her best to look indifferently as her mind unexpectedly plays one of her father's worn-out storm warnings. Now, Nick, honey, when there's lightning, don't stand alone or think you'll be protected by hiding in the trees. Find the nearest ditch and lie as low in it as you can. At the moment, she has no place to hide but in her own silence. Hey, Doc, we already took our last test. Who brought homework to our party? Yeah, we're off duty. Off duty, I see, Scarpetta muses. So if you're off duty when the dead body of a missing person has just been found, you're not going to respond. Is that what you're saying? I'd have to wait until my bourbon wears off, says a cop whose shaved head is so shiny it looks waxed. That's a thought, she says. Now the cops are laughing, everyone but Nick. It can happen. Scarpetta sets the vial next to her wineglass. At any given moment, we can get a call. It may prove to be the worst call of our careers, and here we are, slightly buzzed from a few drinks on our time off, or maybe sick, or in the middle of a fight with a lover, a friend, one of the kids. She pushes away her half-eaten yellowfin tuna and folds her hands on top of the checkered tablecloth. But cases can't wait, she adds. Seriously, isn't it true that some can? Asks a Chicago detective his classmates call Popeye because of the anchor tattooed on his left forearm. Like bones in a well or buried in a basement? Or a body under a slab of concrete? I mean, they ain't going anywhere. The dead are impatient, Scarpetta says. 2. Night on the bayou reminds Jay Tally of a Cajun band of bullfrogs playing bass and peepers screaming on electric guitars and cicadas and crickets rasping washboards and sawing fiddles. He shines a flashlight near the dark arthritic shape of an old cypress tree, and alligator eyes flash and vanish beneath black water. The light simmers with the ominous soft sound of mosquitoes as the bay stealth drifts, the outboard motor cut. Jay sits in the captain's chair and idly surveys the woman in the fish box not far below his feet. When he was boat shopping several years ago, this particular bay stealth excited him. The fish box beneath the floor is long and deep enough to hold more than 120 pounds of ice and fish. Or a woman, built the way he likes. Her wide, panicked eyes shine in the dark. In daylight they are blue, a deep, beautiful blue. She painfully screws them shut as Jay caresses her with the beam of the flashlight, starting with her mature, pretty face, all the way down to her red-painted toenails. She is blonde, probably in her early to mid-40s, but looks younger than that. Petite, but curvaceous. The fiberglass fish box is lined with orange boat cushions, dirty and stained black from old blood. Jay was thoughtful, even sweet, when he bound her wrists and ankles loosely, so the yellow nylon rope wouldn't cut off her circulation. He told her that the rope wouldn't abrade her soft flesh as long as she didn't struggle. "No point in struggling, anyway," he said in a baritone voice that goes perfectly with his blonde god good looks. "And I'm not going to gag you. No point in screaming either, right?" She nodded her head, which made him laugh, because she was nodding as if answering yes, when of course she meant no. But he understands how haywire people think and act when they are terrified, a word that has always struck him as so completely inadequate. He supposes that when Samuel Johnson was toiling at the many editions of his dictionary, he had no idea what a human being feels when he or she anticipates horror and death. The anticipation creates a frenzy of panic in every neuron, in every cell of the body, that goes far, far beyond mere terror. But even Jay, who is fluent in many languages, has no better word to describe what his victims suffer. A frisson of horror. No. He studies the woman. She is a lamb. In life there are only two types of people, wolves and lambs. Jay's determination to perfectly describe the way his lambs feel has become a relentless, obsessive quest. The hormone epinephrine, adrenaline, is the alchemy that turns a normal person into a lower form of life with no more control or logic than a gigged frog. Added to the physiological response that precipitates what criminologists, psychologists, and other so-called experts refer to as fight or flight, are the additional elements of the lamb's past experiences and imagination. The more violence a lamb has experienced through books, television, movies, or the news, for example, the more the lamb can imagine the nightmare of what might happen. But the word, the perfect word, it eludes him tonight. He gets down on the boat floor and listens to his lamb's rapid, shallow breaths. She trembles as the earthquake of horror, for lack of the perfect word, shifts her every molecule, creating unbearable havoc. He reaches down into the fish box and touches her hand. It is as cold as death. He presses 2 fingers against the side of her neck, finding her carotid artery and using the luminescent dial of his watch to take her pulse. 180, more or less, he tells her. Don't have a heart attack. I had one who did. She stares at him with eyes bigger than a full moon, her lower lip twitching. I mean it. Don't have a heart attack. He is serious. It is an order. Take a deep breath. She does, her lungs shaky. Better? Yes, please. Why is it that all of you little lambs are so fucking polite? Her dirty magenta cotton shirt had been torn open days ago, and he spreads the ripped front, exposing her more than ample breasts. They tremble and shimmer in the faint light, and he follows their round slopes down to her heaving rib cage, to the hollow of her flat abdomen, down to the unzipped fly of her jeans. I'm sorry, she tries to whisper, as a tear rolls down her dirt-streaked face. Now, there you go again. He sits back in his throne of the captain's chair. Do you really believe that being polite is going to change my plans? The politeness sets off a slow, burning rage. Do you know what politeness means to me? He expects an answer. She tries to wet her lips, her tongue as dry as paper. Her pulse visibly pounds in her neck, as if a tiny bird is trapped in there. No. She chokes on the word, tears flowing into her ears and hair. Weakness, he says. Several frogs strike up the band. Jay studies his prisoner's nakedness, her pale skin shiny with bug repellent, a small, humane act on his part, motivated by his distaste for red welts. Mosquitoes are a gray, chaotic storm around her, but do not land. He gets down from his chair again and gives her a sip of bottled water. Most of it runs down her chin. Touching her sexually is of no interest to him. 3 nights now he has brought her out here in his boat because he wants the privacy to talk and stare at her nakedness, hoping that somehow her body will become Kay Scarpetta's, and finally becomes furious because it can't. Furious because Scarpetta wouldn't be polite. Furious because Scarpetta isn't weak. A rabid part of him fears he is a failure because Scarpetta is a wolf and he captures only lambs, and he can't find the perfect word. The word. He realizes the word will not come to him with this lamb in the fish box, just as it hasn't come with the others. I'm getting bored, he tells his lamb. I'll ask you again. One last chance. What is the word? She swallows hard, her voice reminding him of a broken axle as she tries to move her tongue to speak. He can hear it sticking to her upper palate. I don't understand. I'm sorry. Fuck the politeness, do you hear me? How many times do I have to say it? The tiny bird inside her neck beats frantically and her tears flow faster. What is the word? Tell me what you feel, and don't say scared. You're a goddamn school teacher. You must have a vocabulary with more than 5 words in it. I feel acceptance, she says, sobbing. You feel what? "You're not going to let me go," she says. "I know it now." 3. Scarpetta's subtle wit reminds Nick of heat lightning. It doesn't rip and crack and show off like regular lightning, but is a quiet, shimmering flash that her mother used to tell her meant God was taking pictures. "He takes pictures of everything you're doing, Nick, so you'd better behave yourself, because one day there will be the final judgment, and those pictures are going to be passed around for all to see." Nick stopped believing such nonsense by the time she reached high school, but her silent partner, as she thinks of her conscience, will probably never stop warning her that her sins will find her out, and Nick believes her sins are many. "Investigator Robillard?" Scarpetta is saying. Nick is startled by the sound of her own name. Her focus returns to the cozy, dark dining room and the cops who fill it. "Tell us what you'd do if your phone rang at 2 a.m. and you'd had a few drinks, but were needed at a bad, really bad crime scene," Scarpetta presents to her. "Let me preface this by saying that no one wants to be left out when there's a bad, really bad crime scene. Maybe we don't like to admit that, but it's true." "I don't drink very much." Nick instantly regrets the remark as her classmates groan. "Lordy, where'd you grow up, girlfriend? Sunday school?" "What I mean is I really can't because I have a 5-year-old son." Nick's voice trails off and she feels like crying. This is the longest she's ever been away from him. The table falls silent. Shame and awkwardness flatten the mood. "Hey, Nick," Popeye says. "You got his picture with you?" "His name's Buddy," he tells Scarpetta. "You gotta see his picture. A really ass-kicking little hombre sitting on a pony." Nick is in no mood to pass around the wallet-sized photograph that by now is worn soft, the writing on the back faded and smeared from her taking it out and looking at it all the time. She wishes Popeye would change the subject, or give her the silent treatment again. "How many of you have children?" Scarpetta asks the table. About a dozen hands go up. "One of the painful aspects of this work," she points out, "maybe the worst thing about this work, or shall I call it a mission, is what it does to the people we love, no matter how hard we try to protect them." No heat lightning at all. Just a silky black darkness, cool and lovely to the touch, Nick thinks as she watches Scarpetta. She's gentle. Behind that wall of fiery fearlessness and brilliance, she's kind and gentle. In this work, relationships can also become fatalities. Often they do, Scarpetta goes on, always trying to teach, because it is easier for her to share her mind than to touch feelings she is masterful at keeping out of reach. "So, Doc, you got kids?" Reba, a crime scene technician from San Francisco, starts on another whiskey sour. She has begun to slur her words and has no tact. Scarpetta hesitates. "I have a niece." "Oh, yeah, now I remember. Lucy. She's been in the news a lot, or was, I mean." "Stupid, drunk idiot," Nick silently protests with a flash of anger. "Yes, Lucy is my niece," Scarpetta replies. "FBI. Computer whiz." Reba won't stop. "Then what? Let me think. Something about flying helicopters and AFT. ATF, you stupid drunk." Thunder cracks in the back of Nick's mind. "I don't know. Wasn't there a big fire or something and someone got killed? So what's she doing now?" She drains her whiskey sour and looks for the waitress. "That was a long time ago." Scarpetta doesn't answer her questions, and Nick detects a weariness, a sadness as immutable and maimed as the stumps and knees of cypress trees in the swamps and bayous of her South Louisiana home. "Isn't that something? I forgot all about her being your niece. Now she's something, all right. Or was," Reba rudely says again, shoving her short dark hair out of her bloodshot eyes. "Got into some trouble, didn't she? Fucking dyke, shut up." Lightning rips the black curtain of night, and for an instant Nick can see the white daylight on the other side. That's how her father always explained it. "You see, Nick," he would say, as they gazed out the window during angry storms, and lightning suddenly and without warning cut zigzags like a bright blade. "There's tomorrow, see? You got to look quick, Nick. There's tomorrow on the other side, that bright white light, and see how quick it heals. God heals just that fast." "Reba, go back to the hotel," Nick tells her in the same firm, controlled voice she uses when Buddy throws a tantrum. "You've had enough whiskey for one night."
"Well, excuse me, Miss Teacher's pet."
Reba is careening toward unconsciousness, and she talks as if she has rubber bands in her mouth. Nick feels Scarpetta's eyes on her and wishes she could send her a signal that might be reassuring, or serve as an apology for Reba's outrageous display. Lucy has entered the room like a hologram, and Scarpetta's subtle but deeply emotional response shocks Nick with jealousy, with envy she didn't know she had. She feels inferior to her hero's super cop niece, whose talents and world are enormous compared to Nick's. Her heart aches like a frozen joint that is finally unbent, the way her mother gently straightened out Nick's healing broken arm every time the splint came off. "Hurting's good, baby. If you didn't feel something, this little arm of yours would be dead and fall right off. You wouldn't want that, would you?" "No, Mama. I'm sorry for what I did." "Why, Nicky, that's the silliest thing. You didn't hurt yourself on purpose." "But I didn't do what Papa said. I ran right into the woods, and that's when I tripped." "We all make mistakes when we're scared, baby. Maybe it's a good thing you fell down. You were low to the ground when the lightning was flying all around." 4. Nick's memories of her childhood in the Deep South are full of storms. It seems the heavens threw terrible fits every week, exploding in rageful thunder and trying to drown or electrocute every living creature on the earth. Whenever thunderheads raised their ugly warnings and boomed their threats, her papa preached about safety, and her pretty blonde mother stood at the screen door, motioning for Nick to hurry into the house, hurry into a warm, dry place, hurry into her arms. Papa always turned off the lights, and the three of them sat in the dark, telling Bible stories and seeing how many verses and psalms they could quote from memory. A perfect recitation was worth a quarter, but her father wouldn't pay out until the storm passed, because quarters are made of metal, and metal attracts lightning. "Thou shalt not covet." Nick's excitement had been almost unbearable when she learned that one of the Academy's visiting lecturers was Dr. Kay Scarpetta, who would teach death investigation the 10th and final week of training. Nick counted the days. She felt as though the first 9 weeks would never pass. Then Scarpetta arrived here in Knoxville, and to Nick's acute embarrassment she met her for the first time in the ladies' room, right after Nick flushed the toilet and emerged from a stall, zipping up the dark navy cargo pants of her battle dress uniform. Scarpetta was washing her hands at a sink, and Nick recalled the first time she had seen a photograph of her, and how surprised she had been that Scarpetta wasn't of dark Spanish stock. That was about 8 years ago, when Nick knew only Scarpetta's name, and had no reason to expect that she would be a blue-eyed blonde, whose ancestors came from northern Italy, some of them farmers along the Austrian border, and as Aryan in appearance as Germans. "Hi, I'm Dr. Scarpetta," her hero said, as if oblivious that the flushing toilet and Nick were related. "And let me guess, you're Nicole Robillard." Nick turned into a mute, her face bright red. "How?" Before she could sputter the rest of the question, Scarpetta explained, "I requested copies of everyone's application, including photographs." "You did?" Not only was Nick stunned that Scarpetta would have asked for their applications, but she couldn't fathom why she would have had the time or interest in looking at them. "Guess that means you know my Social Security number." Nick tried to be funny. "Now, I don't remember that," Scarpetta said, drying her hands on paper towels. "But I know enough." 5. Second instar. Nick shows off by answering the forgotten question about Maggie the Maggot. The cops around the table shake their heads and cut their eyes at one another. Nick has the capacity to irritate her comrades and has done so on and off for the past 2.5 months. In some ways she reminds Scarpetta of Lucy, who spent the first 20 years of her young life accusing people of slights they hadn't quite committed and flexing her gifts to the extreme of exhibitionism. "That's very good, Nick," Scarpetta commends her.
"Who invited Smarty Pants?"
Reba, who refuses to return to the Holiday Inn, is just plain obnoxious when she isn't nodding off into her plate.
"I think Nick hasn't been drinking enough and is having the DTs and seeing maggots crawling everywhere,"
says the detective with the shiny shaved head. The way he looks at Nick is pretty obvious. Despite her being the class nerd, he is attracted to her. "And you probably think an in-star is a position on a baseball field." Nick wants to be funny, but can't escape the gravity of her mood.
"See that little maggot I gave Dr. Scarpetta? Ah, at last she confesses."
It's a second in-star. Nick knows she should stop.
"Already shed its skin once since it hatched." "Oh, yeah? How do you know? You an eyewitness? You actually see little Maggie shed her little skin?"
The detective with the shaved head persists, winking at her.
"Nick's got a tent in the body farm. Sleeps out there with all her creepy-crawly friends,"
someone else says. "I would if I needed to." No one argues with that. Nick is well known for her ventures into the 2-acre wooded decay research facility at the University of Tennessee, where the decomposition of donated human bodies is studied to determine many important facts of death, not the least of which is when death occurred. The joke is she visits the body farm as if she's dropping by the old folks' home and checking on her relatives.
"Bet Nick's got a name for every maggot, fly, beetle, and buzzard out there."
The quips and gross-out jokes continue until Reba drops her fork with a loud clatter.
"Not while I'm eating rare steak,"
she protests much too loudly.
"The spinach adds a nice touch of green, girlfriend. Too bad you didn't get no rice. Hey, it ain't too late. Waitress, bring this lady a nice bowl of rice, with gravy."
"And what are these tiny black dots that look like Maggie's eyes?" Scarpetta lifts the vial to the candlelight again, hoping her students will settle down before they all get kicked out of the restaurant.
"Eyes,"
says the cop with the shaved head.
"They're eyes, right?"
Reba begins to sway in her chair. "No, they're not eyes," Scarpetta replies.
"Come on. I already gave you a hint a few minutes ago." "Look like eyes to me. Little beady black eyes, like McGilla's."
In the past 10 weeks, Sergeant McGill from Houston has become McGilla the Gorilla because of his hairy, muscle-bound body.
"Hey," he protests. "You ask my girlfriend if I got maggot eyes. She looks deep into these eyes of mine," he points to them, "and faints." "Exactly what we're saying, McGilla. I looked into those eyes of yours, I'd pass out cold, too. They gotta be eyes. How the hell else does a maggot see where it's going?"
"They're spiracles, not eyes," Nick answers. "That's what the little black dots are. Like little snorkels so the maggot can breathe."
"Snorkels? Wait a minute. Hey, hand that thing over, Dr. Scarpetta. I want to see if Maggie's wearing a mask and fins."
A skinny state police investigator from Michigan has her head on the table, she is laughing so hard.
"Next time we find a ripe one, just look for little snorkels sticking up."
The guffaws turn to fits, McGilla sliding off his chair, prone on the floor.
"Oh, shit! I'm gonna throw up!" he shrieks with laughter. "Snorkels!"
Scarpetta surrenders, sitting back in silence, the situation out of her control.
"Hey, Nick! Didn't know you were a Navy SEAL."
This goes on until the manager of Ye Old Steakhouse silently appears in the doorway, his way of indicating that the party in his back room is disturbing the other diners. "Okay, boys and girls," Scarpetta says in a tone that is slightly scary. "Enough."
The hilarity is gone as quickly as a sonic boom. The maggot jokes end. And then there are other gifts for Scarpetta. A space pen that can supposedly write in rain, blizzards, and if you accidentally drop it in a chest cavity while you're doing an autopsy. A mini-mag light to see in those hard-to-reach places. And a dark blue baseball cap embellished with enough gold braid for a general. General Dr. Scarpetta, salute! Everybody does as they eagerly look for her response, irreverent remarks flying around again like shotgun pellets. McGilla tops off Scarpetta's wineglass from a gallon paper carton with a push-button spout. She figures the cheap Chardonnay is probably made from grapes grown at the lowest level of the slopes, where the drainage is terrible. If she's lucky, the vintage is 4 months old. She will be sick tomorrow. She is sure of it. 6. Early the next morning in New York's Kennedy Airport, a security guard recommends that Lucy Farinelli remove her oversized stainless steel Breitling watch, empty her pockets of coins, and place them in a tray. It is not a suggestion, but an order when she is asked to remove her running shoes, jacket, and belt and place them and her briefcase on the conveyor that will carry them through the X-ray machine, where nothing but a cell phone, a hairbrush, and a tube of lipstick will fluoresce. British air attendants are friendly enough in their dark blazers and navy blue dresses with red and white checks, but airport police are especially tense. Although she doesn't set off the door-frame-shaped scanner as she walks through in her athletic socks, her jeans hanging loose, she is searched with the hand scanner, and her underwire bra sets it off with a beep-beep-beep. "Hold up your arms," the hefty female officer tells her. Lucy smiles and holds out her arms crucifixion style, and the officer pats her down quickly, her hands fluttering under Lucy's arms, under her breasts, up and down her thighs, all the way to her crotch, very professionally, of course. Other passengers pass by unmolested, and the men in particular find the good-looking young woman with arms and legs spread of keen interest. Lucy could care less. She has lived through too much to waste energy in being modest, and is tempted to unbutton her shirt and point out the underwire bra, assuring the officer that no battery and tiny, very tiny, explosive device are attached. "It's my bra," she casually says to the startled guard, who is far more unnerved than her suspect. "Damn it, I always forget to wear a bra without wire in it. Maybe a sports bra, or no bra. I'm really sorry to inconvenience you, Officer Washington." She already read her name tag. "Thank you for doing your job so well. What a world we live in. I understand the terrorist alert is orange again." Lucy leaves the bewildered guard and plucks her watch and coins out of the tray and collects her briefcase, jacket, and belt. Sitting on the cold, hard floor out of the way of traffic, she puts on her running shoes, not bothering to lace them. She gets up, still polite and sweet to any police or British Air employees watching her. Reaching around to her back pocket, she slips out her ticket and passport, both of them issued to one of her many false names. She strolls nonchalantly, laces flopping, deep inside the winding carpeted Gate 10 and ducks inside the small doorway of Concorde Flight 01. A British Air attendant smiles at her as she checks Lucy's boarding pass. "Seat 1C. She points the way to the first row, the bulkhead aisle seat, as if Lucy has never traveled on the Concorde before. Last time she did, it was under yet another name, and she was wearing glasses and green contact lenses, her hair dyed funky blue and purple, easily washed out, and matching the photograph on that particular passport. Her occupation was musician, although no one could possibly have been familiar with her non-existent techno band Yellow Hell. There were plenty of people who said, "Oh, yes, I've heard of it. Cool." Lucy counts on the dismal observation skills of the general masses. She counts on their fear of showing ignorance, on their accepting lies as familiar truths. She counts on her enemies noticing all that goes on around them, and like them, she notices all that goes on around her, too. For example, when the customs agent studied her passport at great length, she recognized his behavior and understood why security is at a feverish pitch. Interpol has sent a red notice screaming over the internet to approximately 182 countries, alerting them to look out for a fugitive named Rocco Caggiano,
wanted in Italy and France for murder. Rocco has no idea he is a fugitive. He has no idea that Lucy sent information to Interpol's Central Bureau in Washington, D.C., her credible tip thoroughly checked out before it was relayed through cyberspace to Interpol's headquarters in Lyon, France, where the red notice was issued and rocketed to law enforcement all around the world. All this in a matter of hours. Rocco does not know Lucy, although he knows who she is. She knows him very well, although they have never met. At this moment, as she straps herself into her seat and the Concorde starts its Rolls-Royce engines, she can't wait to see Rocco Caggiano, her anticipation fueled by intense anger that will evolve into a nervous dread by the time she finally gets to Eastern Europe. 7. "I sure hope you're not feeling as bad as I am," Nick says to Scarpetta. They sit inside the living room of Scarpetta's suite at the Marriott, waiting for room service. It is 9 a.m., and twice now Nick has inquired about Scarpetta's health, her banality partly due to her flattered disbelief that this woman she admires so intensely invited her to have breakfast. Why me? The question bounces inside Nick's head like a bingo ball. Maybe she feels sorry for me. "I felt better," Scarpetta replies with a smile. "Popeye and his wine. But he's brought worse poison than that." "I don't know how anything could be worse," Scarpetta says as a knock sounds on the door. "Unless it really is poison. Excuse me." She gets up from the couch. Room service has arrived on a table wheeled inside. Scarpetta signs the check and tips in cash. Nick notes that she is generous. "Popeye's room 106, is a watering hole," Nick says. "Any night just go on in with your six-pack and dump it in the bathtub. Starting around 8 p.m., he does nothing but haul 20-pound bags of ice to his room. Good thing he's on the first floor. I went once." "Only once in 10 weeks?" Scarpetta watches her closely, probing. When Nick returns to Louisiana, she will face the worst homicide cases she may ever have in her life. So far, she hasn't said a word about them, and Scarpetta is concerned about her. "When I was in medical school at Johns Hopkins," Scarpetta offers as she pours coffee, "I was one of 3 women in my class. If there was a bathtub full of beer anywhere, I can assure you I was never told. What do you take?" "Lots of cream and sugar. You shouldn't be serving me. Here I am, just sitting." She pops up from her wing chair. Sit down. Scarpetta sets Nick's coffee on a table. "There are croissants and rather inedible-looking bagels. I'll let you help yourself." "But when you were in medical school, you weren't a small-town—" Nick catches herself before saying hick. "Miami's not exactly some little mud puddle in Louisiana. All these guys in my class are from big cities." She fixes her attention on Scarpetta's coffee cup, on how perfectly steady it is as she lifts it to her lips. She drinks her coffee black and seems uninterested in food. "When my chief told me the department was offered a fully funded slot at the academy, and would I go, I can't tell you what I felt like," Nick goes on, worrying that she's talking too much about herself. "I really couldn't believe it and had to go to a world of trouble to make it possible for me to leave home for close to 3 months. Then I got here to Knoxville and found myself with Reba as a roommate. I can't say it's been fun, and I feel terrible sitting here and complaining." She nervously drinks her coffee, setting it down, then picking it up again, clenching her napkin tightly in her lap. "Especially to you." "Why especially to me?" "Truth is, I guess I was hoping to impress you." "You have." "And you don't seem the sort to appreciate whining." Nick looks up at her. "It's not like people are always nice to you, either." Scarpetta laughs. Shall I call that an understatement? That didn't come out right. People are jealous out there. You've had your battles. What I'm saying is, you don't complain. Ask Rose about that. Scarpetta is quite amused. Nick's mind locks, as if she should know who Rose is but can't make a connection. "My secretary," Scarpetta explains, sipping her coffee. An awkward silence follows, and Nick asks,
What happened to the other two?
Scarpetta is confused.
The other 2 women in your medical class.
One dropped out. I think the other got married and never practiced medicine.
I wonder what they're feeling now.
Probably regret.
They probably wonder about me, too, Scarpetta replies.
They probably think I feel regret.
Nick's lips part in disbelief. You?
Everything comes with sacrifices, and it's human nature to have a hard time accepting anyone who's different. Usually you don't figure that out until you get what you asked for in life and are shocked that in some instances your reward is hatred instead of applause.
I don't see myself as different or hated. Maybe picked on a lot, but not back home, Nick quickly replies. Just because I'm with a small department instead of LAPD doesn't mean I'm stupid.
Her spirit rises, her voice heating up.
I'm not some mud-bug swamp rat redneck.
Mud-bug? Scarpetta frowns.
I don't believe I know what that is. A crawfish?
Did someone in the class call you a crawfish? Nick can't help but lighten up.
Oh, hell. None of them have ever even eaten a crawfish. They probably think it's a fish that crawls along the bottom of the ocean or something.
I see.
I know what you mean, though, sort of, Nick says. In Zachary, only 2 street cops are women. I'm the only female investigator, and it's not that the chief dislikes women or anything like that. In fact, the mayor's a woman. But most times when I'm in the break room, getting coffee or eating or whatever, I'm the only woman in there. Truth is, I rarely think about it, but I have thought about it a lot here at the academy. I realize I try too hard to prove I'm really not a hick, and then I annoy everyone. Well, I know you need to go. You probably have to pack, and I don't want you to miss your plane.
Not so fast, Scarpetta replies. I don't think we're finished talking.
Nick relaxes, her attractive face more animated, her slender body less rigid in the chair. When she speaks this time, she doesn't sound as nervous. I will tell you the nicest thing anybody's said to me during this entire 10 weeks. Reba said I look a little bit like you. Of course, it was when she was drunk.
Hope I didn't just insult you.
You may have insulted yourself, Scarpetta modestly replies. I'm somewhat older than you, if what I read on your application is to be trusted. 36 in August. It's amazing what you pick up about people. I make it my business to know as much about people as I can. It's important to listen. Most people are too busy making assumptions, too self-absorbed to listen. And in the morgue, my patients speak very quietly, and are unforgiving if I don't listen and find out everything I can about them. Sometimes I don't listen to Buddy like I should, when I'm frantic or just too tired. Sadness crosses her eyes. I, of all people, ought to know how that feels, since Ricky hardly ever listened to me, which is one reason we didn't get along, one of many reasons. Scarpetta has suspected that Nick's marriage is in trouble or has ended. People who are unhappy in relationships carry about them a distinct air of discontent and isolation. In Nick's case, the signs are there, especially the anger that she thinks she hides. How bad? Scarpetta asks her. Separated, well on our way to divorce. Nick reaches for her coffee cup again, but changes her mind. Thank God my father lives nearby in Baton Rouge, or I don't know what I'd do about Buddy. I know damn well Ricky would take him from me just to pay me back.
Pay you back? For what? Scarpetta inquires, and she has a reason for all these questions.
A long story. Been going on more than a year, from bad to worse. Not that it was ever all that good. About as long as these women have been disappearing from your area. Scarpetta finally gets to her point.
I want to know how you're handling that, because it will get you if you let it, when you least expect it. It's not escaped my notice that you haven't brought up the cases once, not while I've been here. 10 women in 14 months. Vanished, from their homes, vehicles, parking lots, all in the Baton Rouge area. Presumed dead. I can assure you they are. I can assure you they were murdered by the same person, who is shrewd, very shrewd. Intelligent and experienced enough to gain trust, then abduct, then dispose of the bodies. He's killed before, and he'll kill again.
The latest disappearance was just 4 days ago, in Zachary. That makes 2 cases in Zachary, the first one several months ago. So you're going home to that, Nick. Serial murders. 10 of them. Not 10, just the 2 in Zachary. I'm not on the task force, Nick replies with restrained resentment. I don't run with the big boys. They don't need help from little country cops like me. At least that's the way the U.S. Attorney looks at it. What's the U.S. Attorney got to do with it? Scarpetta asks. These cases aren't the jurisdiction of the feds. Weldon Wynn's not only an egotistical asshole, but he's stupid. Nothing worse than someone who's stupid and arrogant and has power. The cases are high profile, all over the news. He wants to be part of them, maybe end up a federal judge or senator someday. And you're right. I know what I'm going home to, but all I can do is work the 2 disappearances we've had in Zachary, even if I know damn well they're connected to the other 8. Interesting the abductions are now happening farther north of Baton Rouge, Scarpetta says. He may be finding his earlier killing field too risky. The only thing good I can say about that is Zachary may be in the East Baton Rouge Parish, but at least it isn't the jurisdiction of the Baton Rouge police. So the high and mighty task force can't boss me around about my cases. Tell me about them. Let's see. The most recent one, what I know about it, what anybody knows about it. 2 days after Easter, just 4 nights ago, she begins. A 40-year-old school teacher named Glenda Marler. She's a teacher at the high school, same high school I went to. Blonde, blue-eyed, pretty, very smart, divorced, no children. This past Tuesday night, she goes to the roadside barbecue, gets pulled pork, hush puppies, and slaw to go. She has a '94 Honda Accord, blue, and is observed driving away from the restaurant, south on Main Street, right through the middle of town. She vanishes, her car found abandoned in the parking lot of the high school where she taught. Of course, the task force is suggesting that she was having a rendezvous with one of her students, that the case isn't related to the others, that it's a copycat. Bullshit. Her own high school parking lot, Scarpetta thoughtfully observes. So he talked to her, found out about her after he had her in his car, maybe asked her where she worked, and she told him. Or else he stalked her. Which do you think it is? I don't know. Most serial killers stalk their victims, but there's no set rule, despite what most profilers would like to think. The other victim, Nick continues, vanished right before I came here. Ivy Ford. 42 years old, blonde, blue-eyed, attractive, worked as a bank teller. Kids are off in college, and her husband was up in Jackson, Mississippi on a business trip, so she was home alone when someone must have showed up at her door. As usual, no sign of a struggle, no nothing, and she's gone without a trace. Nothing is ever without a trace, Scarpetta says, as she envisions each scenario, contemplating the obvious. The victim has no reason to fear her attacker until it is too late. Is Ivy Ford's house still secured? Scarpetta doubts it after all this time. Family's still living in it. I don't know how people return to homes where such awful things have happened. Nick starts to say that she wouldn't, but that isn't true. Earlier in her life, she did. The car in this most recent case, Glenda Marler's case, is impounded and was thoroughly examined? Scarpetta asks. Hours and hours. Well, as you know, I was here. This detail disappoints her. But I've gotten the full report, and I know we spent a lot of time on it. My guys lifted every print they could find, entered the usable ones in APHIS, and no matches. Personally, I don't think that matters because I believe that whoever grabbed Glenda Marler was never inside her car, so his prints wouldn't be in there anyway, and the only prints on the door handles were hers. What about her keys and wallet and any other personal effects? Keys in the ignition, her pocketbook and wallet in the high school parking lot about 20 feet from the car. Money in the wallet? Scarpetta asks. Nick shakes her head. But her checkbook and charge cards weren't touched. She wasn't one to carry much cash. Whatever she had, it was gone, and I know she had at least $6.32 because that was the change she got when she gave the guy at the barbecue a $10 bill to pay for her food. I had my guys check, because oddly the bag of food wasn't inside her car, so there was no receipt. We had to go back to the barbecue and have him pull her receipt.
Then it would appear that the perpetrator took her food, too. This is odd, more typical of a burglary or robbery, certainly not the usual in a psychopathic violent crime. As far as you know, is robbery involved in the cases of the other 8 missing women? Scarpetta asks. Rumor has it that their billfolds were cleaned out of cash and tossed not far from where they were snatched. No fingerprints in any of the cases, as far as you know? I don't know for a fact. Perhaps DNA from skin cells where the perpetrator touched the billfold? I don't know what the Baton Rouge police have done because they don't tell anybody shit. But the guys at my department swabbed everything we could, including Ivy Ford's wallet, and did get her DNA profile, and another one that isn't in the FBI's database, CODIS. Louisiana, as you know, is just getting started on a DNA database and is so backed up on entering samples you may as well forget it. But you do have an unknown profile, Scarpetta says with interest, although we have to accept right off that it could be anybody's. What about her children, her husband? The DNA's not theirs. Scarpetta nods. Then you have to start wondering who else would have had good reason to touch Ivy Ford's wallet. Who else besides the killer? I wonder about that 24 hours a day. And this most recent case, Glenda Marlar? The state police labs have the evidence. The test results will be a while, even though there's a rush on them. An alternate light source used on the inside of the car? Yes. Nothing, Nick says in frustration. No crime scenes, no bodies, like it's all a bad dream. If even just one body would show up. The coroner's great. You've heard of him? Dr. Sam Lanier? Scarpetta doesn't know him. 8. The East Baton Rouge Parish Coroner's Office overlooks a long, straight reach of the Mississippi River and the former Art Deco state capital, where the wily, fearless, and despotic Huey Long was assassinated. Muddy, sluggish water carries Dr. Sam Lanier's eye to a riverboat casino, and past the USS Kidd battleship to the distant old Mississippi Bridge, as he stands before his office window on the 5th floor of the governmental building. He is a fit man in his early 60s with a head of gray hair that naturally parts neatly on the right side. Unlike most men of his power, he shuns suits except when he is in court or attending the political functions he cannot avoid. His may be a political office, but he despises politics and virtually all people involved in it. Contrary by nature, Dr. Lanier wears the same outfit pretty much every day, even if he's meeting with the mayor. Comfortable shoes capable of walking him into unpleasant places, dark slacks, and a polo shirt embroidered with the East Baton Rouge Parish Coroner's crest. Deliberate man that he is, he ponders how to handle the bizarre communication he received yesterday morning, a letter enclosed in a National Academy of Justice postage-paid mailing. Dr. Lanier has been a member of the organization for years. The large, white NAJ envelope was sealed. It did not look tampered with in any way until Dr. Lanier opened it and found another envelope, also sealed. It was addressed to him by hand in block printing, the return address the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, Polunsky Unit. A search on the Internet revealed that the Polunsky Unit is death row. The letter, also written by hand in block printing, reads, "Greetings, Monsieur Lanier. Of course you remember Madame Charlotte Dard, whose untimely sad death occurred on 14 December 1995. You witnessed her autopsy, and I do envy you for that delicious experience, having never seen one myself, not in person. I will be executed soon, and am relieving myself of secrets. Madame Dard was murdered very cleverly. Mais non, not by me. A person of interest, as they stupidly refer to possible suspects these days, fled to Palm Desert shortly after Madame Dard's death. This person is not there now. This person's location and identity you must discover for yourself. I very much encourage you to seek assistance. Might I suggest the great skills of Detective Pete Marino? He knows me very well from my joyous Richmond days. Surely you must have heard of the great Marino? Your surname, mon cher monsieur, implies you are of French descent. Perhaps we are related. À bientôt.
Jean-Baptiste Chandon. Dr. Lanier has heard of Jean-Baptiste Chandon. He has not heard of Pete Marino, but is introduced to him easily enough by sending out a few search engines to chug through cyberspace and find him. It is true. Marino led the investigation when Chandon was murdering women in Richmond. What interests Dr. Lanier more, however, is that Marino is best known for his close professional relationship with Dr. Kay Scarpetta, a gifted forensic pathologist. Dr. Lanier has always respected her and was more than a little impressed when he heard her lecture at a regional meeting of coroners. Most forensic pathologists, particularly ones with her status, look down on coroners, think they're all funeral home directors who got voted into office. Of course, some of them are. Trouble stuck out its big foot and tripped Dr. Scarpetta, hurting her badly several years back. For that she has Dr. Lanier's sympathy. Not a day goes by when Trouble doesn't stomp around looking for him, too. Now some notorious serial killer seems to think he needs the help of her colleague, Marino. Maybe he does. Maybe he's being set up. With the election not even 6 months away, Dr. Lanier is suspicious of any deviation from routine, and a letter from Jean-Baptiste Chandon makes him as leery as hell. The only reason he can't dismiss it is simple. Jean-Baptiste Chandon, if the letter is really from him, knows about Charlotte Dard. Her case has been forgotten by the public and was never all that newsworthy outside of Baton Rouge. Her death was undetermined. Dr. Lanier has always entertained the possibility that she was murdered. He's always believed that the best way to identify cottonmouth is to poke at it. If the inside of its mouth is white, whack off its head. Otherwise, the critter's nothing more than a harmless water snake. He may as well poke at the truth and see what he finds. While sitting at his desk, he picks up the phone and discovers Marino doesn't care who finds him. He has what Dr. Lanier calls a bring-em-on attitude. He envisions Marino as the type who would ride a fat boy Harley, probably without a helmet. The cop's answering machine doesn't say he can't answer the phone because he's not in or is on the other line, which is what most professional polite people record as greetings. The recorded gruff male voice says, "Don't call me at home," and offers another number for the person to try. Dr. Lanier tries the other number. The voice that answers sounds like the recorded one. "Detective Marino? Who wants to know?" He's from New Jersey and doesn't trust anyone. Probably doesn't like hardly anyone either. Dr. Lanier introduces himself, and he's careful about what he says, too. In the trust and like department, Marino's met his match. "We had a death down here about 8 years ago. You ever heard of a woman named Charlotte Dard?" "Nope." Dr. Lanier gives him a few details of the case. "Nope." Dr. Lanier gives him a few more. "Let me ask you something. Why the hell would I know anything about some drug overdose in Baton Rouge?" Marino's not at all nice about it. "Same question I have." "Huh? What is this? Are you some asshole bullshitting me?" "A lot of people think I'm an asshole," Dr. Lanier replies, "but I'm not bullshitting you." He debates whether he should tell Marino about the letter from Jean-Baptiste Chandon. He decides that no useful purpose would be served. He's already found out what he needed to know. Marino is clueless about Charlotte Dard and annoyed at being bothered by some coroner. "One other quick question, and then I won't take up any more of your time," Dr. Lanier says. "You have a long history with Dr. Kay Scarpetta. What's she got to do with this?" Marino's entire demeanor changes. Now he's just plain hostile. "I understand she's doing private consulting." Dr. Lanier had read a brief mention of it on the internet. Marino doesn't respond. "What do you think of her?" Dr. Lanier asks the question that he feels sure will trigger a volcanic temper. "Tell you what, asshole. I think enough of her not to talk about her with some shitbag stranger." The call ends with a dial tone. In Sam Lanier's mind, he couldn't have gotten a stronger validation of Dr. Kay Scarpetta's character. She's welcome down here.
9. Scarpetta waits in line at the Marriott's front desk, her head throbbing, her central nervous system shorted out by wine so terrible it ought to have a skull and crossbones on the label. Her malady, her malaise, is far more serious than she ever let on to Nick, and with each passing minute her physical condition and mood worsen. She refuses to diagnose her illness as a hangover. After all, she barely had 2 glasses of that goddamn wine, and she refuses to forgive herself for even considering an alcoholic beverage sold in a cardboard box. Painful experience has proven for years that when she suffers such merry misadventures, the more coffee she drinks, the more awful she's going to feel. But this never stops her from ordering a large pot in her room and flying by the seat of her pants instead of trusting her instruments, as Lucy likes to say, when her aunt ignores what she knows and does what she feels and crash lands. When she finally reaches the front desk, she asks for her bill and is handed an envelope. "This just came in for you, ma'am," the harried receptionist says as he tears off the printout of her room charges and hands it to her. Inside the envelope is a fax. Scarpetta walks behind the bellman, pushing her cart. It is loaded with bags and 3 very large hard cases containing carousels of slides that she has not bothered to convert to PowerPoint presentations because she can't stand them. Showing a picture of a man who has blown off the top of his head with a shotgun or a child scalded to death does not require a computer and special effects. Slide presentations and handouts serve her purposes just as well now as they did when she started her career. The fax is from her secretary, Rose, who must have called about the same time Scarpetta was miserably making her way from the elevator to the lobby. All Rose says is that Dr. Sam Lanier, the coroner of East Baton Rouge Parish, very much needs to speak to her. Rose includes his home, office, and cell telephone numbers. Immediately, Scarpetta thinks of Nick Robillard, of their conversation not even an hour ago. She waits until she is inside her taxi before calling Dr. Lanier's office number. He answers himself. "How did you know who my secretary is and where to reach her?" she asks right off. "Your former office in Richmond was kind enough to give me your number in Florida. Rose is quite charming, by the way." "I see," she replies as the taxi drives away from the hotel. "I'm in a taxi on the way to the airport. Can we make this quick?" Her abruptness is more about her annoyance with her former office than with him. Giving out her unlisted phone number is blatant harassment. Not that it hasn't happened before. Some people who still work at the chief medical examiner's office remain loyal to their boss. Others are traitors and bend in the direction that power pulls. "Quick it will be," Dr. Lanier says. "I'm wondering if you would review a case for me, Dr. Scarpetta. An 8-year-old case that was never successfully resolved. A woman died under suspicious circumstances, apparently from a drug overdose. You ever heard of Charlotte Dodd?" "No." "I've just gotten information, don't know if it's good or not, but I don't want to discuss it while you're on a cell phone." "This is a Baton Rouge case?" Scarpetta digs in her handbag for a notepad and pen. "Another story for another day, but yes, it's a Baton Rouge case." "Your case?" "It was. I'd like to send you the reports, slides, and all the rest. Looks like I'd better dig back into this thing." He hesitates. "And as you might suspect, I don't have much of a budget." "Nobody who calls me has consultants built into the budget," she interrupts him. "I didn't either when I was in Virginia." She tells him to FedEx her the case and gives him her address. She adds, "Do you happen to know an investigator in Zachary named Nick Robillard?" A pause, then, "Believe I talked to her on the phone a few months back. I'm sure you know what's going on down here." "I can't help but know. It's all over the news," Scarpetta cautiously replies, over the noise of the taxi and rush-hour traffic. Neither her tone nor her words betray that she has any personal information about the cases, and her trust of Nick slips several notches as she frets that perhaps Nick called Dr. Lanier and talked about her. Why she might have done that is hard to say, unless she simply volunteered that Scarpetta could be a very useful resource for him, should he ever need her. Maybe he really does need her for this cold case he's just told her about. Maybe he's trying to develop a relationship with her because he's not equipped to handle these serial murders by himself. "How many forensic pathologists work for you?" Scarpetta asks him.
"One."
"Did Nick Robillard call you about me?" She doesn't have time for subtlety.
"Why would she?"
That's no answer.
"Hell no,"
he says. 10. An air conditioning unit rattles in a dusty window, the afternoon hotter than usual for April as J. Tally hacks meat into small pieces and drops them into a bloody plastic bucket below the scarred wooden table where he sits. The table, like everything else inside his fishing shack, is old and ugly, the sort of household objects people leave at the edges of their driveways to be picked up by garbage collectors or spirited away by scavengers. His workspace is his special place, and he is patient as he repeatedly adjusts torn bits of clothing that he jams under several of the table legs in his ongoing attempt to keep the table level. He prefers not to chop on a surface that moves, but balance is virtually impossible in his warped little world, and the graying wood floor slopes enough to roll an egg from the kitchenette right out to the dock, where some planks are rotted, others curled like dull dead hair flipped up at the ends. Swatting at sea gnats, he finishes a Budweiser, crushes the can, and hurls it out the open screen door, pleased that it sails 20 feet past his boat and plops into the water. Boredom gives pleasure to the most mundane activities, including checking on the crab pots suspended from floats in the murky fresh water. It doesn't matter that crabs aren't found in fresh water. Crawfish are, and they're in season, and if they don't pick the pots clean, something bigger usually comes along. Last month a large log turned into an alligator gar, weighing at least 100 pounds. It moved like a torpedo, speeding off with a trot line and its makeshift float of an empty Clorox bottle. Jay sat calmly in his boat and tipped his baseball cap to the carnivorous creature. Jay doesn't eat what he catches in the pots, but out here in the middle of this hellish nowhere he now calls home, his only acceptable fresh choices are catfish, bass, turtles, and as many frogs as he can gig at night. Otherwise his food comes in bags and cans from various grocery stores on the mainland. He brings down a meat cleaver, cutting through muscle and bone. More pieces of foul flesh land in the bucket. It doesn't take long for meat to rot in this heat.
"Guess who I'm thinking about right now," he says to Bev Kiffin, his woman.
"Shut up. You say that just to get me."
"No, mon chéri. I say it because I'm remembering fucking her in Paris."
Jealousy flares. Bev can't control herself when she is forced to think of Kay Scarpetta, who is fine-looking and smart, plenty fine-looking and smart enough for Jay. Rarely does it occur to Bev that she has no good reason to compete with a woman Jay fantasizes about chopping up and feeding to the alligators and crawfish in the bayou outside their door. If Bev could cut Scarpetta's throat, she sure as hell would, and her own dream is to one day get her chance. Then Jay wouldn't talk about the bitch anymore. He wouldn't stare out at the bayou half the night thinking about her.
"How come you have to always talk about her?"
Bev moves closer to him and watches sweat trickle down his perfectly sculpted smooth chest, soaking the waistband of his tight cut-off jeans. She stares at his muscular thighs, the hair on them fine and shiny as gold. Her fury heats to flash over and erupts. "You got a damn hard-on. You chop away and get a stiff dick. Put down that meat axe."
"It's a cleaver, honey. If only you weren't so stupid."
His handsome face and blonde hair are wet with sweat, his cold blue eyes bright against his tan. She bends over and cups her thick, stubby hand around the bulge between his thighs as he calmly spreads his legs wide and leans back in the chair long enough for her to get started on his zipper. She wears no bra, her cheap flower-printed blouse halfway unbuttoned, offering him a view of heavy, flaccid breasts that arouse nothing beyond his need to manipulate and control. He rips open her blouse, buttons lightly clattering against wood, and begins fondling her the way she craves.
"Oh," she moans. "Don't stop," she begs, moving his head closer.
"Want more, baby?"
"Oh."
He sucks her, disgusted by her salty, sour taste, and shoves her hard with his bare feet. The thud of her body hitting the floor, her shocked gasp, are familiar sounds in the fishing shack. 11. Blood seeps from a scrape on Bev's dimpled left knee, and she stares at the wound.
"How come you don't want me no more, baby?" she says.
"You used to want me so bad I couldn't keep you off me." Her nose runs. She shoves back her short, frizzy, graying brown hair and pulls her torn blouse together, suddenly humiliated by her ugly nakedness. "Want is when I want." He resumes the blows with the meat cleaver. Tiny bits of flesh and bone fly out from the thick, shiny blade and stick to the stained wooden table and to Jay's sweaty bare chest. The sweet, sour stench of rotting flesh is heavy in the stifling air, and flies drone in lazy zigzags, lumbering airborne like fat cargo planes. They hover over the gory motherlode inside the bucket, their black and green swarming bodies shimmering like spilled gasoline. Bev collects herself off the floor. She watches Jay hacking and tossing flesh into the bucket, flies darting up and greedily dive-bombing back to their feast. They buzz loudly, bumping against the side of the bucket.
"And now we're supposed to eat off that table."
Hers is an old line. They never eat off it. The table is Jay's private space, and she knows not to touch it. He swats furiously at the sea gnats. "God damn, I hate these fucking things. When the fuck are you going shopping? And next time, don't come back here with only 2 bottles of insect repellent and no pups." Bev disappears into the lavatory. It is no bigger than the head on a small boat, and there is no tank to chemically store and treat human waste, which slops through a hole into a wash-tub between pilings that support the shack. Once a day she empties the tub into the bayou. Her persistent nightmare is that a water moccasin or alligator is going to get her while she sits on the wooden box toilet, and at especially uneasy times she squats above it, peering down at the black hole, her fat thighs shaking from fear and the strain of supporting her weight. She was fleshy when Jay first met her at a campsite near Williamsburg, Virginia, where his family business brought them together by accident, really. He needed a place, and hers was out of the way, an overgrown, garbage-strewn, densely wooded property with abandoned, rusting campers, and a motel mostly patronized by prostitutes and drug lords. When Jay appeared at Bev's door, she was thrilled by his power, and was instantly attracted to him. She came on to him the same way she did with all men. Rough, raw sex, her only means of gratifying her lonely, angry needs. The rain had been driving down that night, reminding her of shiny nails, and she fixed Jay a bowl of Campbell's vegetable beef soup and a grilled cheese sandwich, while her young children hid, and watched their mother involving herself with yet another stranger. Bev paid her little ones no mind at the time. She tries not to think about them now, or wonder how big they're getting. They are wards of the state, and far better off without her. Ironically, Jay was nicer to them than she was. He was so different then, when he took her to bed that first night. 3 years ago she was more attractive and had not gained weight from eating snack foods and processed cheeses and meats that don't spoil. She can't do push-ups and squats all day long the way Jay does, and she gets no exercise. Behind the shack, grass flats thick with mussels and rich black muck stretch for miles. There is no dry ground to walk on except the pier. Maneuvering Jay's boat through narrow waterways burns few calories. A small outboard motor would do, but Jay will have nothing less than a 200-horsepower Evinrude, with a stainless steel prop to speed through channels, heading to his secret spots, and drift silently beneath cypress trees, waiting perfectly still like a possum if a helicopter or small plane flies low overhead. He helps Bev with nothing. His distinctive look's impossible to disguise because he is too vain to ruin his beauty. When he goes to shore, it is to get money at a family hideaway and not to run errands. Bev can venture out for provisions because she scarcely resembles her photograph on the FBI's most wanted list, her skin withered by the sun, her body overblown, her face puffy and hair cut short. "Why can't we close the door?" Bev asks as she walks out of the tiny, dirty bathroom. He goes to the refrigerator, rounded and white with spots of rust left over from the 60s. Swinging open the door, he grabs another beer. "I like being hot," he says, his footsteps heavy on the old planking. "The air conditioning's going right out the door." Hers is the usual complaint. "We only got so much gasoline for the generator." "Then you'll just have to go out and get more. How many times do I have to tell you to get your fat ass out to get more?" He stares at her, his eyes weird the way they get when he is engrossed in his ritual. His arousal strains against his zipper, and soon he will relieve it, again at a time of his choosing. Body odor and a rotten stench waft past her as he carries the bucket outside, flies storming after it in a loud, buzzing blitzkrieg. He busies himself pulling up crab pots by their yellow nylon ropes. He has dozens of pots. He simply tosses pieces too big to fit inside them into the water, where gators will drag them to the bottom and feed off them at their pleasure. Skulls pose the biggest problem because they make identity certain. Another ritual of his is to pound skulls into dust, which he mixes with powdered white chalk that he stores in empty paint cans. Chalky, bony dust reminds him of the catacombs that wind 25 meters below the streets of Paris. Now inside and flopping on the narrow bed against a wall, he puts his hands behind his head. Bev slips out of her torn blouse, teasing him like a stripper. A master at the waiting game, he does not react as she brushes against his lips. She throbs unbearably. This might go on for a very long time, never mind her begging, and when he is ready, and only then, he bites, but not hard enough to leave a mark, because he can't abide the idea of being anything like Jean-Baptiste, his brother. Jay used to smell and taste so good. Now that he is a fugitive, he rarely bathes, and when he does, he simply dumps buckets of bayou water over his body. Bev dares not complain or react in the slightest way to the strong stench of his breath and groin. The one and only time she gagged, he broke her nose and forced her to finish, her blood and small cries of pain giving him pleasure. When she cleans the shack, she obsessively scrubs that spot below the bed, but the bloodstains are stubborn, like something out of a horror movie, she thinks. Bleach has left a mottled, whitish-brown area the size of a doormat that Jay constantly complains about, as if he had nothing to do with how it got there.
This book is continued on Disc 2. Disc 2.
12. Jean-Baptiste Chandon is Rodin's The Thinker on the stainless steel toilet, his white pants drooping around his furry knees. Corrections officers make fun of him. It never stops. He can sense it as he perches on the toilet, staring at the locked steel door of his cell. The iron bars in its tiny window are drawn to the iron in Jean-Baptiste's blood. Animal magnetism is a scientific fact scarcely heard of now, and for the most part not accepted centuries ago, even though there are documented cases of magnetized materials having been applied to diseased and damaged parts of the body, causing all symptoms to cease, the patient's health restored. Jean-Baptiste is well schooled in the doctrine of the famous Dr. Mesmer, whose system of treatment is eloquently laid out in his Mémoire sur la découverte du magnétisme animal. The original work, first published in French in 1779, is Jean-Baptiste's Bible. Before his books and radio were confiscated, he memorized long sections of Mesmer, and he is devout in his belief that a universal magnetic fluid influences the tides and people. I possess the usual knowledge about the magnet, its action on iron, the ability of our body fluids to receive that mineral, Mesmer wrote, and Jean-Baptiste quotes under his breath as he thinks on the toilet. I prepared the patient by the continuous use of chalybeates.
A chalybeate is an iron tonic, and who but Jean-Baptiste knows this? If only he could find a chalybeate, just the right one, he would be healed. Before he was in prison, he tried soaking iron nails in drinking water, eating rust, sleeping with pieces of iron under his bed and pillow, and carrying nuts and bolts and magnets in the pockets of his pants. He came to believe that his chalybeate is the iron in human blood, but he could not get enough of it before he went to prison, and he can't get it at all now. When, on rare occasion, he bites himself and sucks, it makes no difference, but is the equivalent of one drinking his own blood to cure himself of anemia. Franz Anton Mesmer was mocked by the religious and scientific community, just as Jean-Baptiste has always been mocked. True believers publicly feigned skepticism, or if they were believers, used pseudonyms to avoid being labeled as quacks. The Philosophy of Animal Magnetism, published in 1837, for example, was written by a gentleman in Philadelphia, who some suspect was Edgar Allan Poe. Such books ended up in universities and were eventually discarded by their libraries, allowing Jean-Baptiste to acquire a small but amazing collection for a pittance. He obsesses about what has happened to his books. His pulse pounds in his neck as he strains on the toilet. The books he brought here from France were taken from him as punishment when the prison's classification team demoted him from a level 1 status to a level 3, supposedly because he masturbates and commits food infractions. Jean-Baptiste spends much of the time on the toilet, and the officers call this masturbating. Twice in one day, he forgets how long ago, he fumbled his meal trays as they were shoved through the slot at the bottom of his door. Food splattered everywhere, and the incidents were deemed deliberate. He has been deprived of all commissaries, including, of course, his books. He is allowed only 1 hour of recreation per week. It doesn't matter. He can write letters. The guards are baffled.
He can write fucking letters when he's blind, they say. Don't know for sure he is. Seems like sometimes he is and sometimes he ain't. Faking? Fucking crazy, man.
Jean-Baptiste can do push-ups, sit-ups, and jumping jacks whenever he pleases inside his 64-square-foot cell. His number of visits from the outside world has been limited. That doesn't matter either. Who asks to see him except reporters and those physicians, profilers, and academic types who wish to study him as if he is a new strain of virus? Jean-Baptiste's incarceration, abuse, and imminent death have condensed his soul into a bright light scattered with white specks. He is perpetually magnetized and somnambulized, and his clairvoyance gives him clear-sightedness without eyes. He has ears, but does not need them to hear. He can know without knowing and go anywhere without the body that has punished him since birth. Jean-Baptiste has never known anything but hate. Before he attempted to murder the lady forensic pathologist in Virginia and was finally captured by police, intense hatred flowed through others, through him, and returned to others, the circuit complete and infinite. His violent rampages were inevitable, and he does not hold his body responsible for them and suffers no remorse. After 2 years on death row, Jean-Baptiste exists in a perpetual state of magnetism and no longer suffers from negativity toward any living being. This does not imply that he would no longer kill. Given the opportunity, he would rip women apart as he did in the past, but his electricity is not charged by hate and lust. He would destroy beautiful females to answer his higher calling, to complete a pure circuit that is necessary and godly. His delicious ecstasy would flow through his chosen ones. Their pain and deaths would be beautiful, and his chosen ones would be eternally grateful to him as their minds detached from their bodies.
"Who's there?"
he demands of the stale, foul air. He pushes the roll of toilet paper toward his small bunk, watching the unfurling of a soft, white highway that will take him beyond his cinder-block walls. Today, perhaps, he will go to Beaune and visit his favorite 12th century cave at the domain of Monsieur Cambrai and taste burgundies from casks of his choosing, and not bother pulling air into his mouth and spitting the wine into a stone bowl, as is proper when tasting the treasures of le terroir. He cannot waste a drop. Ha! Let's see. Which Grand Vin de Bourgogne this time? He touches an index finger to his deformed lips. His father, Monsieur Chandon, owns vineyards in Beaune. He owns winemakers and exporters. Jean-Baptiste is very knowledgeable about wines, even if they were denied him when he was confined to the basement and then banished from his family home. His intimacy with Beaune is a rich fantasy projected from his charming brother's detailed stories of wines to remind Jean-Baptiste of his deprivation and non-existence. Ha! Jean-Baptiste does not need a tongue to taste. He knows the confident Claude de Vougeot and the soft, complex, and elegant red Claude de Mouche. 1997 was a very good year for red Claude de Mouche, and the 1980 white wine hints of hazelnuts and is so special. And oh, the harmony of the Echezot! But it is the king of Burgundies that he loves most, the muscular and bigger-built Chambertin. Of the 280 bottles produced in 1999, Monsieur Chandon acquired 150 for his cave. Of those 150, Jean-Baptiste got not a sip. But after one of his murders in Paris, he robbed her and celebrated with a 1998 Chambertin that tasted of roses and minerals and reminded him of her blood. As for Bordeaux, a Premier Grand Cru classé, perhaps the 1984 Chateau Haut-Brion. "Who's there?" he calls out. "Shut up and quit fucking with the toilet paper. Pick it up." Jean-Baptiste does not have to look to see the angry eyes peering through the bars in the door. "Roll it up nice and neat and quit playing with your mini-me dick." The eyes disappear, leaving cool air. Jean-Baptiste must leave for Beaune, where there are no eyes. He must find his next chosen one and rip away her flawed sight and beat her brains into forgetfulness so she will not remember her revulsion when she saw him. Then her domain is his. Her hillsides and luscious clusters of grapes belong to him. Her cave is his to explore, to feel his way along dark, damp walls that become cooler the longer he takes. Her blood is fine red wine, whichever vintage he craves. Reds, reds, splashing and running down his arms, turning his hair red and sticky, making his teeth ache with joy. "Who's there?" Rarely is he answered. After 2 years, the corrections officers assigned to death row are weary of the mutant madman Jean-Baptiste Chandon. They look forward to the end of him. The French wolfman with his deformed penis and hairy body is repulsive. His face is asymmetrical, as if the two sides were not lined up when they were put together in the womb. One eye lower than the other, his tiny baby teeth widely spaced and pointed. Until recently he shaved daily. Jean-Baptiste doesn't shave now. This is his right. The last 4 months before execution, the condemned inmate doesn't have to shave. He can go to the death chamber with long hair and a beard. Other inmates do not have baby-fine swirls of hair that cover every inch of their bodies except for the mucous membranes and the palms and the soles of their feet. Jean-Baptiste has not shaved himself in 2 months, and 3-inch long hair covers his lean, ropey body, his entire face and neck, even the back of his hands. Other death row inmates joke that Jean-Baptiste's victims died of fright before he had a chance to beat and bite them into hamburger. "Hamburger! Help her!" The taunts are meant for Jean-Baptiste to hear, and he receives written cruelties, too, in the form of notes, or kites, as they are called, that are passed through cracks beneath the doors, cell to cell, like chain letters, until he is the final recipient. He chews the notes to pulp and swallows them. Some days, as many as 10. He can taste each word, they say. "Too bad we won't be strapping his hairy ass in a chair. Then he'd be cooked well done. Fried." He has overheard officers say words to that effect. "The whole joint would smell like burning hair. It ain't right that we don't get to shave them bald as a cue ball before they get the needle. It ain't right they don't get fried anymore. Now it's too fucking easy. A little needle prick and nighty-night. We'll chill the juice extra good for the wolfman." 13. Jean-Baptiste strains on the toilet, as if he is hearing these derisive comments now, although it is silent outside his door. Chilling the juice is a dirty secret of tie-down and IV teams who want their little bit of sadistic fun at each execution. Whoever is in charge of the lethal drugs places them in an ice chest when transporting them from a locked refrigerator to the death chamber. Jean-Baptiste has overheard death row inmates claim that the drugs are chilled beyond what's necessary, almost to the freezing point. The teams think it only fair that the condemned inmate feel the frigid intravenous hit as enough poison to kill 4 horses rushes through the needle and shocks the blood. If the inmate doesn't exclaim, "Oh, God," or "Jesus," or some utterance when he feels his icy imminent death, the members of the execution teams are disappointed and a bit pissed off.
"That last old boy sure as hell had an ice cream headache," voices yell and bounce off steel doors as inmates retell the stories. "Screaming one. You hear how he puckered when the shit hit? No way that was on the radio. He begged for his mama. A lot of the whores I done begged for their mama. Last one screamed, 'Mama, mama, mama.'"
The man the other inmates call Beast is bragging again. He thinks his anecdotes are funny.
"You're a fucker. Can't believe the governor gave you another month, you fucker."
Beast is the source of most of the execution stories circulating through the cells in the death row pod. Beast had been transported by van the 45 miles to Huntsville and was already eating his last meal of fried shrimp, steak, fries, and pecan pie in the barred cage next to the death chamber when the governor suddenly granted him a stay of execution so further DNA tests could be run. Beast knows damn well the tests are a waste of time, but he continues to milk what he can out of his last days on Earth, now that he has been returned to the Polonsky unit. He goes on and on about a process that is supposed to be secret. He even knows the names of the members of the tie-down and IV teams and the doctor who was scheduled to start the IV and pronounce Beast dead.
"If I ever get out, I'm going to do every one of the bitches and videotape it," Beast brags some more. "Wish I videotaped the ones I did. Hell, I'd pay all I got for even one videotape. Don't know why I didn't think of it at the time. Give those shrinks and FBI assholes an eyeful to worry about when they go home to their little wives and kiddies."
Jean-Baptiste never filmed his murders. There wasn't time, and stupidly the idea never occurred to him. For that he continually rebukes himself. How rare it is for him to be so stupid. Espèce de sale gorille. Stupid monkey mutant. Jean-Baptiste covers his ears with his hands.
"Who's there?"
If only he had filmed his bloody art, or at least had taken photographs. Oh, the longing, the anxiety he cannot relieve, because he cannot relive their ecstasy as they died. The thought turns the key on an unbearable pressure in his groin. He can't relieve the misery. He was born with an ignition that doesn't work, sexual pistons that spark but will not fire. He breathes hard, straining on the toilet, sweat dripping from his face. 14.
"What you doing in there?"
An officer bangs on the door. 2 mocking dark eyes are there again, between the bars in the window.
"Playing ring around the ass again. Man, your guts are gonna come out one of these days."
Jean-Baptiste hears footsteps on metal catwalks and other death row inmates yelling their usual complaints and obscenities. Not including Jean-Baptiste, 245 men wait their turn, while lawyers continue appeals and do what they can to persuade district supreme courts or the U.S. Supreme Court to overturn a sentence, or at least convince a judge to rule in their favor and allow DNA tests or some other trickery. Jean-Baptiste knows what he did and pled guilty, despite the histrionics of his attorney, Rocco Caggiano, also owned by the Chandon family. Rocco Caggiano's feigned vigorous opposition to Jean-Baptiste's pleading guilty before the judge was very poor acting. Caggiano abides by his instructions, just as Jean-Baptiste seems to do, only Jean-Baptiste is a very good actor. The Chandon family believes it best for their shameful, disgusting son to die. "Why would you want to sit on death row for 10 years?" they reasoned with him. "Why would you want to be released back into a society that will hunt you down like a monster?" At first, Jean-Baptiste could not accept that his family would want him to die. He accepts it now. It makes sense. Why would his family care if he dies when they never cared that he lived? He has no choice, it is clear. If he didn't plead guilty, his father would have seen to it that Jean-Baptiste was murdered while awaiting trial. "Prison is such a dangerous place," his father softly told him in French over the phone. "Remember what happened to the cannibal Jeffrey Dahmer? He was beaten to death with a mop, or maybe it was a broom." Jean-Baptiste was emotionally beaten to death, all hope gone when his father said that. Jean-Baptiste relied on his mind, and meticulously began to study his predicament as he was flown to Houston. He vividly remembers the "Welcome to Humble" sign and a Holiday Inn with a hole-in-one cafe, which made no sense, since he saw no golf courses in the area, only parched leaves and dead trees, and what seemed to be an endless stretch of slack telephone lines, scrubby pines, feed stores, mobile homes, decapitated buildings, and prefabricated houses on cinder blocks. His motorcade turned off North 59, all those federal and local agents treating Jean-Baptiste like Frankenstein. He sat, perfectly well behaved, in the back seat of a white Ford LTD, manacled like Houdini. The motorcade turned onto a deserted road overgrown with brush that thickened into dense forests on either side, and when they reached the Texas Department of Criminal Justice's Polunsky unit, he felt the sun reclaim gray skies, and the day turned bright. Jean-Baptiste took it as a sign. He waits patiently. He imagines meteor showers and great battalions marching because he wills it. How simple! People are fools. They set up such foolish rules. Prison officials can take away his radio and punish him by grinding up his meals and cooking them into food loaves, but no one can neutralize his magnetism and legal right to send and receive uncensored mail. If he marks an envelope or package legal mail or media mail, no prison employee can open it. Jean-Baptiste sends mail to Rocco Caggiano whenever he pleases. Now and then he receives mail the same way. That is the most special treat of all, especially when Madame Scarpetta wrote him recently, because she cannot forget him. She was so close to ecstasy, and by her own foolishness robbed herself, cheated herself of Jean-Baptiste's benevolence. His selfless intention was to make her lovely body let go of her soul. Her passing would have been perfect. Finally she realizes her terrible mistake, and now makes an excuse to see him. "I will see you again." Jean-Baptiste has enough information to topple the entire Chandon cartel. If that is what she wants, why not? When she comes, he will find a way to finish her release, to bless her with what she wants. The ecstasy. The ecstasy. He tore her letter into small pieces and ate each word, chewing so hard he cut his gums. Jean-Baptiste lifts himself off the toilet and doesn't bother flushing. He yanks up his pants. "Who's there?" The white V-neck shirt has DR for death row in large letters stenciled in black on the back. It is the abbreviation for doctor. Another sign. He is hers for now, and she is his forever. His prison fatigues are soaking wet with sweat. They stink. He sweats constantly and smells like a dirty animal. He smiles as he thinks of the last inmate executed several weeks ago, an old man named Pitt, who killed a policeman in Atlanta. Pitt murdered prostitutes for years without mishap, dumping his victims in parking lots or the middle of the road. He broke the code when he stabbed a policeman 13 times. The rumor in the pod is that when the doctor sent the fatal cocktail speeding through Pitt's IV tube like a train through a tunnel, death occurred in exactly 2 minutes and 56 seconds. 3 physicians take turns working the executions. Again, more stories from the media, and from inmates who have returned from Huntsville after stays of execution. There is a pediatrician, a heart surgeon, and a woman who set up a family practice in Lufkin a few years ago. She is the coldest executioner of all. She comes in with her black bag, does her job, and leaves, indifferent and arrogant, speaking to no one. It arouses Jean-Baptiste to fantasize about a woman doctor invisible in a small secret room, waiting for the signal to kill his strapped-down body. He does not fear the death of his body, for his mind is his soul, and cannot be destroyed. He is electric. He is a fluid. He can detach his mind from his body. He is part of God. Jean-Baptiste sighs in his bunk, where he lies on his back, staring up at a ceiling that is incapable of preventing his clairvoyant journeys. Most of the time he transports his spirit back to Paris and flies unnoticed, acutely aware of sounds in a way he never was before. He visited Paris just the other day, right after a light rain, and tires swished on wet pavement, and distant traffic was surprisingly guttural, reminding him of his stomach growling. Raindrops were diamonds scattered over the seats of parked motorcycles, and a woman carrying lilies walked past him, and he floated in perfume. How observant he has become! Whenever his soul visits Paris, the most beautiful city on earth, he discovers another old building wrapped in green netting, and men blasting limestone with air hoses to clean away centuries of pollution. It has taken years to restore Notre Dame's creamy complexion. Monitoring the work is how Jean-Baptiste measures time. He never stays in Paris more than a few days, and each night he sets out toward the Gare de Lyon, then to the Quai de la Râpée to gaze at the Institut Médico-Légal, where some of his earlier chosen ones were autopsied. He can see the women's faces and bodies, and he remembers their names. He waits until the last bateau-mouche thrums by, until the last ripple of wake laps over his shoes, before he strips naked on the cold stones of the Quai de Bourbon. All his life he has braved the murky cold currents of the Seine to wash away the curse of le loup-garou, the werewolf. His nocturnal bathing has not cured his hypertrichosis, the extremely rare birth defect that causes baby-like hair to cover his body, and continues its cruelty by adding a deformed face, abnormal teeth, and stunted genitalia. Jean-Baptiste immerses himself in the river. He drifts along the Quai d'Orléans and the Quai de Béthune to the eastern tip of the Île Saint-Louis. There on the Quai d'Anjou is the 17th-century four-story townhouse with its carved front doors and gilded drain pipes, the Hôtel Particulier, where his prominent parents live in obscene luxury. When chandeliers are ablaze with crystal and silver, his parents are in, but often they socialize with friends or drink their nightcaps in a sitting-room that cannot be seen from the street. During Jean-Baptiste's disembodied travels, he can go into any room of the Hôtel Particulier. He moves about as he pleases. The other night, when he visited the Île Saint-Louis, his obese mother had several more folds of fat beneath her chin, and her eyes were as small as raisins in her bloated face. She had wrapped herself in a black silk robe and wore matching slippers on her stubby feet. She smoked strong French cigarettes non-stop as she complained and chattered to her husband, while he watched the news, talked on the phone, and went through paperwork. Just as Jean-Baptiste can hear without ears, his father can become deaf at will. It is no wonder he seeks relief and pleasure in the arms of many beautiful young women, and only remains married to Madame Chandon because that is the way it must be. At a young age, Jean-Baptiste was told hypertrichosis is congenital, but he is certain it was caused by his mother's alcoholism. She made no effort to curtail her drunkenness while she was pregnant with him and his twin brother, who calls himself J. Tally, and had the good fortune to emerge from their mother's womb less than 3 minutes after Jean-Baptiste. His brother was born a perfect specimen of maleness, a golden sculpture with an exquisite body touched by blonde hair that catches light, his face formed by a master. He dazzles everyone he meets, and the only satisfaction Jean-Baptiste finds in the injustice of their births is that J. Tally, whose real name is Jean-Paul Chandon, does not look like what he is. For that reason he is worse than Jean-Baptiste. It is not lost on Jean-Baptiste that the several minutes separating his birth from his brother's is how long it is supposed to take for Jean-Baptiste to die on May 7. Several minutes is about how long his chosen ones lived, as blood spattered walls and peaks and valleys that looked very much like an abstract painting he once saw and wished badly he could buy, but had no money and no place to hang it.
"Who's there?" he screams.
15. The Charles River reflects the fledgling green of spring along Boston's embankment, and Benton Wesley watches young men row a racing shell in perfect rhythm. Muscles ripple like the gentle current, paddles dip in whispered plashes. He could watch and say nothing all afternoon. The day is perfect, without a cloud, the temperature 75 degrees. Benton has become a close companion of isolation and silence, and craves them to the extreme that conversation fatigues him and is weighted by long pauses that intimidate some people and irritate others. He rarely has more to say than the homeless people who sleep in rag piles beneath the Arthur Fiedler footbridge. He even managed to offend the loud, gregarious Max, who works in the Café Esplanade, where Benton on occasion buys root beer and Cracker Jacks or a soft pretzel. The first comment Benton ever made to Max was taken the wrong way.
"Change."
That was all Benton muttered with a shake of his head. Max, who is German and often mistranslates English and takes umbrage easily, interpreted the cryptic remark to mean that smartass in running clothes and dark sunglasses thinks all foreigners are inferior and dishonest, and was demanding the change due him from the $5 bill Max tucked inside the till. In other words, the hard-working Max is a thief. What Benton meant was that Cracker Jacks at the Café Esplanade are served in bags, not boxes, and cost $1 instead of $1. The toy surprises inside are games printed on folded white paper, cheap as hell, and require the IQ of a pigeon. Gone are the days of Benton's childhood, when his sticky fingers dug through caramel-glazed popcorn and peanuts for treasure, such as a plastic whistle or BB game, or best of all the magic decoding ring that little Benton wore on his index finger, pretending it empowered him to know what people thought, what they would do, and which monster he would defeat on his next secret mission. The irony isn't lost on him that he grew up to wear a special ring, this one gold and engraved with the FBI crest, and became the champion of decoding the thoughts, motivations, and actions of people the public calls monsters. Benton was born with a special gift for channeling his intuition and intellect into the neurological and spiritual abysses of the worst of the worst. His quarry was the elusive offenders, whose violent sexual acts were so heinous that panicking police from the United States and abroad used to wait in line to review their cases with him in the FBI Academy's profiling unit in Quantico, Virginia. Benton Wesley was the legendary unit chief who wore conservative suits and a large gold ring. It was believed that from reports and nightmarish photographs he could divine some clue that investigators missed, as if there was a magic prize to be rooted out during sessions inside the dank, windowless space, where the only sounds were grim voices, papers sliding across the conference room table, and distant muffled shots from the indoor firing range. Benton's world for most of his FBI career was J. Edgar Hoover's former bomb shelter, an airless bunker below ground, where pipes from the Academy's upper-level toilets sometimes leaked on worn carpet, or ran in stinking trickles down cinder-block walls. Benton is 50, and has reached the bitter belief that psychological profiling isn't psychological in the least, but is nothing more than forms and assumptions based on decades-old data. Profiling is propaganda and marketing. It is hype. It is just one more sales pitch that helps rake in federal dollars as FBI lobbyists stalk Capitol Hill. The very word profiling makes Wesley grit his teeth, and he can't abide the way what he used to do is misunderstood, abused, has become a hackneyed Hollywood device drawn from worn-out and faulty behavioral science, anecdotes, and deductive assumptions. Modern profiling is not inductive. It is as specious and misleading as physiognomy and anthropometry, or the dangerous and ridiculous beliefs from centuries past that murderers looked like cavemen and could be unequivocally identified by the circumference of their heads or the length of their arms. Profiling is fool's gold, and for Benton to come around to that conviction is akin to a priest deciding there is no God. No matter what anybody says, no matter what statistics and epidemiological studies suggest and intellectual gurus pontificate, the only constant anymore is change. Human beings today commit more murders, rapes, pedophilia, kidnappings, hate crimes, acts of terrorism, and just plain dishonest, dishonorable, self-serving sins against all forms of life than the free world has ever seen. Benton obsesses about it a lot. He has plenty of time to do so. Max thinks Benton, whose name he does not know, is a wacko intellectual snob, probably a professor at Harvard or MIT, and a humorless one at that. Max does not catch the occasional irony or dry-ice wit that Benton was known for when he was known, and he is known by virtually no one anymore. Max no longer speaks a word to him, just takes his money and makes a big production of counting Benton's change before shoving it and a slice of cheese pizza or a soda or a bag of Cracker Jacks to the scheisse Arsch. He talks about Benton every chance he gets. "The other day he buy a pretzel," Max told No Smoke King, the delivery man whose mystical-sounding name is the mundane result of his mother seeing No Smoking divided into No Smo King when double doors parted as she was being rolled into the delivery room to give birth to him. "He eats his pretzel there." Max stabbed his cigarette toward a canopy of old oaks. "And stared up like some zombie at that stuck kite," pointing the cigarette again and nodding at the tattered red kite high in the branches of an oak tree. "Like it's some scientific phenomenon, or a symbol from God. Maybe a UFO. No Smoke King was stacking cases of Fiji bottled water inside the Café Esplanade kiosk and paused, shielding his eyes from the sun as he followed the line of Max's cigarette up to the wrecked kite. "I remember how that used to piss me off as a kid," No Smoke King recalled. "Get yourself a brand new kite and 5 minutes later it's hung up in power lines or a fucking tree. That sure is life. 1 minute things are moving along good, the next the wind blows your ass to ruination." Dark preoccupations and shadows from the past are what Benton feels and sees, no matter where he is or what he does. He lives inside a steel box of isolation that depresses and frustrates him so profoundly that there are moments, hours, days, and weeks when he does not care about anything, has no appetite, and sleeps too much. He needs sun and dreads winter. He is grateful that this early afternoon is polished so brightly that he cannot look across the Charles or up at the intense blue sky unless his eyes are blacked out, as they usually are, by sunglasses. He casually turns away from the young athletes who rule the river, pained that half a century has passed, and he is no longer consumed by courage and conquest, but by non-existence, powerlessness, and irrevocable loss. "I am dead," he says to himself every morning as he shaves. "No matter what, I am dead. My name is Tom Haviland. Tom Speck Haviland, born in Greenwich, Connecticut on February 20, 1955. Parents both from Salem, Massachusetts. A psychologist, retired, sick of listening to people's problems, social security number, yada yada yada, unmarried, homosexual, HIV positive. Likes to eye gorgeous boys eyeing themselves in the mirrors at the gym, but doesn't pursue, doesn't strike up conversations, doesn't cruise, gay bars, or date, ever, ever, ever. It is all a lie. Benton Wesley has lived with falsehoods and exile for 6 years. He walks to a picnic table and sits on top of it, rests his arms on his knees, tightly laces his tapered fingers. His heart begins to beat rapidly with excitement and fear. Decades of a well-meant pursuit of justice have been rewarded by banishment, by a forced acceptance of the non-existence of himself and all he has ever known. Some days he can scarcely remember who he used to be, as he spends most of his time living in his mind, distracted by and even content with reading philosophical and spiritual books, history and poetry, and feeding the pigeons in the public garden, around the frog pond, or wherever he can blend with the locals and tourists. He no longer owns a suit. He shaves his thick silver hair to the scalp and wears a neatly trimmed mustache and beard, but his body and bearing belie his attempt to look sloppy and older than his years. His face is tan but smooth, his posture military straight. He is fit and muscular, with so little body fat that his veins run under his flesh like slender tree roots pushing through soil. Boston has many health clubs and places to jog and run sprints, and he is relentless about fitness and being light on his feet. Physical pain reminds him that he is alive. He does not allow himself patterns for when and where he runs or works out or shops or eats in restaurants. He turns to his right as his keen peripheral vision catches the lumbering form of Pete Marino strolling in his direction. Benton's breath catches. He is electrified by anxiety and joy, but does not wave or smile. He has not communicated with his old friend and former colleague since he supposedly died and vanished into what is called a Level 1 protected witness program designed uniquely for him and jointly controlled by London's Metropolitan Police, Washington, and Interpol. Marino settles next to Benton on top of the picnic table, checking first for bird shit as he taps an unfiltered Lucky Strike from a soft pack and lights up after several sparked attempts with a disposable lighter low on fluid. Benton notes that Marino's hands are shaking. The two men are hunched over, staring out at a sailboat gliding away from the boathouse.
"You ever go to the bandshell here?" Marino asks, overcome by emotions as he strangles in his throat with repeated coughs and loud sucks of smoke.
"I heard the Boston Pops on the 4th of July, Benton softly says. "You can't help but hear them from where I live. How are you?"
"But she don't come down in person."
Marino does his best to sound normal, just like the old days.
"Yeah, I can understand that. Me, I probably wouldn't either, all those mobs of idiots, and I hate mobs of people. Like in the malls. It's gotten to where I can't take shopping malls no more."
He blows out a large volume of smoke, the unfiltered cigarette trembling in his thick fingers.
"Least you ain't so far away you can't hear the music, pal. Could be worse. That's what I always say. Could be worse."
Benton's lean, handsome face does not register the volatile mix of thoughts and feelings inside his hidden places. His hands betray nothing. He controls his nerves and facial expressions. He is nobody's pal and never has been, and acute grief and anger heat up powerfully. Marino calls him pal because he doesn't know what else to call him.
"I suppose I should ask you not to call me pal,"
Benton comments in a bland voice.
"Sure. What the fuck?"
Marino shrugs, stung. For a big, tough cop, he is overly sensitive and takes the world personally. His capacity for interpreting an honest remark as an insult wearies those who know him and terrifies those who don't. Marino has a temper from hell, and his fury knows no bounds when he is sufficiently pissed off. The only reason he hasn't been killed during one of his outbursts is that his physical strength and survival skills are mixed with a strong dose of experience and luck. Even so, chance is never favorable forever. As Benton takes in every detail of Marino's appearance, he entertains the same worries from the past. He's going to be dropped by a bullet or a stroke one of these days.
"I sure as hell can't call you Tom,"
Marino counters.
"Not to your face."
"Be my guest. I'm used to it." Marino's jaw muscles flex as he smokes.
"You taking care of yourself better or worse since I saw you last?"
Benton stares down at his relaxed hands between his knees. His fingers slowly toy with a splinter he picks off the picnic table. "Although I think the answer is obvious," he adds with a slight smile. Sweat rolls down Marino's balding head. He shifts his position, conscious of the .40 caliber Glock pistol strapped under his huge left arm, and his desire to snatch off his bowling team windbreaker. Beneath it he is soaking wet, his heart beating hard, the dark blue nylon absorbing sunlight like a sponge. He exhales a cloud of smoke, hopes it doesn't drift in Benton's direction. It does, right in his face. "Thanks. Don't mention it. I can't call you Tom." Marino ogles a young woman in spandex shorts and sports bra trotting by, breasts bobbing. He can't get used to females running around in bras, and for a veteran homicide detective who has seen hundreds of naked women in his day, most of them in strip joints or on top of autopsy tables, he is surprisingly awed when he sees a female so scantily clad in public that he knows exactly what she looks like naked, right down to the size of her nipples. "My daughter ran around like that, I'd kill her," he mutters, staring at the retreating, pumping buttocks. "The world is grateful you don't have a daughter, Pete," Benton remarks. "No shit. Especially if she got my looks. Probably would have ended up some dyke professional wrestler." "I don't know about that. Rumor has it you used to be quite the hunk." Benton has seen photographs of Marino when he was a uniformed cop for NYPD in the long-ago days of his fledgling career. He was broad-shouldered and fine-looking, a real stud, before he let himself go to hell, unrelenting in his self-abuse, as if he hates his own flesh, as if he wants to kill it off and get it out of his way. Benton climbs down from the picnic table. He and Marino start walking toward the footbridge. "Oops," Marino smiles slyly. "Forgot you was gay. Guess I should be more sensitive about queers and dyke wrestlers, huh? But you try to hold my hand, I'll tear your head off." Marino has always been homophobic, but never as uncomfortable and confused as he is at this stage in his life. His conviction that gay men are perverts and that lesbians can be cured by sex with men has evolved from clear as air to dark as ink. He can see neither in nor out of what he believes about people who lust for their own gender, and his cynical, ugly comments have the flat ring of a bell cast in lead. Not much is plain to him any more. Not much seems unquestionably true. At least when he was devoutly bigoted he didn't have to question. In the beginning he lived by the gospel according to Marino. Over recent years he has become an agnostic, a compass with no magnetic north. His convictions wobble all over the place. "So what's it feel like to have people think you're, you know?" Marino asks. "Hope nobody's tried to beat you up or nothing." "I feel nothing about what people think of me," Benton says under his breath, conscious of people passing them on the footbridge, of cars speeding below them on Storrow Drive, as if any person within 100 feet of them might be watching and listening. "When's the last time you went fishing?" 16. Marino's demeanor sours as they follow a cobblestone walk in the shade of double rows of Japanese cherry trees, maples, and blue spruce. During his most venomous moods, usually late at night when he is alone and throwing back beers or shots of bourbon, he resents Benton Wesley, almost despises him for how much he has damaged the lives of everyone who matters. If Benton really were dead, it would be easier. Marino tells himself he would have gotten over it by now. But how does he recover from a loss that didn't happen and live with its secrets? So, when Marino is alone and drunk and has worked himself into a rabid state, he swears out loud at Benton while crushing one beer can after another and hurling them across his small, slovenly living room. "Look what you've done to her," he rails to the walls. "Look what you've done to her, you fucking son of a bitch!" Dr. Kay Scarpetta is an apparition between Marino and Benton as they walk. She is one of the most brilliant and remarkable women Marino has ever met, and Benton's torture and murder ripped off her skin, She stumbles over Benton's dead body everywhere she goes, and all along, from day one, Marino has known that Benton's gruesome homicide was faked, right down to the autopsy and lab reports, death certificate, and the ashes Scarpetta scattered into the wind at Hilton Head Island, a seaside resort she and Benton loved. The ashes and bits of bone were scraped from the bottom of a crematorium oven in Philadelphia. Leftovers, God knows whose. Marino presented them to Scarpetta in a cheap little urn given to him at the Philadelphia medical examiner's office, and all he could think to say was, "Sorry, Doc. I sure am sorry, Doc." Sweating in a suit and tie and standing on wet sand, he watched her fling those ashes into the wind of a hovering helicopter piloted by Lucy. In a hurricane of churning water and flying blades, the supposed remains of Scarpetta's lover were hurled as far out of reach as her pain. Marino stared at Lucy's hard face staring back at him through plexiglass as she did exactly what her aunt had asked her to do. And all the while, Lucy knew, too. Scarpetta trusts Lucy and Marino more than anyone else in her life. They helped plan Benton's staged murder and disappearance, and that truth is a brain infection, a sickness they battle daily, while Benton lives his life as a nobody named Tom. "I guess no fishing," Benton goes on in the same light tone. "They ain't biting." But Marino's anger is. His fury bears its fangs. "I see. Not a single fish. And bowling? Last I remember you were second in your league. The Firing Pins, I believe that was the name of your team." "Last century, yeah. I don't spend time in Virginia. Only when I get dragged back down to Richmond for court. I'm not with their PD anymore. In the process of moving to Florida and signing on with the Hollywood PD south of Lauderdale." "If you're in Florida," Benton points out, "when you go to Richmond, it's up to Richmond, not down to Richmond. One thing you've always had is an amazing sense of direction, Pete." Marino's caught in a lie, and he knows it. He constantly thinks of moving from Richmond. It shames him that he doesn't have the nerve. It is all he knows, even if there is nothing left for him in that city of old battles that continue to rage. "I didn't come here to bother you with long stories," Marino says. Benton's dark glasses glance in his direction as the two of them continue their leisurely pace. "Well, I can tell you've missed me," Benton comments, a splinter of ice in his tone. "It ain't fucking fair," Marino hisses, his fists clenched by his sides. "And I can't take it no more, pal. Lucy can't take it no more, pal. I wish you could be a fucking fly on a wall and see what you done to her. The doc, Scarpetta. Or maybe you don't remember her either. Did you come here to project your own anger onto me? I just thought, while I was in the neighborhood, I'd point out, now that I got your attention, that I don't see how dying can be worse than the way you live." "Be quiet," Benton quietly says with flinty self-control. "We'll talk inside." 17. In an area of Beacon Hill lined with proud old brick homes and graceful trees, Benton Wesley managed to find an address to suit his present peculiar needs. His apartment building is ugly beige precast, with plastic lawn chairs on balconies and a rusting wrought iron fence that encloses a front yard overgrown and depressingly dark. He and Marino take dimly lit stairs that smell of urine and stale cigarette smoke.
"Shit,"
Marino gasps for breath.
"Couldn't you at least find a joint with an elevator? I didn't mean nothing by what I said about dying. Nobody wants you to die."
On the 5th landing, Benton unlocks the scratched gray metal door to apartment 56.
"Most people already think I did." "Shit, I can't say anything right."
Marino wipes sweat off his face.
"I've got Dos Equis and limes."
Benton's voice seems to mimic the flip of the deadbolt lock.
"And, of course, fresh juice." No Budweiser? Please make yourself comfortable. You got Budweiser, don't you?
Pain sounds in Marino's voice. Benton doesn't remember anything about him.
Since I knew you were coming, of course I have Budweiser, Benton says from the kitchen. An entire refrigerator full of it.
Marino looks around and decides on a floral-printed couch. Not a nice one. The apartment is furnished and bears the dingy patina of many threadbare and careless lives that have come and gone. Benton probably hasn't lived in a decent place since he died and became Tom, and Marino sometimes wonders how the meticulous, refined man stands it. Benton is from a wealthy New England family and has always enjoyed a privileged life, although no amount of money would be enough ransom to free him from the horrors of his career. To see Benton living in an apartment typically occupied by partying college students or the lower middle class, to see him with a shaved head, facial hair, baggy jeans, and sweatshirt, and to know he doesn't even own a car, is unimaginable to Marino.
At least you're in good shape, Marino remarks with a yawn. At least, meaning that's the best you can say about me.
Benton ducks inside the old white refrigerator and emerges with 2 beers. The cold bottles clank together in one hand as he opens a drawer, rooting around for a church key, as Marino calls any gadget that flips the cap off a beer.
Mind if I smoke? Marino asks. Yes.
Benton opens and shuts a cabinet door.
Okay, so I'll go into fits and swallow my tongue. I didn't say you couldn't smoke.
Benton walks across the dim, shabby living room and hands Marino a Budweiser.
I said I minded.
He hands him a water glass that will have to do for an ashtray.
Yeah, so maybe you're in shape and don't smoke and all the rest.
Marino gets back to that as he takes a slug of beer and sighs contentedly.
But your life sucks.
Benton takes a seat across from Marino, the space between them occupied by a scratched formica-topped coffee table neatly lined with news magazines and the television remote control.
I don't need you to drop out of the sky to tell me my life sucks, he says. If that's why you're here, I wish to hell you'd never come. You've violated the program, put me at risk. Put myself at risk, Marino snaps. I was about to point that out.
Benton's voice heats up, his eyes burning.
We know damn well my being Tom isn't just about me. If it was just about me, I would let them take their best shot.
Marino begins picking at his beer bottle label.
No nuts Wolfman has agreed to spill the beans on his family, the great Sean Duns.
Benton reads the papers several times a day, excavating the internet, sending out queries on search engines to recover pieces of his past life. He knows all about Jean-Baptiste, the deformed, murderous son of Sean Dunn, the great Monsieur Sean Dunn, intimate friend of the noblesse in Paris, the head of the largest, most dangerous organized crime cartel in the world. Jean-Baptiste knows enough about his family business and those who carry out its terrible tasks to put everyone who matters behind bars or on a death chamber gurney. So far, Jean-Baptiste has bided his time in a maximum security Texas prison, saying nothing to anyone. It was the Chandon family and its massive web that Benton tangled with, and now, from thousands of miles away, Monsieur Chandon sips his fine wines, and never doubts that Benton has paid the ultimate price, a terrible price. Monsieur Chandon was foiled, but in a way he wasn't. Benton died a fake death to save himself and others from dying real ones, but the price he pays is Promethean. He may as well be chained to rocks. He cannot heal because his guts are torn out daily.
Wolfman, as Marino usually refers to Jean-Baptiste, says he'll finger everyone from his daddy on down to the butlers, but only under certain conditions. He hesitates. He ain't fucking with us either, Benton. He means it.
You know that for a fact, Benton blandly says.
Yeah, a fact. How has he communicated this to you?
Benton's eyes take on a familiar intensity as he goes into his mode.
Letters? Do we know who he's been writing besides you? The doc? Her letter was sent to me. I haven't given it to her. See no point. Who else? Lucy?
Hers also sent to you?
No. Directly to her office. I got no idea how he got the address or knew the name of the last precinct when she doesn't list it. Everybody thinks her business is called InfoSearch Solutions.
Why would he know that people like Lucy and you refer to her business as the last precinct? If I logged onto the internet right now, would I find any mention of the last precinct?
Not the one we're talking about, you wouldn't.
Would I find InfoSearch Solutions?
Sure.
Is her office phone number listed? Benton asks.
InfoSearch Solutions is.
So maybe he also knows the listed name of her business, called Directory Assistance, and got the address that way. Actually, you can find just about anything on the internet these days, and for less than $50 even buy unlisted and cell phone numbers.
I don't think Wolfman has a computer in his death row cell,
Marino says in annoyance.
Rocco Caggiano could have fed him all kinds of information,
Benton reminds him. At one time he had to have Lucy's business number since he planned to depose her. Then, of course, Jean-Baptiste pled.
Sounds like you keep up with the news.
Marino tries to divert the conversation away from the subject of Rocco Caggiano.
Did you read the letter he wrote to Lucy? She told me about it. Didn't want to fax or email it.
This bothers Marino, too. Lucy didn't want him to see the letter. Any letters to anybody else? Marino shrugs, sips his beer.
Not a clue. Obviously he ain't writing to you.
He thinks this is funny. Benton doesn't smile.
Because you're dead, right?
Marino assumes Benton doesn't catch the joke.
Well, in prison, if an inmate marks his outgoing letters legal mail or media mail, it's illegal for officials to open them. So if Wolfman's got any legal and media pen pals, the information's privileged.
He begins picking at the label on his beer bottle, talking on as if Benton knows nothing about the inner workings of penitentiaries, where he has interviewed hundreds of violent criminals during his career.
The only place to look is his visitors list, since a lot of the people these squirrels write also come visit. Wolfman's got a list. Let's see. The governor of Texas, the president,
as in the President of the United States. Benton's trademark is to take all information seriously. Marino says,
"Yup."
It unnerves him to see gestures and reactions that are the Benton of the past, the Benton he worked with, the Benton who was his friend. Who else? Benton gets up and collects a legal pad and pen from tidy stacks of paperwork and magazines next to the computer on the kitchen table. He slips on a pair of wire-rimmed glasses, very small, John Lennon's style, nothing he would have worn in his former life. Sitting back down, he writes the time, date, and location on a clean sheet of paper. From where Marino sits, he makes out the word offender, but beyond that he can't read Benton's small scrawl, especially upside down. Marino answers, "His father and mother are on the list. Now that's a real joke, right?" Benton's pen pauses. He glances up. What about his lawyer, Rocco Caggiano? Marino swills beer in the bottom of the bottle.
"Rocco,"
Benton says with more emphasis.
"You going to tell me?"
Fury and shame dart across Marino's face.
"Just remember, he ain't mine. Didn't grow up with me. Don't know him. Don't want to know him. Would blow his fucking brains out just as easy as any other dirtbags. Genetically, he's your son, whether you like it or not," Benton replies matter-of-factly. "I don't even remember when his birthday is."
Marino dismisses his only child with a wave of a hand and a last slug of Budweiser. Rocco Marino, who changed his surname to Caggiano, was born bad. He was Marino's shameful, dirty secret, an abscess he showed to no one until Jean-Baptiste Chandon loped onto the scene. For most of Marino's life, he believed that Rocco's curdled choices were personal, the harshest punishment he could levy on the father he despises. Oddly, Marino found some comfort in that. A personal vendetta was better than the humiliating and painful truth that Rocco is indifferent to Marino. Rocco's choices have nothing to do with Marino. If anything, Rocco laughs at Marino, his father, and thinks he is a Keystone Cop loser who dresses like a pig, lives like a pig, and is a pig. Rocco's reappearance in Marino's world was a coincidence. A funny-as-hell coincidence, in Rocco's own words, when he stopped long enough to speak to his father outside the courtroom door after Jean-Baptiste Chandon's arraignment. Rocco has been in deep with organized crime since he was old enough to shave. He was a toady scumbag lawyer for the Chandons long before Marino had ever heard of them.
"We know where Rocco's spending his time these days?" Benton asks.
Marino's eyes turn as dark and flat as old pennies.
"Possibly, very possibly, we will soon enough." "Meaning?"
Marino leans back against the couch as if the conversation pleases him and pumps up his ego.
"Meaning he's got tin cans tied to his ass this time and don't know it."
"Meaning?" Benton asks again.
"Interpol's flagged him as a fugitive and he ain't aware of it. Lucy told me. I'm confident we're going to find him and a lot of other assholes."
"We?" Marino shrugs again, tries to take another swallow of beer, and gulps air. He belches, thinks about getting up for a refill.
"We is collectively speaking," he explains. "We as in us good guys. Rocco's going down because he's going to traipse through an airport, and his little red notice is going to pop up on a computer, and next thing he's got a nice pair of shiny handcuffs on and maybe an AR-15 pointed at his head."
"For what crimes? He's always gotten away with his dirty work. That's part of his charm."
"All I know is there are warrants on him in Italy."
"Says who?"
"Lucy. I'd give anything to be the one who points that AR-15 at his head, only I'd pull the trigger for sure,"
Marino says, believing he means it but unable to envision it. The images won't come.
"He's your son,"
Benton quietly reminds him.
"I suggest you get yourself ready for how it will feel if you have anything at all to do with whatever might happen to him. I'm not aware that your pursuit of him or any other Chandon operatives is your legal jurisdictional right. Or are you now working undercover for the feds?"
A pause. Marino hates the feds.
"I won't feel nothing."
He tries to keep his demeanor flat, but his nerves have begun to fizz with fury and fear.
"Besides, I don't even know where the hell he is. Someone else out there will catch him, and he'll be extradited to Italy if he lives that long. I got no doubt the Chandons will take him out before he has a chance to open his mouth."
"Who else?" Benton moves on. "Who else is on the list?"
"A couple reporters. Never heard of them, and for all I know, they don't exist. Oh yeah, and here's a good one. Wolfman's pretty boy brother, Jean-Paul Chandon, a.k.a. J. Tally. Wish the bastard would drop by the prison for a visit so we could arrest his ass and he could join his ugly-ass twin on death row."
Benton stops writing, a fleeting emotion passing through his eyes at the mention of J. Tally's name.
"You're assuming he's still alive. Do you know that?" "Got no reason to think otherwise. My guess is his family's protecting him and he's living the good life somewhere while he carries on with the family business."
It occurs to Marino as he says all this that Benton probably knows Tally is a Chandon who passed himself off as an American, became an ATF agent, and managed to get himself assigned as a liaison to Interpol's headquarters in France. Marino mentally scans everything that has been made public about the Jean-Baptiste case. He's not sure if there was any mention of Scarpetta's relationship with Tally, when she and half the world believed he was the handsome, big-shot agent who spoke dozens of languages and had gone to Harvard. Benton doesn't need to know what went on between Scarpetta and Tally. Marino hopes like hell Benton never finds out.
"I've read about J. Tally," Benton says. "He's very smart, very smooth, extremely sadistic and dangerous. I seriously doubt he's dead."
Marino's thoughts scatter like startled birds.
"Like, what have you read?"
"It's no secret that he's Jean-Baptiste's twin brother, fraternal twin." Benton's face is impassive.
"Weirdest thing I ever heard of."
Marino shakes his head.
"Imagine, he and Wolfman born a few minutes apart. Talk about one brother getting the bad luck of the draw, while the other, Tally, gets dealt all aces."
"He's a violent psychopath," Benton replies.
I wouldn't exactly call that aces. Their DNA's so much alike, Marino goes on. You've got to use a lot of probes to figure out you're looking at the DNA of two different people.
Marino pauses, slightly exasperated, as he continues picking at his beer label.
Don't ask me to explain probes and DNA shit. The doc figured it all.
Who else is on the list? Benton interrupts him. Marino's face goes blank. The visitors list.
The list is garbage. I'm sure no one on it has ever come to see John the Baptist except his lawyer.
Your son, Rocco Caggiano. He won't let Marino evade that fact. Anyone else? Benton persists, taking notes.
Turns out I am. Isn't that sweet? And then my new pen pal Wolfman sends me mail. A letter from me and the one for the doc that I didn't give to her.
Marino gets up to help himself to another beer.
Need one?
Benton tells him no. Retrieving his jacket, Marino digs in one pocket, then another, finding folded pieces of paper.
I just happened to have them with me. Photocopies, including the envelopes.
The list. Benton won't stray from that subject. Certainly you brought a copy of the list with you.
I don't need a copy of that goddamn list.
Marino's annoyance shows.
What is it about you in that fucking list? I can tell you exactly who's on it. The people I've already mentioned, plus 2 reporters. Carlos Guarino and Emanuele Lafleur.
His pronunciation is unintelligible, and Benton asks him to spell the names.
Supposedly they live in Sicily and Paris. Real people. No sign of their bylines on the internet, and Lucy's looked.
If Lucy can't find them, they don't exist, Benton decides.
Also on Wolfman's guest list is none other than Jamie Berger, who would have prosecuted his ass had he gone to trial in New York for the news lady he mauled up there. Berger's a piece of work. Has a history with the doc. They're friends.
Benton knows all this and doesn't react. He takes notes.
And last and probably least, some guy named Robert Lee.
His name sounds real enough. By chance is his middle initial E? Benton Riley comments. Any correspondence between Jean-Baptiste and this Robert Lee on the outside chance Mr. Lee didn't die 100-some years ago?
All I can tell you is he's on the visitors list. Any mail that's privileged the prison won't talk about, so I got no idea who else Wolfman writes to or gets love notes from.
18. Marino smooths open his letter from Jean-Baptiste and begins to read.
Bonjour, mon cher ami Pete.
He interrupts himself and looks up, scowling.
Can you believe he calls me Pete? Now that really pisses me off.
More than being called mon cher ami? Benton asks dryly.
I don't like dirtbags calling me by my first name. It's just one of my things. Please read, Benton says with a touch of impatience.
And I hope there is nothing more in French for you to mangle. What's the date of this letter?
Not even a week ago. I arranged things to get here as quick as I could. To see you. Oh, for shit's sake, I'm going to call you Benton.
Actually, you're not. Please read. Marino lights another cigarette, inhales deeply, and continues.
Just a note to tell you I am growing my hair. Why? But of course it is because they have given me my date to die. It is May 7th at 10 p.m. Not a minute later, so I hope you will be there as my special guest. Before then, mon ami, I have business to conclude, so I make you an offer you can't refuse, as they say in the movies. You will never catch them without me, Jean-Baptiste. It would be like catching 1,000 fish without a very big net. I am the net. There are 2 conditions. They are simple. I will admit nothing except to Madame Scarpetta, who has asked my permission to see her and tell her what I know. No one else can be present. I have yet another condition that she does not know. She must be the doctor who administers my lethal cocktail, as they say. Madame Scarpetta must kill me. I fully trust if she agrees she will not break her promise to me. You see how well I know her. A bientôt, Jean-Baptiste Chandon. And the letter to her? Benton abruptly asks, unwilling to say Scarpetta's name. The same thing, more or less.
Marino does not want to read it to him.
You have it in your hand. Read it.
Marino taps an ash into the water glass, squinting an eye as he blows out smoke.
I'll give you the upshot.
"Don't protect me, Pete," Benton softly says.
Sure, if you want to hear it, I'll read it. But I don't think it's necessary, and maybe you ought...
"Please read it." Now Benton sounds weary. His eyes are not as intense, and he leans back in the chair. Marino clears his throat as he unfolds another plain white sheet of paper. He begins, "Mon cher amour, Kay." He glances up at Benton's expressionless face. The color has drained from it, his complexion sallow beneath his tan.
My heart is in great pain because you have not made an appointment to come to see me yet. I do not understand. Of course you feel as I do. I am your thief in the night, the great lover who came to steal you away, yet you refused. You shunned me and wounded me. Now you must be empty, so bored, languishing for me, Madame Scarpetta. As for me, I am not bored. You are here with me in my cell, without a will, completely under my spell. You must know it. You must feel it. Let me see, can I count? Is it 4, 5, or 15 times a day I rip open those very nice suits you wear? The haute couture of Madame Scarpetta, the doctor, the lawyer, the chief. I tear off everything with my bare hands and bite into those big tits while you shiver and die with delight. Is there a point to this?
Benton's voice snaps like a pistol slide racking back.
I'm not interested in his pornographic drivel. What does he want?
Marino looks hard at him, pauses, then turns over the letter. Sweat beads on his balding head and rolls down his temples. He reads what is on the back of the plain white sheet of paper.
I must see you. You cannot escape unless you do not care if more innocent people die. Not that anyone is innocent. I will tell you all that is necessary. But I must look at you in the flesh as I speak the truth, and then you will kill me.
Marino stops reading.
More shit you don't need to hear.
And she knows nothing about this?
Well, Marino equivocates, not really. Like I said, I didn't show it to her. All I told her is I got a letter and Wolfman wants to see her and will exchange information for her visit, and he wants her to be the one who gives him the needle.
Typically, penitentiaries use free-world doctors, regular physicians from the outside, to administer the lethal cocktail. Benton oddly comments, as if what Marino just said has no impact on him.
Did you use ninhydrin on the letters? Now he changes the subject. Obviously, I can't tell since these are photocopies.
The chemical ninhydrin would have reacted to the amino acid in fingerprints, turning portions of the original letters a deep violet.
Didn't want to damage them, Marino replies. What about an alternate light source? Something non-destructive, such as a crime scope?
When Marino doesn't respond, Benton pierces him with the obvious point.
You did nothing to prove these letters are from Jean-Baptiste Chandon? You just assume? Jesus.
Benton rubs his face with his hands.
Jesus Christ. You come here, take a risk like that and don't even know for a fact that these letters came from him? And let me guess, you didn't have the backs of the stamps and envelope flaps swabbed for DNA either. What about postmarks? What about return addresses? There's no return address, not for him, I mean, and no postmark that might tell us where he sent it from, Marino admits, and he is sweating profusely now.
Benton leans forward.
What? He hand-delivered the letters? The return address isn't his? What the hell are you talking about? How could he mail something to you and there's no postmark?
Marino unfolds another piece of paper and hands it to him. The photocopy is of an 8.5 by 11-inch white envelope, pre-printed, U.S. postage paid, for the non-profit organization, the National Academy of Justice.
Well, I guess we've both seen this before, Benton says, looking at the photocopy, since we've been members of the NAJ for most of our lives, or at least I used to be. Sorry to say, but I'm not on their mailing list anymore.
He pauses, noting that first-class mail has been X'd through just below the pre-printed postage-paid stamp.
For once, I'm blanking out on any possible explanation, he says. This is what came in the mail to me, Marino explains. The NAJ envelope, and when I opened it, the 2 letters were inside, one to me, one to the doc. Sealed, marked legal mail, I guess in case someone at the prison was curious about the NAJ envelope and decided to tear into it. Only other thing written on the envelopes was our names.
Both men are silent for a moment. Marino smokes and drinks beer.
Well, I do have a possibility, the only thing I can think of, Marino then says. I checked with the NAJ, and from the warden on down, there are 56 officers who are members. It wouldn't be unusual to see one of these envelopes lying around somewhere.
Benton is shaking his head.
But your address is printed. Machine printed. How could Shandon manage to do that? How the hell do you stand this joint? Don't you even got air conditioning? And we did swab the envelopes the letters came in, but it's that self-stick adhesive, so he didn't have to lick nothing.
This is evasion, and Marino knows it. Sloughed-off skin cells can adhere to self-sticking adhesives. He doesn't want to answer Benton's question.
How did Shandon pull off sending you letters inside an envelope like this?
This book is continued on Disc 3. Disc 3.
How did Shandon pull off sending you letters inside an envelope like this?
Benton shakes the photocopy at Marino.
And don't you find it just a little odd that first-class mail is X'd out? Why might that be? I guess we'll just have to get Wolfman to explain, Marino rudely replies. I got no fucking idea. Yet you seem to know for a fact that the letters are from Jean-Baptiste.
Benton measures each word.
Pete, you're better than this.
Marino wipes his forehead on his sleeve.
Look, so the fact is we don't got scientific evidence to prove nothing, but it's not because we didn't take a shot at it. We did use the Lumelite, and we did try for DNA, and everything's whistle clean as of this moment. Mitochondrial DNA, you trying for that? Why bother? It would take months, and by then he'll be dead. And there's no way in hell we're going to get a goddamn thing anyway. For crying out loud, don't you think the asshole gets off on somehow using a National Academy of Justice envelope? How's that for a fuck you? Don't you think he gets off on making us do all these tests when he knows we'll come up with zip? All he had to do was cover his hands with toilet paper or whatever when he touched anything. Maybe, Benton says.
Marino is about to erupt. He is exasperated beyond his limit.
Easy, Pete, Benton says. You would think less of me if I didn't ask.
Marino stares off without blinking.
My opinion, Benton goes on. He wrote the letters and was deliberate about not leaving evidence. I don't know how he managed to use a National Academy of Justice envelope, and yes, that is a huge fuck you. Frankly, I'm surprised you haven't heard from him before now. The letters sound authentic. They do not have the off-key ring of a crank. We know Jean-Baptiste has a breast fetish.
He says this clinically.
We know it is very likely he has information that could destroy his criminal family and the cartel. It fits with his insatiable need to dominate and control that he presents the conditions he has. And what about him saying the doc wants to see him? You tell me. She never wrote him. I asked her point blank. Why the hell would she write that piece of shit? I told her about the National Academy of Justice envelopes, that the letter to her and me came in one. I showed her a photocopy.
Of what? Benton interrupts.
A photocopy of the National Academy of Justice envelope. Marino is getting exasperated. The one her and my letters from Wolfman came in. I told her if she gets one of these goddamn National Academy of Justice envelopes herself, not to open it, not to even touch it. Do you really believe he wants her to be his executioner? If he intends to die. Intends? Marino interrupts him. I don't believe old Wolfie boy's got much to say about that. A lot can happen between now and then, Pete. Remember who his connections are. I wouldn't be too sure of anything. And by the way, when Lucy got her letter, was it also sent in a postage-paid National Academy of Justice envelope? Yup. The fantasy of a woman doctor administering the lethal injection and watching him die would be erotic to him, Benton muses. Not just any doctor. We're talking about Scarpetta. He victimizes to the end, dominates and controls another human being to the end, forces a person to commit an act that will scar forever. Benton pauses before he adds, "You kill someone, you never forget him, now do you? We have to take the letters seriously. I do believe they are from him, fingerprints, DNA or not." "Yeah, well, I believe they're from him too, and that he means what he says, and that's why I'm here if you ain't figured it out yet. If we can get Wolfman to sing, we move in on all his daddy's lieutenants and put the Shandun cartel out of business, and you got nothing to worry about anymore." Who is we? I wish you'd quit saying that. Marino gets up to help himself to another beer. Anger and frustration flare again. "Don't you get it?" he calls out, rummaging inside the refrigerator. "After May 7th, after we got the goods and Wolfman's dead, there ain't no reason for you to be Tom What's-His-Name anymore." Who is we? Marino snorts like a bull as he pops open a bottle of Dos Equis this time. We is me. We is Lucy. Does Lucy know you came to see me today? No, I didn't tell anyone and won't. Good. Benton doesn't move in his chair. Wolfman gives us pawns to knock off the board. Marino plans on without him. Maybe he's already given us our first pawn by ratting out Rocco. I can only figure that somebody must have ratted him out if he's suddenly a fugitive. I see. How honorable of Shandun. If your son is his first pawn, will you visit Rocco in prison, Pete? Marino suddenly smashes the beer bottle in the sink. Glass shatters. He strides over to Benton and gets in his face. Shut up about him, you hear me? I hope he gets fucking AIDS in prison and dies. All the suffering he's caused. Now it should be his goddamn turn. Who's suffering? Benton doesn't flinch at Marino's hot, beery breath. You're suffering? Start with his mother's suffering, and keep on going. Marino still has a hard time thinking about Doris, his ex-wife and Rocco's mother. She was Marino's sweetheart when he was in his prime. He still thinks of her as his sweetheart, long after he stopped paying attention to her. He was stunned when she left him for another man. While this is crossing Marino's mind, he is yelling at Benton. You can come home, you fucking idiot! You can live your life again! Marino sits down on the couch, breathing hard, his face a deep red that reminds Benton of the 575M Maranello Ferrari he has seen around Cambridge. Its color is a deep burgundy called Barchetta, and thinking of that car reminds him of Lucy, who has always been in love with fast, powerful machines. You can see the Doc and Lucy and... Untrue, Benton whispers. Jean-Baptiste Shandun has manipulated himself into this position. He is exactly where he wants to be. Connect the dots, Pete. Go back to how it started after he was arrested. He shocked everyone by offering an unsolicited confession to yet another murder, this one in Texas, and then of all things pled guilty. Why? Because he wanted to be extradited to Texas. It was his choice, not the governor of Virginia's. No way, Marino challenges. Our ambitious Virginia governor didn't want to piss off Washington by pissing off France, the anti-death penalty capital of the world, so we gave Shandun to Texas. Benton shakes his head. Not so. Jean-Baptiste gave Jean-Baptiste to Texas. And how the hell would you know anyway? You talking to people? I thought you didn't talk to no one. Benton doesn't reply. I don't get it, Marino goes on. Why would Wolfman give a shit about Texas? He knew he would die quickly there, and he wanted to die quickly. It was part of his master plan. He had no intention of rotting on death row for 10 or 15 years, and his chances of gamesmanship are much greater in Texas. Virginia might very well fold to political pressure and stay his execution. Virginia is also claustrophobic. His every move would be watched. He would get away with much less because law enforcement and corrections officers would make it their mission to ensure his safety and good behavior. He would be monitored to the extreme. Don't tell me that if he were in Virginia his mail wouldn't be secretly checked. The hell with his legal rights. Virginia would want to fry his ass, Marino argued, after what he'd done. He killed a store clerk. He killed a cop. He almost killed the chief medical examiner. The governor at that time is now a senator and chairman of the Democratic National Committee. He didn't piss off Washington because he wasn't about to piss off the French. The governor of Texas, now in his second term and a trigger-happy Republican, by the way, doesn't give a damn who he pisses off. The chief medical examiner? You just can't bring yourself to say her name, can you? Marino exclaims, incredulous. 19. A few years back, Lucy Farinelli's Aunt Kay recalled an anecdote about the decapitated head of a German soldier who died in World War II. His body was discovered buried in sand somewhere in Poland, she recounted to Lucy, and arid conditions remarkably preserved his Aryan short blonde hair, attractive features, and even the stubble on his chin. When Scarpetta saw the head in a Polish Forensic Medical Institute showcase while visiting as a forensic lecturer, she thought of Madame Tussaud's, she said. His front teeth are broken, Scarpetta went on with the story, explaining that she didn't think the damaged teeth were a post-mortem artifact or due to an ante-mortem injury that had occurred at or around the boyish Nazi's death. He simply had poor dental care. Loose contact gunshot wound to the right temple. She cited the Nazi's cause of death. The angle of the wound points the way the gun was directed, in this case downward. Often in a suicide, the muzzle will be straight on or directed upward. There's no soot in this case because the wound was cleaned, the hair around it shaved at the morgue, where the mummified remains were sent to make certain the death wasn't recent. Or so I was told when I was lecturing at the Pomorska Akademia Medicna. The only reason Lucy is reminded of the decapitated Nazi as her car is being searched at Germany's northeast border is that the German guard is a handsome, blue-eyed blonde and seems much too young to be infected with ennui as he leans inside her black rental Mercedes and sweeps the leather seats with a flashlight. Next he sweeps the black carpeted floor, the strong beam illuminating Lucy's scuffed leather briefcase and red Nike duffel bags in back. He makes several bright stabs at the front passenger seat, then moves around to the trunk, popping it open. He shuts it with scarcely a glance. Had he bothered to unzip those 2 duffel bags and dig through clothing, he would have discovered a tactical baton. It looks rather much like a black rubber fishing pole handle, but with a quick flip of the wrist extends into a 2-foot-long thin rod of carbonized steel, capable of shattering bone and shearing soft tissue, including the internal organs of the belly. Lucy is prepared to explain the weapon, which is relatively unknown and unused except by law enforcement. She would claim that her overly protective boyfriend gave her the baton for self-defense because she is a businesswoman and often travels alone. She really isn't quite sure how to use the thing, she would sheepishly explain, but he insisted and promised it was perfectly all right to pack it. If police confiscated the baton, so what? But Lucy is relieved that it is not discovered, and that the officer in his pale green uniform checking her passport from inside his booth does not seem curious about this young American woman driving alone late at night in a Mercedes. "What is the purpose of your visit?" he asks in awkward English. "Geschäft." She doesn't tell him what kind of business, but has an answer prepared if necessary. He picks up the phone and says something Lucy is unable to decipher, but she senses he isn't talking about her, or if he is, it is nothing. She expected her belongings to be riffled through and was ready for it. She expected to be quizzed. But the guard who reminds her of the decapitated head returns her passport. "Danke," she politely says, as she silently labels him a tragnard. The world is full of lazy fools like him. He waves her on. She creeps forward, crossing the border into Poland, and now another guard, this one Polish, puts her through the same routine. There is no ordeal, no thorough search, not a hint of anything but sleepiness and boredom. This is too easy. Paranoia sets in. She remembers she should never trust anything that is too easy, and she imagines the Gestapo and SS soldiers, cruel spectres from the past. Fear rises like body odor, a fear that is baseless and irrational.
Sweat rolls down her sides beneath her windbreaker as she thinks of Poles overpowered and disenfranchised from their own names and lives during a war she knows about only from history books. It is not so different from the way Benton Wesley exists, and Lucy wonders what he would think and feel if he knew she was in Poland, and why. Not a day goes by when he doesn't shadow her life. 20. Her career experience does not show, unless she intentionally displays it like a weapon. She was still in high school when she began interning for the FBI and designed their criminal artificial intelligence network known as CANE. When she graduated from the University of Virginia, she became an FBI special agent and was given free rein as a computer and technical expert. She learned to fly helicopters and became the first female member of the FBI Special Forces hostage rescue team. Hostility, harassment, and crude innuendos followed her on every deployment, raid, and punishing training session. Rarely was she invited to join the men for a beer in the academy bar called the boardroom. They did not confide in her about raids gone wrong, or their wives and children or girlfriends. But they watched her. There was talk about her in the showers. Her career with the FBI was aborted on a dewy October morning when she and her HRT partner, Rudy Musil, were shooting live 9mm rounds inside the FBI Academy's tire house. As its name implies, the highly dangerous indoor range was filled with old tires that tactical agents could dive over, duck under, dart around, and hide behind as they practiced maniacal maneuvers. Rudy was breathing hard and sweating as he crouched behind a mound of tires and smacked another magazine into his Glock, peering around a threadbare Michelin as he looked for Lucy, his partner. "All right! Come clean!" he yelled at her through gun smoke. "What's your sexual preference?" "To have it as often as possible." She reloaded and snapped back the slide while rolling between stacks of tires before firing 5 rounds at a pop-up target 30 feet away. The cluster of headshots was so tight it looked like a small flower. "Oh, yeah?" 2 bullets loudly clinked a pop-up thug holding a machine gun. "Me and the guys got bets on it." Rudy's voice came closer as he crawled on his belly across the filthy concrete floor. He pounced through towers of sooty tires and grabbed an unsuspecting Lucy by her steel-reinforced Red Wing boots. "Gotcha!" He laughed, setting his pistol on top of a tire. "Are you fucking crazy?" Lucy cleared a round from the chamber of her pistol, the ejected cartridge bouncing off the floor. "We're using live ammo, you fucking idiot!" "Let me see that thing." Rudy got serious. "It doesn't sound right." He took the pistol from her, dropped out the magazine. "Loose spring." He shook the pistol before setting it next to his gun on the tire. "Aha! Rule number 1. Never lose your weapon." He got on top of her, laughing as he wrestled with her, somehow believing this was what she had been waiting for, and that she was excited and didn't mean it when she continued screaming, "Get off of me, asshole!" Finally, he restrained both her wrists in one of his powerful hands. He plunged the other inside her shirt and shoved his tongue inside her mouth as he pushed up her bra. "The guys only say," he panted, "you're a dyke 'cause," he fumbled with her belt buckle, "they can't have you." Lucy bit through Rudy's bottom lip and knocked her forehead hard against the bridge of his nose. He spent the rest of the day in the emergency room. FBI attorneys reminded her that litigation benefited no one, especially since Rudy believed that she wanted it and had probable cause to believe it. Lucy told Rudy she wanted it as often as possible, he reluctantly stated in the forms he was forced to complete for internal affairs. "It's true," Lucy calmly agreed during a sworn statement before a panel of 5 lawyers, not one of whom represented her. "I said that, but I didn't say I wanted it with him or with anyone right then in the middle of live fire, in the middle of the tire house, in the middle of a maneuver, in the middle of my period." "But you'd led him on in the past. You'd given Agent Musil reason to think you were attracted to him." "What reason?" Lucy was baffled under oath. "Offering him a stick of gum now and then? Helping him clean his guns? Hanging with him to run the Yellow Brick Road and other obstacle courses, the worst one at the Marine Corps base, joking around, that sort of thing?
Quite a bit of togetherness, the lawyers agreed with one another.
He's my partner. Partners have quite a bit of togetherness.
Nonetheless, you seem to devote quite a lot of your time and attention to Agent Musil, including personal attention, such as asking him about his weekends and holidays and calling him at home when he was out sick. Perhaps joking around, as you put it, might have been interpreted as flirting. Some people joke around when they flirt.
The lawyers agreed once again, and what was worse, 2 of them were women. Women in masculine skirt suits and high-heel shoes. Women whose eyes reflected an identification with the aggressor, as if their irises were glued onto their eyeballs backward, and were dull instead of bright and blind to what was in front of them. The women lawyers had the dead eyes of people who kill themselves off to get what they want, or to become what they fear.
"I'm sorry," Lucy said as her attention sharpened and she avoided the dead eyes. "You stepped on me. Please repeat," she muttered aviation jargon.
"I'm sorry? Who stepped on you?"
Frowns. "You interfered with my transmission to the tower. Oops, there is no tower. This is uncontrolled airspace, and you get to do whatever you want, right?" More frowns. The lawyers glanced at one another as if Lucy was very weird. "Never mind," she added. "You're an attractive single woman. Can you see how Agent Musil must have misinterpreted joking around, phone calls at home, etc., as your being sexually interested in him, Agent Farinelli? It has also been stated that you often refer to Agent Musil and yourself as yin and ilang. I've told Rudy 100 times that ilang is a Malayan tree. Ilang ilang, to be more precise, a tree with yellow flowers that perfume is distilled from. But he doesn't always tune his ears to the right frequency." Lucy fought a smile. The lawyers were taking notes. "I never called Rudy ilang. Now and then I did call him yang, and he called me ying, no matter how many times I told him the word was yin," Lucy explained further. Silence. Pen poised. "It has to do with Chinese philosophy?" Lucy might as well have been talking to a chalkboard. Balance, counterparts. "Why did you call each other whatever? Because we're 2 peas in a pod. Do you know that expression? I think we're familiar with the term 2 peas in a pod. Again, such nicknames suggest a relationship." "Not the kind you're talking about," Lucy replied without rancor, because she did not hate Rudy in the least. "He and I are 2 peas in a pod because neither of us fit in. He's Austrian, and the other guys call him Muesli because he's, quote, full of shit, which he doesn't think is the least bit funny. And I'm a lesbian, a man-hater, because no normal woman who likes men would want to be HRT and make the cut, according to the laws of machismo." Lucy scanned the women's dead eyes and decided the male attorney's eyes were dead too. The only sign of life in them was the glint of small, miserable creatures who hated someone like Lucy because she dared to resist being overpowered and frightened by them. "This interview, deposition, inquisition, whatever the hell it is bullshit," Lucy told them. "I have no interest in suing the fucking Bureau of Investigation. I took care of myself in the tire house. I didn't report the incident. Rudy did. He had to explain his injuries. He claimed responsibility. He could have lied, but he didn't, and the 2 of us are eye to eye." She used the word eye to remind the lawyers of their dead eyes, as if somehow the lawyers knew their eyes were dead and incapable of seeing a reality that flexed with truth and possibilities and begged humans to partake of it and war against the dead-eyed people who were ruining the world. "Rudy and I have acted as our own mediator," Lucy went on calmly. "We have re-established that we are partners, and one partner doesn't do what the other doesn't want or commit any act that might betray the other partner or place him or her in harm's way. And he told me he was sorry, and he meant it. He was crying." "Spies say they are sorry. They also cry." A flush was climbing up the throat of a hostile woman attorney in pinstripes and skinny high heels that reminded Lucy of bound feet. "And your accepting his apology isn't an option, Agent Farinelli. He attempted to rape you."
She emphasized the point, assuming it would humiliate and victimize Lucy again by inviting the male attorneys to envision her naked and sexually assaulted on the sooty concrete floor of the tire house. "I didn't know Rudy was accused of being a spy," Lucy replied. She resigned from the FBI and was hired by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, which the FBI unfairly considers a collection of backwoods boys who bust up moonshine stills and wear tool belts and guns. She became an expert fire investigator in Philadelphia, where she helped stage Benton Wesley's murder, which included procuring the body of an anatomical donation bound for dissection at a medical school. The dead man was elderly, with thick silver hair, and after he was incinerated inside a torched building, a visual identification was unreliable, if not impossible. All a shocked Scarpetta saw at the filthy, water-soaked, smoking scene was a charred body and a faceless skull with silver hair, and a titanium wristwatch that had belonged to Benton Wesley. Under secret orders from Washington, the chief medical examiner in Philadelphia was ordered to falsify all reports. On paper, Benton was dead. Just one more homicide added to the FBI's crime statistics for 1997. After he vanished into the black hole of the Witness Protection Program, ATF immediately transferred Lucy to the Miami field office, where she volunteered for dangerous undercover work and talked her way into it, despite reservations on the part of the special agent in charge. Lucy had an attitude. She was volatile. No one close to her except Pete Marino understood why. Scarpetta didn't know or remotely suspect the truth. She assumed Lucy was going through a terrible phase because she couldn't cope with Benton being dead, when the truth was that Lucy couldn't cope with Benton's being alive. Within a year of her new post in Miami, she shot and killed 2 drug dealers in a takedown that went bad. Despite video surveillance tapes that clearly showed she had saved herself and the life of her undercover partner, there was talk. There was ugly gossip and disinformation, and one administrative investigation after another. Lucy quit ATF. She quit the feds. She cashed in her .com stocks before the economy destabilized and crashed after 9/11. She invested a portion of her wealth, along with her law enforcement experience and talent, into creating a private investigative agency she calls The Last Precinct. It's where you go when there's no place left. It isn't advertised or listed in any directory. 21. Benton gets up from the chair and slips his hands into his pockets. "People from the past," he says. "We live many lives, Pete, and the past is a death. Something over, something that can't come back. We move on and reinvent ourselves." "What a load of crap! You've been spending too much time alone," Marino says in disgust, as fear chills his heart. "You're making me sick. I'm glad as hell Scarpetta ain't here to see this. Or maybe she ought to, so she'd finally get over you, like you've obviously gotten over her. God damn it, can't you turn up the air conditioner in this joint?" Marino strides over to the window unit and turns it on high. "You know what she's doing these days, or don't you give a flying fuck? Nothing. She's a goddamn consultant. Got fired as the chief. Can you believe it? The fucking governor of Virginia got rid of her because of political shit. And getting fired in the middle of a scandal don't help you get much business," he rants on. "When it comes to her, no one's hiring, unless it's some pissant case in some place that can't afford anyone, so she does it for nothing. Like some stupid drug overdose in Baton Rouge. A stupid-ass drug OD." "Louisiana?" Benton wanders toward a window and looks out. "Yeah, the coroner from there called me this morning before I left Richmond. Some guy named Lanier. An old drug OD. I knew nothing about it, so then he wanted to know if the doc's doing private work and basically wanted me to vouch for her character. I was pretty fucking pissed. But that's what it's come down to. She needs fucking references." "Louisiana?" Benton says again, as if there must be some mistake. "You know any other state with a city named Baton Rouge?" Marino snidely asks above the noise of the air conditioner. "Not a good place for her," Benton says oddly. "Yeah, well, New York, D.C., L.A. ain't calling.
It's just a damn good thing the doc's got her own money, otherwise she'd be—
There are serial murders going on down there, Benton starts to say.
Well, the task force working them ain't the one calling her. This hasn't got nothing to do with those ladies disappearing. This is chicken shit, a cold case. And I'm just guessing the coroner will call her, and knowing her, she'll help him out.
An area where 10 women have vanished, and the coroner calls about a cold case? Why now?
I don't know, a tip. What tip? I don't know.
I want to know why that drug OD's so important all of a sudden, Benton persists.
Are your antennas in a knot? Marino exclaims. You're missing the fucking point. The doc's life has turned to shit. She's gone from being Babe Ruth to playing Little League.
Louisiana's not a good place for her. Benton says it again. Why did the coroner call you? Just for a reference? Marino shakes his head as if trying to wake up. He rubs his face. Benton's losing his grip.
The coroner called wanting my help with the case, he says.
Your help?
Now what the hell is that supposed to mean? You don't think I could help somebody with a case? I could help any goddamn—
Of course you could. So why aren't you helping the Baton Rouge coroner?
Because I don't know anything about that case. Jesus, you're making me crazy.
The last precinct could help down there.
Would you fucking give it a rest?
The coroner didn't seem all that hot and bothered by it. Just indicated he might want the doc's medical opinion. Their legal system is based on the Napoleonic Code. Marino has no idea what he's talking about.
What's Napoleon got to do with anything?
The French legal system, Benton says. The only state in America that has a legal system based on the French legal system instead of the English. Baton Rouge has more unsolved homicides of women per capita than any other city in America.
All right already. So it ain't a nice place.
She should not go down there. Especially alone. Not under any circumstances. Make sure of it, Pete. Benton is still looking out the window. Trust me on this one.
Trust you? What a joke.
The least you can do is take care of her. Marino is incensed, staring at Benton's back. She can't go anywhere near him.
Who the hell are you talking about?
Marino asks, his frustration intensifying. Benton is a stranger. Marino doesn't know this man.
Wolfie boy? Jesus! I thought we were talking about a drug overdose case in Cajun country,
Marino complains. Keep her out of there.
You've got no right asking me anything, especially about her.
He's fixated on her.
What the hell does he have to do with Louisiana?
Marino steps closer to him and scrutinizes his face, as if straining to read something he can't quite see. This is a continuation of a power struggle he lost with her in the past, and he intends to win it now if it's the last thing he does.
Don't sound to me like he's gonna win a goddamn thing when he gets pumped full of enough juice to kill a herd of horses.
I'm not talking about Jean-Baptiste. Have you forgotten the other Chandon, his brother? The last precinct should help the coroner. She shouldn't. Marino doesn't listen. He feels as if he's sitting in the back seat of a moving car that has no one at the wheel.
The doc knows what Wolfman wants of her.
Marino sticks with one subject, the one that interests him and makes sense.
She won't mind giving him the needle, and I'll be right there behind the smoky glass, smiling.
Have you asked her if she minds? Benton looks out at another spring day dying gently. Tender, vivid greens are dipped in golden sunlight, and shadows deepen closer to the ground.
I don't need to ask.
I see. So you haven't discussed it with her. I'm not surprised. It wouldn't be like her to discuss it with you. The insult is subtle, but stings Marino like a sea nettle. He has never been intimate with Kay Scarpetta. No one has ever been as intimate with her, not the way Benton was. She hasn't told Marino how she feels about being an executioner. She doesn't discuss her feelings with him. I've depended on you to take care of her, Benton says. The air seems to heat up, both of them sweating and silent. I know how you feel, Pete. Benton softly says.
"I've always known. You don't know nothing. Take care of her. I came here so you could start doing that,"
Marino says. 22. Carthage Bluff Landing is a good popular stop for groceries and gas, but Bev Kiffin never docks there. She doesn't slow down as she motors past and approaches Tin Lizzie's Landing, a restaurant that cost $1 million to build from torn-down shacks and what Bev calls salvage shit. Rich people from the mainland can access Lizzie's from the Springfield Bridge and eat all the Cajun steaks and seafood and drink all they want without having to go home after dark in a boat. 6 months ago, Bev asked Jay to take her there for her birthday, and he just laughed, and then his face twisted in a snarl as he called her stupid and ugly and out of her mind to think he'd take her to a restaurant at all, much less an upper-class one accessible by a highway. Jealousy smolders as Bev picks up speed, heading due west to Jack's boat landing. She imagines Jay touching other women. She remembers her father lifting other little girls on his lap, demanding that Bev bring home playmates just so he could cuddle with them and make her watch. He was a handsome, successful businessman, and during her teenage years the object of her friends' crushes. He touched them in ways that weren't obvious or reportable, just what he considered innocent contact between his hard penis and their buttocks as they sat on his lap. He never exposed himself or talked in a vulgar manner, never even swore. Worst of all, when he accidentally brushed against their breasts, her friends liked it, and sometimes they brushed against him first. Bev walked out on him one day and never went back, the same way her mother had when Bev was 3, leaving her with him and his needs. Bev grew up addicted to men, going from one to the next. Leaving Jay is another matter entirely, and she isn't sure why she hasn't done it yet. She isn't sure why she'll do whatever he demands, despite her fears for her own safety. The thought of him going off in the boat one day and never returning sears her with terror. It would serve her right, since that's what she did to her father, who was dropped by a heart attack in 1997. Bev didn't go to his funeral. Now and then, when she's headed to shore, she thinks of the Mississippi River. On a good day, she could make it there in less than 6 hours, and she senses Jay is on to her occasional impulse to escape to the Gulf Coast. He's told her more than once that the Mississippi is the biggest river in the United States, more than 1 million miles of rough, muddy water and tributaries that fan out into thousands of creeks, marshes, and swamps, where a person could get so lost she would end up a skeleton in her boat, as Jay puts it. Those are his words exactly, saying she and her instead of he and his. His choice of words no accident. Jay doesn't have accidents of the tongue or anything else. All the same, when Bev is out in the boat, she fantasizes about the Mississippi, about riverboat cruises and casinos, about fruity cocktails and beer in frozen glasses, and maybe watching Mardi Gras from a nice air-conditioned hotel window. She wonders if good food would make her sick, now that she's gone so long without it. A comfortable bed would probably stiffen her up and make her sore because she's so accustomed to a stinking, broken-down mattress that not even Jay will sleep on anymore. She motors around a semi-submerged log, worried at first that it might move and prove to have teeth, and she begins to itch, especially beneath the tight waistband of her jeans. Shit! She steers with one hand and digs the other under her clothes, clawing at her flesh as her welts get bigger. God damn it! Oh, shit, what the fuck's bit me now? Breathing hard and beginning to panic, she shoves the throttle lever into neutral, opens the hatch, and rummages in her beach bag for the insect repellent, spraying herself all over, including under her clothes. It's all in her head, Jay always says. The welts aren't bites, they're hives, because she has a nervous condition, because she's half crazy. Well, I wasn't half crazy until I met you, she answers him in her head. I never got hives in my life, nothing like that, not even poison ivy. Bev drifts in the creek for a minute or two, contemplating what she's about to do, and imagining Jay's face when she brings him what he wants, then imagining his face if she doesn't. She advances the throttle and trims out, speeding up to 40 miles an hour, which is much too fast for this part of the Tickfaw, and reckless in light of her fears of the dark water and what's beneath it. Sweeping left, she abruptly cuts back her speed and trims down, heeling into a turn that takes her into a narrow creek, where she runs slowly and quietly into marshland that smells like death. Reaching under the tarp, she slides out the shotgun and lays it across her lap. 23. Sunlight illuminates a sliver of Benton's face as he stares out the window. Silence reigns for a long, tense moment. The air seems to shimmer ominously, and Marino rubs his eyes.
I don't get it.
His mouth quivers.
You could be free, go home, be alive again.
His voice cracks.
I thought you'd at least thank my ass for going to all the trouble to come here and tell you that maybe Lucy and me ain't ever given up on getting you back.
By offering her? Benton turns around and looks at him.
By offering Kay as bait?
At last he says her name, but he is so calm it is as if he has no feelings, and Marino is shocked. He wipes his eyes.
Bait?
What?
Isn't it enough what the bastard has already done to her? Benton goes on. He tried to kill her once.
He's not talking about Jean-Baptiste. He's talking about Jay Talley.
He ain't gonna kill her when he's sitting behind bulletproof glass, chatting away on a phone inside a maximum security prison, Marino says, as they continue to talk about two different people.
You're not listening to me, Benton tells him.
That's because you're not listening to me, Marino childishly retorts.
Benton turns off the air conditioner and slides up the window. He closes his eyes as a breeze touches his hot cheeks like cool fingers. He smells the burgeoning earth. For an instant he remembers being alive with her, and he begins to bleed inside like a hemophiliac.
Does she know? He asks.
Marino rubs his face.
Jesus. I'm so sick and tired of my blood pressure shooting up like I'm a damn thermometer.
Tell me. Benton presses his palms against the window frame, leaning into the fresh air. He turns around and meets Marino's eyes.
Does she know?
Marino gets his meaning and sighs.
No, hell no. She don't know. She'll never know unless you're the one who tells her. I wouldn't do that to her. Lucy wouldn't do that to her. See, he angrily pulls himself to his feet. Some of us care too much about it to hurt her like that. Imagine how she'd feel if she knew you're alive and don't care a shit about her anymore.
He walks to the door, shaking with rage and grief.
I thought you might thank me.
I do thank you.
I know you mean well.
Benton walks over to him, his calm demeanor uncanny.
I know you don't understand, but maybe someday you will. Goodbye, Pete. I don't ever want to see or hear from you again. Please don't take it personally.
Marino grabs the doorknob and almost yanks it out of the wood.
Good riddance and go fuck yourself. Don't take it personally.
They face each other like two men squaring off in a gunfight, neither wanting to be the first to move, neither really wanting the other to be gone from his life. Benton's hazel eyes are vacant, as if whoever lives behind them has vanished. Marino's pulse measures panic as he realizes that the Benton he knew is gone and nothing will ever bring him back. And somehow Marino is going to have to tell Lucy. And somehow Marino will have to accept the fact that his dream of rescuing Benton and returning him to Scarpetta will always be a dream. Only a dream.
It don't make sense,
Marino shouts. Benton touches an index finger to his lips.
Please go, Pete, he quietly says. It doesn't have to make sense.
Marino hesitates in the dimly lit, stinking landing just beyond apartment 56.
Okay.
He fumbles for his cigarettes and spills several on the filthy concrete.
Okay.
He starts to say Benton, but catches himself as he squats to pick up the cigarettes, his thick fingers clumsily breaking two of them. He wipes his eyes with the back of a big hand as Benton looks down at him from the apartment doorway, watching, not offering to help pick up the cigarettes, unable to move.
"Take care, Pete," Benton, the master of masks and self-control, says, in a steady, reasonable voice.
Marino looks up with bloodshot eyes from his squatting position on the landing. The seam in the crotch of his wrinkled khakis is slightly ripped, his white briefs peeking through. He blurts out, "Don't you get it? You can come back."
"What you don't get is there is no back to go back to," Benton says in a voice so low it is almost inaudible. "I don't want to come back. Now please get the hell out of my life and leave me alone."
He pulls his apartment door shut and flips the deadbolt. Inside, he collapses on the couch and covers his face with his hands while Marino's insistent knocking turns to violent thuds and kicks.
"Yeah, well, enjoy your great life, asshole," his muffled voice sounds through the door. "I always knew you was cold and don't give a fuck about anybody, including her, you fucking psycho."
The banging and kicking suddenly stop. Benton holds his breath, straining to hear. The sudden silence is worse than any tantrum. Pete Marino's silence is damning. It is final. His friend's heavy feet scuff down the stairs.
"I am dead,"
Benton mutters into his hands as he doubles over on the couch.
"No matter what, I am dead. I am Tom Haviland, Tom Speck Haviland."
His chest heaves and his heart seems to beat out of rhythm.
"Born in Greenwich, Connecticut."
He gets up, crushed by a depression that turns the room dark and the air as thick as oil. He smells Marino's lingering cigarette smoke, and it runs through him like a blade. Moving to the window, he stands to one side of it so he isn't visible from below, and he watches Pete Marino walking slowly away through intermittent shadows and dappled sunlight along uneven cobblestones. Marino stops to light a Lucky Strike and turns around to stare up at Benton's depressing building until he finds apartment 56. Cheap sheer curtains are caught by a breeze and flutter out the open window like spirits leaving. 24. In Poland, it is a few minutes past midnight. Lucy drives past caravans of World War II Russian Army trucks and speeds through miles of tiled tunnels and along the tree-lined E28. She can't stop thinking about the red notice. How easy it was for her to send computerized information that has law enforcement agencies around the world on guard. Of course, her information is legitimate. Rocco Caggiano is a criminal. She has known that for years. But until she recently received information that ties him to at least a few of his crimes, neither she nor other interested parties had probable cause to do anything more than hate him. One simple phone call. Lucy called Interpol's Central Bureau in Washington, D.C. She identified herself, her real identity, of course, and had a brief conversation with a U.S. Marshal liaison named McCord. The next step was a search of the Interpol database to see if Caggiano is known, and he wasn't, not even as a green notice, which simply means a person is of interest to Interpol and should be watched and subjected to extra scans and pat-downs when he or she crosses borders and passes through international airports. Rocco Caggiano is in his mid-30s. He has never been arrested and has made a fortune, ostensibly as a scumbag ambulance-chasing lawyer, but his formidable wealth and power come from his real client, the Shonduns, although it isn't accurate to call them a client. They own him. They shield him. He is kept in high style and alive at their pleasure. "Check out a murder in 1997, Lucy told McCord. New Year's Day in Sicily. A journalist named Carlos Guarino. Shot in the head, his body dumped in a drainage ditch. He was working on an investigative story about the Shonduns, a very risky thing to do, by the way. He had just interviewed a lawyer who represents Jean-Baptiste Shondun." Right. I know about that case. The Wolfman, or whatever they call him. The cover of People magazine, Time magazine, whatever. Who doesn't know about the Wolfman serial killer, I guess? Lucy replied. Guarino was murdered hours after talking to Caggiano. Next, a journalist named Emmanuel Lafleur, Barbizon, France, February 11th, 1997, worked for Le Monde. He also was unwisely doing a story on the Chandon family. Why all this interest in the Chandons, beyond their being Jean-Baptiste's unlucky parents? Organized crime, a huge cartel. Never been proven that the father heads it, but he does. There are rumors. Investigative reporters are sometimes blinded by scoops and prizes. Lafleur had drinks with Caggiano hours before the journalist's body was found in a garden near the former chateau of the painter Jean-François Millet. Don't bother looking for him, he's been dead more than 100 years. She wasn't being sarcastic. She would never assume that Millet is a household name and didn't want to find the artist was suddenly a person of interest. Lafleur was shot in the head, and the 10mm bullet was fired from the same gun used to murder Guarino, she explained. There was more. The information came from a letter written by Jean-Baptiste Chandon. "I'll email you his letter immediately," Lucy said, a transmission that would have been unthinkable before Interpol began using the Internet. But the International Police Agency's computerized communication network has more than enough firewalls, hieroglyphical encryptions, and hacker tracking systems to render any transmissions secure. Lucy knows. When Interpol began to use the Internet, the Secretary General personally invited her to hack her way in. She couldn't. She never made it past the first firewall, and secretly was furious at being foiled, even though the last thing she should have wanted was success. The Secretary General called her, quite amused. He read to her a list of her usernames, passwords, and the location of her computer. "Don't worry, Lucy. I won't send the police," he said. "Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Hartmann," she replied to the Secretary General, who is American. From New York to London to Berlin, and now crossing the border into Poland, police have been alert. She sensed that. But they didn't take her seriously. Could have cared less about this young American woman driving her rented Mercedes at a late hour on a cool spring night. To them, she clearly doesn't look like a terrorist, and she isn't. But she could be, easily. And it is foolish not to take her seriously, for no reason beyond her nationality, youthfulness, appearance, and a smile that can be warm and captivating when she chooses. She is far too smart to carry a firearm. Her tactical baton will do if she runs into a problem, not from the police, but from some asshole along the way who might have singled her out for robbery or some other type of assault. The baton was easy for her to smuggle into Germany. She used her shop-worn routine because it has never failed. Overnighted it in a cosmetic bag filled with a jumble of accessories, curling iron, curling brush, blow-dryer, etc. The package arrived at a cheap hotel near the airport, addressed to one of Lucy's aliases, who also had a room reserved and paid for in that name. Lucy drove her rental car to the hotel, parked on a side street, picked up the package at check-in, messed up her room a bit, and hung a Do Not Disturb sign on the door. She was back in her car in half an hour. If a more serious weapon is imperative on a mission, a handgun and extra magazines of ammunition are tucked inside alleged lost baggage, sloppily bound in airline tape and dumped at the hotel desk by one of Lucy's associates dressed for the part. She has many associates. Most of them have never met her and don't know who she is. Only her core team knows her. She has them and they have her. It is enough. She plucks her international cell phone from between her legs and presses redial. "I'm on the go," she says when Rudy Musil answers. "An hour 15 out if I don't speed too much." "Don't." A television plays loudly in the background. Lucy eyes the speedometer as it eases past 120 kilometers per hour. She might be brazen, but never intentionally foolish. She has no intention of getting entangled with police as she heads toward the most prominent but beleaguered port city in Poland. Americans aren't often seen in Szczecin. Why would Americans go there? Certainly not for tourism, unless it is to look at nearby concentration camps. For years now, the Germans have been intercepting foreign vessels en route to the Szczecin port. Daily, the Germans steal business from a city where unemployment and economic depression continue to corrode what once was a jewel of architecture, culture, and art. Very little glory has been restored to Szczecin since World War II, when Hitler set out to bomb Poland off the map and exterminate its people. It is impossible to earn a decent living. Few people know what it is like to live in a nice house, drive a nice car, wear nice clothes, buy books, or go on vacation. It is said that no one but members of the Russian mafia and criminal cartels have money in Poland, and with rare exception this is true. Lucy constantly scans the highway and her smile fades. Her eyes narrow. "Taillights ahead. I don't like it," she says into the cell phone. "Someone's slowing." She eases up on the accelerator. "Stopping in the middle of the fucking highway. No place to pull over." "Don't stop. Go around it," Rudy tells her. "Disabled limousine. Weird to see an American limo in these parts." Lucy swerves around a white stretch Lincoln. The driver and a passenger are climbing out, and she resists the urge to stop and help. "Shit," she mutters in frustration. "Don't even think about it," Rudy warns, well aware of Lucy's high-risk personality and compulsion to save the world. She pushes down the accelerator, and the limousine and its stranded passengers become part of the thick darkness behind her. "The front desk is empty at this hour. You know where you're going," Rudy makes sure. There can be no mistakes and no sightings. Lucy repeatedly glances in the rearview mirror, worrying that the limousine might be gaining on her and turn out to be real trouble. Her stomach tightens. What if those people back there genuinely need help? She left them alone in the dark on E28, where there is no way to pull off the road. They'll probably get run over by a truck. For several seconds she considers speeding to the next exit and turning around. She does it for lost dogs, for turtles crossing highways and streets. She always breaks for chipmunks and squirrels and runs outside to check on birds that fly into her windows. But people are another matter. She can't afford to take the chance. "You can't miss the Radisson," Rudy is saying. "Don't park in the courtyard for buses. They don't appreciate it." He is joking. It goes without saying that Lucy will not park at the Radisson. 25. Delray Beach, Florida is hot at 6:00 p.m., and Kay Scarpetta turns away from her kitchen window, deciding she will work another hour before venturing outside. She has become an expert in judging shadows and light, monitoring them in her scientific manner before heading out to check on her fruit trees or walk on the beach. Making rather useless decisions based on analysis and calculations of how the sun moves across the sky helps her feel as though she has not lost complete control of her life. Her 2-story yellow stucco house is modest by her standards, just an old place with wobbly white railings, failing plumbing and wiring, and air conditioning that seems to have a mean-spirited will of its own. Tiles sometimes fall out of the backsplash behind the electric stove, and yesterday the bathtub's cold water handle pulled loose from the wall. For the sake of survival, she has read home repair books and manages to keep her surroundings from falling on her head, as she tries not to remember what days were like before she relocated hundreds of miles south of her former career, and barely an hour's drive north of Miami, where she was born. The past is dead, and death is just one more phase of existence. This is her creed. Most of the time she believes it. Time on Earth is an opportunity to become more highly evolved, and then people move on or cross over, a concept that by no means is original to her, but she is not one to accept what isn't obvious without dissecting it first. After much contemplation, her findings about eternity are simple. No one good or evil ceases to exist. Life is energy, and energy cannot be created or destroyed. It is recycled. Therefore it is possible that the pure of heart and the purely evil have been here before and will be here again. Scarpetta doesn't believe in heaven or hell, and she no longer goes to Mass, not even on religious holidays. "What happened to your Catholic guilt?" Lucy asked her several Christmases ago, when they were mixing a strong batch of eggnog and church was not on the agenda. "I can't participate in something I no longer believe in," Scarpetta replied, reaching for freshly ground nutmeg. "Especially if I am at odds with it, which is worse than having a complete loss of faith in it." "The question is, what is it? Are you talking about Catholicism or God?
Politics and power.
They have an unmistakable stench, rather much like the inside of the morgue fridge. I can close my eyes and know what's there. Nothing alive.
Thanks for sharing, Lucy said. Maybe I'll just drink a little straight rum on the rocks. Raw eggs suddenly don't seem very appealing.
You're not the least bit squeamish. Scarpetta poured Lucy a glass of eggnog, adding a sprinkle of nutmeg. Drink up before Marino gets here and there's none left. Lucy smiled. The only thing that makes her gag is walking into a ladies' room and finding someone in the middle of changing a baby's diaper. To Lucy, that stench is worse than a decomposing body buzzing with blowflies, and she has experienced her share of offensive horrors because of her and her aunt's unusual occupations.
This mean you no longer believe in eternity? Lucy challenged her.
I believe in it more than ever. Scarpetta has made the dead speak most of her life, but always through the silent language of injuries, trace evidence, diseases, and investigative details that can be interpreted with medicine, science, experience, and deduction that borders on the intuitive, a gift that cannot be learned or taught. But people change. She is no longer entirely clinical. She has come to accept that the dead continue to exist and intervene in the lives of their earth-bound loved ones and enemies. It is a conviction that she conceals from her detractors, and certainly never mentions in professional presentations, or in journal articles, or in court.
I've seen psychics on TV talking about people dying and crossing over.
I believe that's the term, Lucy observed, sipping her eggnog.
I don't know. It's pretty interesting. The older I get, the less certain I am of most things.
I've noticed your advanced aging process, Scarpetta replied. When you turn 30, you will begin to have visions and see auras. Let's hope you don't get arthritis. This conversation took place in Scarpetta's former home in Richmond, a fortress of stone she designed with love and an abandonment of financial reason, sparing no expense in her insistence on old woods, exposed beams, solid doors and plaster walls, and a kitchen and office that were perfect for her precise way of going about her business, whether it was over a microscope or a Viking gas stove. Life was good. Then it wasn't and never would be again. So much went wrong. So much was spoiled and lost and could never be restored. 3 years ago she was well along her journey to disaster. She had resigned as president of the National Association of Medical Examiners. The governor of Virginia was about to fire her. One day she cleared her office wall of scores of commendations, certifications, and degrees that are now packed up somewhere in cardboard boxes. The pre-crash Scarpetta was impeccably, if not rigidly, intellectual, completely confident of her knowledge, her truthfulness, and her ability to excavate for answers. She was a legend in law enforcement and criminal justice, and to some people unapproachable and cold. Now she has no staff except her secretary Rose, who followed her to Florida with the excuse that it would be nice to retire near West Palm Beach. Scarpetta can't get over Benton Wesley. She has tried. Several times she has dated perfectly acceptable men, only to recoil at their touch. A simple touch, and it isn't Benton's, and then she is reminded. Then she reviews her last images of him, burned, mutilated. She still regrets reading his autopsy report, and yet she doesn't. She regrets touching his ashes and scattering them, and yet she doesn't. It was crucial, it really was, she constantly tells herself, when she remembers the feel of the silky, lumpy remains, when she remembers returning him to the pure air and sea he loved. She wanders out of the kitchen, clutching the same mug of coffee she has warmed up in the microwave at least 4 times since noon.
"Dr. Scarpetta, can I get you anything?" Rose calls out from a spare bedroom that serves as her office.
"Nothing would help," Scarpetta replies, halfway joking, as she heads in the direction of Rose's voice. "Nonsense." It is her secretary's favorite rebuttal. "I told you if you went to work for yourself, you'd only be busier if that was possible, and worn out and overextended. And what did I tell you about retirement?" Rose looks up from the autopsy report she is proofreading on her computer. She tabs to the space for brain and types 1,200 grams within normal limits, and corrects a typo. Nails click across the wooden floor like Morse code as Scarpetta's bulldog hears voices and walks rather lazily, then pauses, then walks some more toward them, then sits. "Come here, Billy Billy," Scarpetta affectionately calls out. He looks at her with drooping eyes. "His name is Billy," Rose reminds her, although there is no point in doing so. "If you keep calling him Billy Billy, he'll think he lives with an echo or has a split personality. Come here, Billy Billy." He gets up, takes his time. Click, click. Rose is wearing a peach pantsuit. It is wool, as are all of Rose's suits. The house is on the beach. It is bloody hot and humid, and Rose doesn't hesitate to walk outside in a skirt and long-sleeved blouse and water the hibiscus, climb a ladder to pick bananas or key limes, or save baby frogs from drowning in the trap of the pool. It's a wonder that moths haven't carried off every bit of clothing Rose owns, but she is a proud woman, her dignity masking a fragile, gentle nature, and it is out of respect for herself and her boss that she takes time each morning to make sure her choice of outfits for the day is pressed and clean. If anything, she seems secretly pleased that her sense of style is dated, some of her suits so old that she had been wearing them more than a decade ago when she first started working for Scarpetta. Rose hasn't changed her hair either, still pinning it up in a fuss-budget French twist and refusing to get rid of the gray. Good structure makes the building, and her bones are exquisite. At the age of 67, men find her attractive, but she hasn't dated since her husband died. The only man Scarpetta has ever seen her flirt with is Pete Marino, and she doesn't mean it, and he knows it, but they have tormented each other since Scarpetta was appointed chief medical examiner of Virginia, what now seems as though it were another incarnation ago. Billy is panting as he appears at the desk. He is not quite a year old, white with a large brown spot on the middle of his back, and his underbite reminds Scarpetta of a backhoe. He sits at her feet, looking up. "I don't have any—" "Don't say that word," Rose exclaims. "I wasn't going to. I was going to spell it. He can spell now." Billy suffers no language barrier with the words bye-bye and treat. He also recognizes no and sit, but pretends he doesn't. Stubbornness the right of his breed. "You better not have been chewing on anything back there," Scarpetta warns him. In the last month, Billy has taken a fancy to gnawing and ripping molding off door frames and around the base of the walls, especially in Scarpetta's bedroom. "This isn't your house, and I will have to pay for all repairs when I move out," she wags her finger at him. "It would be worse if it was your house," Rose remarks, as the dog continues to stare up at Scarpetta and wag his tail, which looks like a croissant. She picks up a slim stack of mail from her desk and offers it to her boss. "I've dealt with the bills. There are a couple of personal letters, and the usual journals and so forth, and this from Lucy." She directs Scarpetta's attention to a large manila envelope, her name and address neatly written in black magic marker, the return address, Lucy's New York office, also written in magic marker. The envelope is marked personal in large letters and underlined twice. It is a die-hard habit for Scarpetta to look at postmarks, and this one is puzzling. "The postal code isn't for her part of the city," Scarpetta says. "Lucy always mails things from her office, and as a matter of fact she always overnights mail to me. I can't remember a single time she's ever sent me anything by regular mail. Not since she was in college." Rose doesn't seem concerned. "A foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds." She quotes Ralph Waldo Emerson. In fact, it is her favorite quote. Rose shakes the envelope. "Doesn't sound like anything dangerous in there," she teases. "If you're feeling one of your bouts of paranoia coming on, I'll open it for you, but it's marked personal." "Never mind." Scarpetta takes it and her other mail from Rose. "And Dr. Lanier from Baton Rouge left a message." Rose pecks at the keyboard and corrects another typo. "It's regarding the Charlotte Dard case. He says you'll get it Monday, his reports and all that. He sounded stressed. He wants to know what you find out immediately. She gives her boss a look that always reminds Scarpetta of a schoolteacher about to single out some unsuspecting student and put him or her on the spot. I think something's going on in this case. Something worse than a drug overdose. Scarpetta massages Billy's soft, speckled ears. Her cause of death isn't straightforward. That's plenty bad. What's worse, the case is 8 years old. I don't understand why it's such a big deal right now, as if they don't have enough unsolved murders and suspicious deaths down there. Those abducted women, Lord. I don't know why it's suddenly become a priority either, Scarpetta replies. But the fact is it has, and I feel obliged to do what I can, because nobody else can be bothered. I can be bothered, can't I, Billy? Well, let me tell you a thing or two, Dr. Echo. I think there's something the coroner down there has no intention of telling you. There had better not be, Scarpetta remarks as she walks off. 26. Lucy desperately needs a ladies' room. Forget looking for a gas station or a rest stop. She pushes the Mercedes up to 160 kilometers per hour despite Rudy's warning about speeding. Focusing on the dark road, she tries hard to concentrate and ignore her bladder. The drive seems to take twice as long as it should, but she makes excellent time and is ahead of schedule by 35 minutes. She redials Rudy's cell phone. "On final," she says. "Just got to land this thing somewhere." "Shut up," Rudy orders someone in the room as the TV plays loudly. "Don't make me tell you again." 27. Rocco Caggiano's favorite form of relaxation is to sit for hours in beer gardens, drinking one gross beer after another. The pale gold elixirs are served in tall, plain glasses, and he prefers clean-tasting lagers and will not touch wheat beers. Rocco has never understood how he can drink a gallon of beer in one sitting, but not a gallon of water. He could not drink a gallon of water during an entire day, probably not even in 3 days, and he is always puzzled over how much beer, wine, champagne, or mixed drinks he can put away when he can scarcely finish a single glass of water. In fact, he hates water. Perhaps what a psychic once told him is true. He drowned in a former life. What a terrible way to die, and he often thinks of the killer in England who drowned one wife after another in the tub by grabbing her feet and yanking until her head was under water and she could do nothing but helplessly flop her arms like a fish on a dock. The scenario was a constant emotional itch when Caggiano began to hate his first wife, then his second. Alimony was cheaper than the price he would pay if some medical examiner discovered bruises or God knows what. But even if he did drown in a former life and thought drowning someone was a good way to commit murder, this in his mind would not explain the enigma, the purely biological phenomenon of how much alcohol he can consume and why he cannot and will not finish even one glass of water. No one has ever been able to settle his mind with an answer he accepts. Small conundrums have always worried him like a sand spur stuck to his sock. "It must be 'cause you pee all the time when you drink beer." Caggiano introduces the question at virtually every social gathering. "When you pee, you make room for more, right?" "You drink a gallon of water, you will be pissing all the time, too," a Dutch customs agent challenged him some months back, when he, Rocco, and several other friends of the Shandun cartel were taking time out in a beer garden in Munich. "I hate water," Rocco said. "Then how do you know this about whether you would pee water as fast as beer?" a German container ship's captain asked. "He doesn't know." "Yes, you ought to test it out, Rocco. We'll drink beer, you drink water, and see who pees the most and the fastest." The men laughed and clanked glasses in a drunken toast, slopping beer all over the wooden table. It had been a good day. Before they caroused at the beer garden, they had wandered into the nudist park, where a naked man on a bicycle pedaled past, and the Dutchman yelled at him in Dutch that he'd better be careful which gear he shifted, while the ship's captain yelled in German that his kickstand was very small. Rocco yelled in English that the man didn't have to worry about his dick getting caught in the spokes because it didn't even hang over the seat. The bicyclist pedaled on, ignoring them. Women sunbathe in the nude in the park and do not seem to care if men stare at them. Rocco and his henchmen would get very brazen and hover right over a woman stretched out on her towel and make comments about her anatomical points of interest. Usually the woman would turn over on her belly and go back to sleep, or continue reading her magazine or book, while the men went on to survey her buttocks as if they were hills they might climb. Rocco's intense arousal would make him mean, and he would fire vile, lewd aspersions at the woman until his companions had to usher him away. Rocco is especially vicious with the homosexuals minding their own business in the park. He believes all homosexuals should be castrated and executed, and he would like to be the one to do it and watch them pee and defecate out of fright.
"It's a medical fact that when you're tortured or about to be snuffed, you piss and shit in your pants," he announced in the beer garden. "What medical fact? I thought you were a lawyer, not a doctor." "So you know this, Rocco? And how do you know this? You take off their pants to see? Maybe you take their pants off to check for shit and piss?" Loud laughter. "Then you can know it as a fact. If this is true, I must come around to my important question. Do you go around taking the pants off dead bodies? I think all of us have a right to hear this. Because at least for me, if I die, I need to know if you will take my pants off." "If you die," Rocco replied, "you won't know a fucking thing."
It is irrational that Rocco should remember this boozy conversation and what his doctor has preached to him for years. Rocco has gastritis and cranky bowel syndrome due to stress, smoking, and heavy drinking.
"All ills in life are blamed on acute stress, smoking, and heavy drinking," Rocco always retorts on his way out of the examination room.
He files for medical reimbursement and resumes his self-destructive life. His bowels and bladder let loose as he sits in a chair inside his hotel room, a Colt .380 cocked and pointed at his head. 28. Jack's boat landing is a clutter of trailers, bateaux, bass and flat-bottom boats, and runabouts tied to pilings along a crisscross of rickety docks strung with old tires that serve as fenders. Pulled up on the muddy shore are several pirogues or Cajun canoes, and a rotting bow rider that won't be pulling water skiers anymore. The parking lot is dirt, and on the fuel dock are 2 pumps, one for regular gas, the other for diesel. Jack works from 5 a.m. until 9 p.m. in his one-room office with its mounted fish hanging at random angles on the wall with peeling paint. The calendar above his old metal desk features glossy photos of glitter-painted bass boats, the very expensive kind that can go up to 60 miles an hour. Were it not for the window air conditioning unit and the porta-john behind the building, Jack would lack all modern conveniences. Not that he would care particularly. He was born into a hard life and raised to make any sacrifice that might keep him right where he is, in a world of water and the creatures in it, and trees draped in Spanish moss. For those who frequent his boat landing, tying up for gas and making a trip into town for provisions is normal behavior. People who stay for weeks or longer in their fishing camps on the bayous and rivers are expected to leave vehicles and boat trailers parked at the landing. He never thinks twice about the white Jeep Cherokee tucked between trucks and other SUVs in a far corner of the lot near the water's edge. He minds his own business, even if he does have instincts about people that are as strong as his sense of smell. Swamp Woman sent strong signals to him from day one, and that's been some 2 years now. Her demeanor is no nonsense about asking personal questions. Bev Kiffin opens the hatch and pulls out her beach bag. She stands aft and drops in the plow anchor, then tosses 2 nylon lines up on the fuel dock as Jack waves, walking swiftly her way.
"Why, if it isn't Swamp Woman," he calls out, "can I top you off?"
The landing is lit, and bugs are thick roiling clouds in the yellow glow of lamps. Jack tosses her the bow line.
"I'll be leaving her here for a few hours."
Bev turns the rope and makes a half-hitch over the horns of the cleat. She pulls back the tarp and sets empty gas cans on the dock.
"Fill 'em up. What's your price these days?"
$1.85.
"Shit."
Bev hops up on the dock, moving nimbly for a woman her size.
"That's highway robbery."
Jack laughs.
"It ain't me who decides the price of oil."
He's tall and bald, as dark and strong as a cypress. Bev's never seen him once when he wasn't wearing his sweat-stained orange Harley-Davidson cap and chewing on a plug of tobacco.
You coming and going?
He spits and wipes his mouth on the back of a sun-spotted, gnarled hand and helps her with the stern lines.
Just to the store.
Bev dips into her beach bag for a single key attached to a small fishing bobber, in case she ever accidentally drops the key into the water.
This book is continued on Disc 4. Disc 4.
Bev dips into her beach bag for a single key attached to a small fishing bobber, in case she ever accidentally drops the key into the water. Her attention wanders around the crowded parking lot, fixing on the Cherokee.
I guess I'd better crank her up to make sure the battery ain't dead.
Well, if it is, Jack says, lining up the 4 gas cans near the pump, you know I'll jump her. Bev watches him squat, sticking the gas nozzle into each can, the pump clicking away her cash. The back of his neck reminds her of alligator hide, and his elbows are big calluses. She's been coming to him at least 10 times a year, more often of late, and he doesn't have a damn clue about her, which is a good thing for him. She heads to the SUV, suddenly worried about whether it needs gas, too. She can't remember if she filled it up last time. Unlocking the driver's door, she slides in and turns the key in the ignition. The engine cranks after 3 tries, and she's relieved to see she has more than half a tank of gas. When she runs low, she'll fill up at a gas station. Turning the headlights on, she backs up and parks near the dock. While she is pulling cash out of her wallet and squinting to make out the bills, Jack wipes his hands on a rag and waits for her to roll down the window.
That'll be $44.40, he tells her. I'll get those cans back in your boat for you and keep an eye on it. I noticed you got your friend with you.
He means the shotgun.
You plan on leaving it in the boat? I wouldn't. Watch out shooting at gators with that thing. All it does is make 'em rageful.
Bev can't believe she almost drove off and left her shotgun. She's not thinking clearly tonight, and her knee hurts.
Last thing you do before you leave, she adds as he steps down into the boat, is fill the fish box with ice.
How much?
He fetches the shotgun, climbs back up on the dock, and carefully places it on the back seat of the Cherokee.
100 pounds will do.
Must be doing a lot of shopping to need all that ice.
He stuffs the rag in a back pocket of his old, soiled work pants.
Stuff spoils quick out here.
That'll be another 20. I'm giving you $3 off.
She hands him 2 tens and doesn't thank him for the discount.
I'm gone by 9.
He looks past her into the beat-up Cherokee.
So if you ain't back by then...
Won't be,
Bev tells him, shifting the SUV into reverse. She never is, and doesn't need the reminder. He stares past her at the front passenger's door, at the rolled-up window and the missing crank and push-in lock.
You know, girl, I could fix that if you're ever of a mind to leave the keys.
Bev glances at the door.
Don't matter, she says. Nobody rides in this thing but me.
29. Upstairs in the north wing of the house is a guest bedroom overlooking the ocean, and in front of the bay window is Scarpetta's large desk. Not an antique or anything special, just an inexpensive computer desk with a matching return. Bookcases fill the walls so tightly that some light switches and electrical receptacles are behind them, out of reach, and she has to get by with power strips. Her furniture is a light Menier Vapel, in depressing contrast to the beautiful antiques and artistic pieces, including oriental rugs, fine stemware, and china that she spent most of her career collecting. Scarpetta's former life is locked up in a Connecticut storage warehouse, one secure enough for museum pieces. She has not gone to see what she owns since Lucy took care of her aunt's chattel more than 2 years ago, choosing the location because of its proximity to New York, where Lucy has her headquarters and apartment. Scarpetta doesn't miss the furniture from her past. It is useless to care about it. Just the thought of it makes her tired for reasons she doesn't completely comprehend. The office in her Del Rey rental house is a comfortable size, although nowhere near as spacious and organized as what she was accustomed to in her Richmond house, where she had cabinets of hanging files, miles of workspace, and a massive desk custom-built of Brazilian cherry. Her house there was modern Italian country, put together stone by stone, the walls antiqued plaster, the exposed beams 19th-century black Jarrah railroad ties from South Africa. If the house she built in Richmond wasn't beautiful before, it was spectacular by the time she remodeled it in an attempt to eradicate the past, a past haunted by Benton and Jean-Baptiste Chandon. But she felt no better. The ghosts followed her from room to room. Her denial of unbearable loss and her own near murder were fragmented dreams of horror that chilled her no matter the temperature inside the house. Every creak of old wood and utterance of wind sent her hand reaching for the pistol she carried, as her heart beat hard. One day she walked out of her magnificent home and never went back, not even to retrieve her belongings. Lucy handled that. For one who had always walled her soul from a wicked world and unreachable pain, she found herself a wanderer, skipping from one hotel to another like a stone across water, making phone calls to set up private consulting, and quickly became so bound in the snarled chains of evidence, of investigative incompetence and carelessness of police and medical examiners all over the place, that she had no choice but to settle in another house because she had to settle somewhere. She could no longer review cases while sitting on a hotel bed. "Go south, far south," Lucy told her quietly, lovingly, one afternoon in Greenwich, Connecticut, where Scarpetta was in hiding at the Homestead Inn. "You aren't ready for New York yet, Aunt Kay, and you sure as hell aren't ready to work for me." "I'll never work for you." Scarpetta meant it, shame pulling her eyes away from her niece. "Well, you don't have to be insulting about it." Lucy was stung, too, and within a minute the two of them were arguing and fighting. "I raised you," Scarpetta blurted out from the bed where she sat, rigidly and enraged. "My goddamn sister, the admired author of children's books who doesn't have a clue about raising her own goddamn child, dumped me on your doorstep. I mean the other way around." "Freudian slip? You needed me worse than I needed you." "Not hardly. You were a monster. At 10, when you rolled into my life like the Trojan horse, I was stupid enough to let you park. And then what? Then what?" The great chief, the logical doctor-lawyer, was sputtering, tears rolling down her face. "You had to be a genius, didn't you? The worst brat on earth." Scarpetta's voice quavered. "And I couldn't give you up, you awful child." She could hardly speak. "If Dorothy had wanted you back, I would have taken the bitch to court and proved she wasn't a fit mother." "She wasn't a fit mother, and she isn't." Lucy was beginning to cry, too. "A bitch? That's charging her with a misdemeanor when she's a felony. A felony. A character disorder. For God's sake, how did you end up with a psycho for a sister?" Lucy weeps, sitting next to her aunt on the bed, their shoulders touching. "She's the dragon you always fight, have spent your life fighting," Scarpetta said. "You're really fighting Mom. She's too small a quarry for me. She's nothing more than a rabbit with sharp teeth that goes after your ankles. I don't waste my time on rabbits. I don't have time." "Please go south," Lucy begged her, getting up from the bed and facing her with wet eyes and a red nose. "For now, please. Go back to where you came from and start all over." "I'm too old to start over." "Shit," Lucy laughed. "You're only 46 and men and women stare at you everywhere you go, and you don't even notice. You're one hell of a package." The only time Scarpetta was ever called a package was when she was in worse trouble than usual and required off-duty police for security. On their radios they referred to her as the package. Scarpetta wasn't entirely sure what they meant. She moved south to Delray Beach, not exactly returning to her roots, but to an area near where her mother and sister live, yet safely far away. Inside her weather-beaten 1950s rented house, her office is piled with paperwork and stiff cardboard slide folders, so much of it stacked on the floor that she has to make an effort not to trip over her work, making it impossible for her to be her usual prepossessed self when she walks in. Bookcases are crammed, Some medical and legal tomes are double-shelved, while her rare antique books are protected from the sun and humidity in a tiny room next door that was probably intended to be the nursery. She picks at Rose's fresh tuna salad as she goes through her mail, her letter opener a scalpel. She slices open the manila envelope first, apparently from her niece, or perhaps someone else in her office, and is baffled to discover another envelope inside, this one plain white, and addressed by hand in calligraphy to Madame Kay Scarpetta, LL.B. She drops the manila envelope on the table and hurries out of her office, rushing past Rose without speaking, and into the kitchen for freezer paper. 30. Taxicabs remind Benton of insects. And during his exile he has grown fond of certain insects. Stick bugs look remarkably like twigs. Benton often loses himself in parks and along sidewalks, patiently searching shrubbery for a stick bug, or better yet a praying mantis, which is extremely rare and a good omen, although he has never experienced a positive change in fortune directly after spotting a praying mantis. Maybe someday he will. Ladybugs are good luck. Everybody knows that. If one ends up wherever he is staying, he gently coaxes it onto his finger and takes it outside, no matter how many flights of stairs, and deposits it on a bush. 1 week he did this 10 times, and enjoyed the thought that it was the same ladybug flirting with him. He believes that all kindnesses will be repaid. He also believes that evil will get its ugly reward, and until he began his non-existence he argued about that with Scarpetta often, because he didn't believe it at all back then, and she did. We often don't know the reason for things, Benton, but I believe there is one always. He hears Scarpetta's voice in a remote cavern of his brain as he sits in the dark back seat of a southbound taxi. How can you say that? He hears his own voice answering her. Because I've seen enough to say it. What reason can there possibly be for a sister or a daughter or a brother or a son or a parent or a significant other to be raped, tortured, and murdered? Silence. The taxi driver is listening to hip-hop. Turn that down, please, Benton calmly says, this time out loud. Or what about the old woman struck by lightning because her umbrella frame was metal? Scarpetta doesn't answer him. Okay, then what about the entire family killed by carbon monoxide because no one told them not to cook with charcoal in the fireplace, especially with the windows closed? What reason, Kay? His sense of her continues to linger like her favorite perfume. So there's a reason I was murdered and am gone from your life forever? The conversation has turned one-sided and won't stop. What reason has she assigned to what she believes happened to him, he asks, convinced she has come up with a reason, certainly by now. You're rationalizing, Kay. You have forgotten our talks about denial. Benton's facile mind moves on to another point as he rides in the taxi shortly after dark, en route to Manhattan, the trunk and every other space in the car piled with his belongings. The driver did not disguise his disgust when he realized that his fare came with a substantial pile of baggage. But Benton was clever. He hailed the cab from the street, and the driver didn't see the pile of luggage in the thick shadows of the sidewalk until he was faced with the choice of speeding off or accepting the lucrative job of driving a fare to New York. The driver's name is Robert Leary, a white male with brown hair, brown eyes, approximately 5'10" and 180 pounds. Those details and others, including the identification number on the photo ID clamped to the visor, are written in a refillable wallet-size leather notebook that Benton carries wherever he goes. As soon as he gets to his hotel room, he will, as is customary for him, transfer the notes to his laptop computer. Since he entered the witness protection program, Benton has recorded his every activity, his every location, and every person he has met, especially if it is more than once, and even the weather and where he worked out and what he ate. Several times now Robert Leary has attempted to initiate a conversation, but Benton stares out the window and says nothing, the driver, of course, having no idea that the man with the tan, chiseled, bearded face and shaved head is silently making points and examining tactical requirements and possibilities and probabilities from every tilt imaginable. No doubt the cabbie is thinking it is his sorry luck to have picked up a weirdo who, based on the shabbiness of his luggage, has fallen on hard times, very hard times.
"You sure you can pay the fare?" he asks, or rather demands, for the third time. "It ain't going to be cheap, you know, depending on what route I end up taking, depending on traffic and what streets they got closed off in the city. These days you never know what streets the cops will close off. Security, it's something. Me, I'm not a big fan of machine guns and guys in camouflage."
"I can pay the fare," Benton replies. The headlights of passing cars slash his window, briefly lighting up his somber face. Of this he is certain. Jean-Baptiste Chandon's attempted murder of Scarpetta has no point or meaning beyond the remarkable fact that she used her wits and survived. Thank God. Thank God. Other schemes to bring about her ruination have no meaning beyond the miracle that they too have failed. Benton is well versed in the details, perhaps not all of them, but what he has followed in the news is enough. Every person involved in his plan is tangentially if not directly connected to the Chandons' evil, intricate network. Benton knows what empowers the Chandons and what robs them of their strength. He knows the receptacles, without whom the major conduits between drones and the higher order cannot function. The solution to the situation has always been far too complicated for anyone to work out, but for 6 years Benton has had nothing to do but work it out. The answer, he discovered, is simple. Surgically snip and strip the wires and disconnect, then splice, rewire, and reconnect so that the criminals short-circuit and the Chandon empire implodes. Meanwhile, Benton, the dead Benton, invisibly watches what he has designed and implemented as if it is a video game, and no player in his game has an inkling about what is going on, except that something is, and whatever it is must be instigated by traitors from inside. Main players must die. Other players, many of whom Benton does not know, will be blamed and labeled traitors. They will die. By this method, Benton will manipulate his enemies and delete them one by one. By his calculations, the coalition comprised of himself and others who do not even know they have been conscripted into his private army will complete his mission in a few months, perhaps weeks. By his calculations, Rocco Caggiano is already dead, or soon will be dead, killed in cold blood, his murder staged, and Lucy and Rudy may know what they are doing or have done, but what they don't know is the video game. They don't know that they are in it. What Benton did not calculate, and would never have anticipated, is that Kay Scarpetta would form a connection to Baton Rouge, the most strategic position on Benton's mental map. For some reason, this part of his near-perfect plan has failed. He doesn't know why. He doesn't know what happened. He reviews every detail repeatedly, but at the end of the routine the screen is blank, a useless cursor blinking hypnotically at him. Now Benton must rush. It is against his nature to rush. Scarpetta was never supposed to have any contact whatsoever with anything or anybody in Baton Rouge. Marino was. The last precinct was. Learning that his son is dead would inevitably result in Marino's retracing Rocco's steps, which would lead Marino and his compatriots to Baton Rouge, where Rocco keeps an apartment and has for many years. The port in Baton Rouge is formidable. The Gulf Coast is gold. All manner of valuable and dangerous materials travels the Mississippi daily. Baton Rouge is yet another Chandon holding, and Rocco has enjoyed many successes and gratifications there, including sovereign immunity from the police, and intrigues, including protecting Jay Talley and Jean-Baptiste Chandon as they enjoyed their fair share of fun in the Baton Rouge area. Jean-Baptiste and Jay were only 16 the first time they visited Baton Rouge. Jean-Baptiste honed his murderous skills by killing prostitutes after Jay was serviced by them. Those cases have never been linked, because the former coroner abdicated his investigative rights to other agencies, and the police didn't give a damn about prostitutes. One step would lead to another until Marino discovered Jay Talley and Bev Kiffman in Baton Rouge and eliminated them. That was the plan. Scarpetta was never supposed to be part of it. His pulse beats rapidly in his temples. He holds his wrist close to his face, unable to read the time on his cheap black plastic watch because the dial isn't luminescent. By design, it isn't. He wants nothing that glows in the dark. "What time should we get there?" he asks in the same clipped tone.
"I don't know exactly," his driver replies. "Depends if the traffic stays light like this. Maybe another 2.5 hours.
A car draws close to them from the rear, its high beams bouncing blinding white light off the taxi's rearview mirror. The driver curses as a black Porsche 911 passes, its receding red taillights reminding Benton of hell. 31. Scarpetta stares at the unopened letter, the warm, damp air moving freely through her open door. Clouds are black flowers floating low on the horizon, and she senses that rain will come before dawn and she will wake up with all the windows fogged up, which is intolerable. No doubt the neighbors think she's obsessive and mad when they see her on her balcony with bath towels at 7 a.m., vigorously wiping condensation off the outside of the glass. Then, because of her forced and despicable bond with him, she imagines him inside his death row cell with no view, and her mission of scrubbing clean her dewy, opaque windows becomes all the more urgent. The unopened letter addressed to Madame Scarpetta, LLB, is centered on a square of clean white freezer paper. Female physicians in France are addressed as Madame. In America, referring to a female physician as anything but doctor is an insult. She is unpleasantly reminded of crafty defense attorneys addressing her in court as Mrs. Scarpetta instead of Dr. Scarpetta, thereby stripping her of her credentials and expertise, in hopes that the jurors and perhaps even the judge would not take her as seriously as they would a medicinae doctor whose specialty of pathology and subspecialty of forensic pathology required 6 additional years of training after medical school. While it is true that Scarpetta also has a law degree, virtually no one adds the abbreviation for legum baccalaureus after her surname, and for her to do so would be arrogant and misleading because she does not practice law. The 3 years she spent in law school at Georgetown were for the purpose of facilitating her eventual career in legal medicine, and that was all. To add the abbreviation LLB after her name is mocking in its pretentiousness and condescension. Jean-Baptiste Chandon. She knows the letter is from him. For an instant she smells his horrible stench. An olfactory hallucination. The last time she had one was when she visited the Holocaust Museum and smelled death. "I've been in the yard with Billy. He's done his business and is very busy chasing lizards," Rose is saying. "Anything else I can do for you before I leave?" "No, thank you, Rose." A pause, then, "Well, did you like my tuna salad?" "You could open your own restaurant," Scarpetta says. She puts on a fresh pair of white cotton examination gloves and picks up the letter and the scalpel, working the tip of the triangular blade into a top corner of the envelope. Stainless steel hisses through the cheap paper. 32. The chair Rocco sits on is a padded one. Maybe it was 3 or 4 surreal hours ago, he was in this same chair eating dinner when room service knocked on his door to bring him a bottle of champagne, a very nice Moet et Chandon, compliments of the management. Rocco, who is streetwise and chronically paranoid, was not the least bit suspicious. He is an important man who stays in the Radisson whenever he is in Szczecin. It is the only decent hotel in the city, and management routinely sends him gifts, including fine cognac and Cuban cigars, because he pays his bills in American cash instead of worthless zloty. His habit of feeling secure in this hotel is how the intruder with the Colt pistol got inside Rocco's deluxe room. It happened so fast he didn't have time to react to the tall waiter who wasn't wearing a uniform and shoved his way inside with an empty bottle of champagne on a service tray he obviously had picked up outside another guest's room. This asshole, whoever he is, grabbed Rocco that easily. Rocco pushes his plate as far away from him as possible. He worries that next he will vomit. He has soiled himself. The room smells so foul he cannot understand how his captor endures it, but the young, muscular man sitting on the bed doesn't seem to notice. He stares at Rocco, the stare of a man high on adrenaline and ready to kill. He will not allow Rocco to clean up. He won't allow Rocco to get out of the chair. He drops his cell phone on the bed after another brief conversation with someone and goes over to the tray with its empty champagne bottle. Rocco watches the man carefully wipe off the bottle with a napkin. Rocco tries to place him. Maybe he has seen him before. Or maybe the explanation is that he has that look. The look of a federal agent. "Listen," Rocco says over the noise of the TV. "Just tell me who and why. Come on. You tell me who and why, maybe we can work something out you'll like better. You're an agent, aren't you? Some kind of agent. That don't mean we can't work something out." He has said this at least 6 times since the agent walked in with the empty bottle on its tray, then slammed the door shut with a back kick and pulled his gun. Several times now he has opened and slammed the door shut. This makes Rocco increasingly nervous. Although he doesn't understand the agent's purpose, it has crossed his mind, even during previous stays, that the doors shut so loudly in this hotel that they sound like gunshots. "Keep your voice down," the agent tells him. He places the champagne bottle on Rocco's table. "Pick it up." The agent nods at it. Rocco stares at the bottle and swallows hard. "Pick it up, Rocco." "So I'll ask you again. How come you know my name?" Rocco persists. "Come on. You know me, right? We can work things out. Pick up the bottle." He does. The agent wants Rocco's fingerprints on the bottle. This is not good. The agent wants it to appear as though Rocco ordered or somehow acquired the champagne and drank it. This is very bad. His fears gather in strength as the agent returns to the bed, picks up a jacket, and pulls out a leather flask. He unscrews the cap and returns to Rocco's table, pouring a large amount of vodka in what is left of one of Rocco's cocktails. "Drink up," the agent says. Rocco swallows the vodka in several gulps, grateful as it burns its way down, warming him and sending its seductive, dulling agents along his blood and to his head. His confused thoughts float toward the hope that the agent is showing mercy, treating him decently, trying to make him relax. Maybe the agent's rethinking things, wants to make a deal. Rocco speculates, but it is a fact that someone sent the man. Someone who knows Rocco's business intimately and is aware that once a month he travels to Szczecin to handle Shandun affairs at the port. Rocco's primary responsibility is to deal with police and other officials. This is business as usual. He can do it drunk, nothing more than routine legal finagling and the usual fees, and, if necessary, reminders of what a dangerous world it is. Only an insider would know Rocco's schedule and where he stays. The hotel staff doesn't know what he does, only that he is from New York, or so he says. No one cares what he does. He is generous. He is rich. Instead of passing off the usual zloty, he pays and lavishly tips in American cash, which is very hard to come by and very useful on the black market. Everyone likes him. The bartenders double the Chopin vodka in his drinks at the upstairs bar, where he frequently sits in the dark, smoking cigars. His captor looks about 28, maybe early 30s. His black hair is short and styled with gel in that spiked look that a lot of young men like these days. Rocco notices the square jaw, straight nose, dark blue eyes, stubble, and the veins standing out in the man's biceps and hands. He probably doesn't need a weapon to crush someone. Women like him. They probably stare at him, hit on him. Rocco has never been attractive. As a teenager, he was already suffering from pattern baldness, and he couldn't stay away from pizza and beer and looked it. Envy possessed him. It always has. Women sleep with him only because he has power and money. Hatred toward his captor flares. "You don't know what you're messing with here," Rocco says. The agent doesn't bother answering him, his eyes darting around the room. Rocco wipes his face with his greasy napkin, his attention wandering to the steak knife on his plate. "Try it," the agent says, looking at the steak knife. "Go ahead. Please try it. Make my life a hell of a lot easier." "I wasn't going to do nothing. Just let me go and we'll forget this ever happened." "I can't let you go. Truth is, this isn't my idea of fun. So I'm in a bad mood already. Don't piss me off. You want to help yourself?
Well, you know what they say about coming clean at the end. No? What the hell do they say? Where's Jay Tally, and don't tell me another fucking lie, asshole. I don't know, Rocco whines. I swear to God I don't. I'm scared of him too. He's crazy. He don't play the game, and every one of us stay clear of him. He marches to his own beat, swear to God. Can I please change my pants? You can watch me. I won't try nothing. Rudy gets off the bed and opens the closet door, the Colt casually by his side, indicating to an increasingly defeated and terrified Rocco that this man is not afraid of anything. There are maybe half a dozen flashy suits hanging on the rod, and he pulls off a pair of pants and tosses them to Rocco. Go on. The agent opens the bathroom door and sits back down on the bed. Rocco trembles as he walks inside the bathroom and peels off his pants and briefs. He tosses them into the tub, douses a towel with tap water, and wipes himself. Jay Tally, the agent says again. Real name Jean-Paul Chandon. Ask me something else. Rocco means it as he sits in a different chair. Okay, we'll get back to Tally later. You got plans to take out your father? The agent's stare is cold. It's no secret you hate him. I don't claim him. Doesn't matter, Rocco. You ran away from home. You changed your name from Marino to Caggiano. What's the plan and who's involved? Rocco hesitates for the longest time, thoughts jumping behind his bloodshot eyes. The agent gets up, breathing through his mouth as if to avoid the stench. He presses the barrel of the Colt against Rocco's right temple. Who, what, when, and where, he says, tapping the barrel of the pistol against Rocco's head with each word, don't fuck with me. I was gonna do it. In a couple months when he goes fishing. He always goes fishing at Bugs Lake the first week of August. Nail him in his cabin, make it look like a burglary gone bad. So you would kill your own father when he's on a fishing trip. You know what you are, Rocco? You're the worst shit I ever met.
33. Whenever Nick Robillard drives past the snow depot in downtown Zachary, she feels like crying. Tonight, the stand, with its hand-painted signs advertising snow cones, is dark and deserted. If Buddy were with her, he'd be staring out the window and begging, not caring that the snow depot is closed, and it isn't possible for his mother to buy him a treat. That boy loves snow cones more than anybody Nick's ever heard of, and despite her efforts to steer him away from sweets, he demands a snow cone, cherry or grape, every time she takes him anywhere in the car. Buddy is with his grandfather in Baton Rouge right now, where he always is when Nick has to work late, and ever since she returned from Knoxville she works constantly. Scarpetta inspired her. The need to impress Scarpetta dominates Nick's life. She is determined to bring about the arrest of the serial killer. She is frantic about the abducted women, knowing it absolutely will happen again if the maniac isn't caught. She is tormented by grief and guilt because she is neglecting her son after she was away from him for 2.5 months. If Buddy ever stopped loving her or turned out wrong, Nick would want to die. Some nights, when she finally returns to her tiny Victorian house around the corner from St. John the Baptist Catholic Church on Lee Street, she lies in bed, staring at dark shapes inside her small room, and listens to the silence as she imagines Buddy sound asleep at her father's house in Baton Rouge. Thoughts about her son and ex-husband Ricky flit about like moths. She contemplates whether she would shoot herself in the heart or the head if she were to lose everything that matters. Not one person has any idea that Nick gets depressed. Not one person would ever imagine that there are times when she entertains thoughts of suicide. What keeps her from the unthinkable is her belief that self-murder is one of the most selfish sins a person can commit, and she envisions the dire consequences of such an act, pushing the fatal fantasy far out of reach until the next time she dives into a dead man's spin of powerlessness, loneliness, and despair. Shit, she whispers as she drives south on Main Street, leaving the snow depot behind in her emotional wake. I'm so sorry, buddy boy, my buddy boy. What a decision she faces, choosing between doing nothing about women being murdered and doing nothing about her son. 34. Mon petit trésor agneau. My little treasured lamb, Scarpetta translates as her heart freezes at the sight of Chandon's handwriting, and she feels his presence in his letter to her. She has been sitting in the same position for so long, in the straight-backed wooden chair by her bedroom's open door, that her lower back aches, and the small glass table is sweating from the humid sea air. As she remembers to breathe, she realizes that every muscle is tense, her entire body like a clenched fist. The letter, the letter, the letter. It stuns her that his handwriting is beautiful, a practiced calligraphy penned in black ink, not a single word crossed through, not a single mistake that she can see at a glance. He must have spent a lot of time writing this letter to her, as if it was a loving endeavor, and the idea of that just adds to the horror. He thinks of her. He is telling her so by the very act of his artistic penmanship. She reads his words. Do you know about the red stick yet, and that you must go there? But not until you come to see me first, in the Longhorn state, as they say. You see, I direct you. You have no will of your own. You may think you do, but I am the current running through your body, every impulse coming from me. I am inside you. Feel it. Do you remember that night? You eagerly opened your door and then attacked me because you could not face your longing for me. I have forgiven you for taking my eyes, but you could not take my soul. It follows you constantly. If you try, you can touch it. Maintenant, maintenant. It is time. The red stick awaits you. You must come to me first, or it will be too late to hear my stories. Only for you will I tell them. I know what you want, mon petit trésor agneau. I have what you want. In 2 weeks I will be dead, and have nothing to say. Ha! Will you release me to the ecstasy, or will I release you, sinking my teeth into your soft, round loveliness? If you do not find me, I will find you. Love and rapture, Jean-Baptiste. In the old-style bathroom, with its plain white toilet, its plain plastic shower curtain around the plain white tub, its mildew-stained white walls, Scarpetta vomits. She drinks a glass of water from the tap and returns to the bedroom, to the table, to that blighted piece of paper, which she suspects will offer her no evidence. He is too clever to leave evidence. She sits in the chair, trying to fight the images of the filthy beast flying through her front door like an evil spirit crackling out of hell. Scarcely can she recall in detail the pursuit, that terrible pursuit around her living room, as he swung an iron hammer, the same iron hammer he had used before to shatter women's heads and bodies to battered flesh and splintered bone, especially their faces. At the time she was the medical examiner for the Richmond murders, it never occurred to her that she might be the next one. Since that near-death experience, she struggles to will away her imagined destruction of her own body and face. He would not have raped her. He isn't capable of rape. Jean-Baptiste's revenge on the world is to cause death and disfigurement to recreate others in his own image. He is the ultimate embodiment of self-hate. If it is true that she saved her life by permanently blinding him, then he should be so lucky as to be spared his own reflection in the polished metal mirror he must look at every day inside his death-row cell. Scarpetta goes to a hallway closet and moves the vacuum cleaner out of the way. She rolls out a suitcase. 35. If you need anything, call me on my cell phone, Nick says, standing in the front doorway of her father's white brick house in the old garden district, where homes are large, and spreading canopies of magnolias and live oaks keep much of the city's old establishment in the shade. Even on the brightest days, Nick finds her childhood home dark and foreboding. "Why, you know I'm not calling that new-fangled little phone of yours," her father says, winking at her. "Even if you don't make the call, you have to pay for it, isn't that right? Or does unlimited mileage, minutes, apply?" "What?" Nick frowns, then laughs. "Never mind. My new number's taped to the refrigerator whether you decide to call it or not. If I don't call back right away, you know it's because I'm busy. Now you be good, buddy boy. You're my big man, right?" Her 5-year-old son peeks out from behind his grandfather and makes a face. "Got it." Nick pretends to snatch his nose and tries the old trick of sticking her thumb up between two fingers. Do you want your nose back or not? Buddy looks like the proverbial tow-headed choir boy, dressed in overalls that are an inch too short. He touches his nose and sticks out his tongue. You keep sticking out that tongue of yours and one day it won't fit in your mouth anymore, his grandfather warns him. Shh, Nick says. Don't be saying things like that, Papa. He'll believe you. She peeks around him and grabs her son. Gotcha! She lifts him up and covers his face with kisses. Looks like it's time to go shopping, my big man. You're outgrowing your clothes again. How come you keep doing that, huh? I don't know. He hugs her tightly around the neck. Do you think it's possible you might wear something besides overalls? She whispers in his ear. He vigorously shakes his head. She gently puts him down. Why can't I come? Buddy pouts. Mama has to work. By the time you wake up, I'll be back, okay? You go on to bed like my big man, and I'll bring you a surprise. What surprise? If I told you, it wouldn't be a surprise, now would it? Nick kisses the top of his head again, and he irritably musses his hair as if swatting away bugs. Uh-oh, she says to her father. I believe someone's getting grumpy. Buddy gives her a look, a mixture of anger and hurt that never fails to make Nick feel as though she has betrayed and failed him. Ever since her salesman ex-husband Ricky got the promotion he always wanted, he got more impossible to live with, traveling all the time, complaining and unkind. He's gone, and Nick's glad, relieved, but deeply wounded in ways she can't define. Hardships in life are always for the best if you do God's will, according to the doctrine of her father, who loves her but won't take her side in her failed marriage. You ought to know that being a cop doesn't mix with holding on to a man if you ever get married, he told her when she got accepted to the police academy 8 years ago, after a dreary career of working as a bookkeeper at the Ford dealership in Zachary, where she eventually met Ricky. They dated 3 months and moved in together. Another sin. At last she was free of her haunted house. Mama had her own business, Nick reminded her father every time he made his comments. Honey, that's not the same. She didn't carry a gun. Maybe if she had... Now you hush your mouth. She finished the sentence only once. This was after she filed for divorce, and her father berated her for an entire afternoon, pacing in his living room, his face a storm of disbelief, fear, and anger. He's a big, lanky man, and every upset stride seemed to carry him from one wall to the other, and jostled the antique crystal lamp on the table next to the couch, until it finally fell over and broke. "Now look what you did," he cried out. "You broke your mother's lamp." "You broke it." "Girls don't need to be chasing criminals and shooting guns. That's why you lost Ricky. He married a pretty woman, not an Annie Oakley. And what kind of mother—" That was when Nick said it. "If Mama had a gun, maybe she wouldn't have been butchered by some fucking asshole right here in our own house." "Don't you dare use words like that," he told her, emphasizing each stony word with a violent stab of his finger. Stabs that reminded her of what was done to her mother. They never touched the subject again. It remains a stalled storm front between them. No matter how often they see each other, she can't feel his warmth or get but so close. After 2 premature babies who didn't survive, Nick was born and is the only child her father has. After he retired from teaching high school sociology, he got bored and pretty much quit life. He spends his mornings working crossword puzzles when he's not babysitting and taking obsessively long, brisk walks. She knows he blames himself. Her mother was murdered 8 years ago in the middle of the day while he and Nick were both at work. Maybe she blames herself, too. Not so much for her mother's death, she tells herself, but because if Nick hadn't gone out with friends after work, her father might not have been the one to find his wife's body and blood all over the house, from where she fought her killer, running from room to room. By the time Nick got home, slightly drunk from beer, police were swarming the property, her mother's body already removed. Nick never saw it. It was a closed-casket funeral. She's never been able to bring herself to get a copy of the police report, and because the case remains unsolved, the coroner's office won't give her a copy of the autopsy records. All she knows is that her mother was stabbed and slashed and bled to death. Knowing that was enough. But for some reason, it isn't anymore. On this particular night, Nick is determined to talk, but that can't happen unless Buddy is occupied. "You want to watch TV for a few minutes before bed?" she asks him. It is a special privilege indeed. "Yes," he says, still pouting. He runs inside the house, and the TV goes on. She nods at her father, and he accompanies her outside. "Come on," she whispers to him, and they pick their usual spot beneath the ancient live oak tree at the edge of the yard.
"This'd better be good."
He has his lines and never tires of reusing them. She catches the gleam of his teeth as he talks, and knows he's pleased when she drags him out in the middle of the night to have a secret conversation, one not meant for a toddler's ears. "I know you don't want to talk about it," Nick begins, "but it's about Mama." She feels him jerk and withdraw, as if his spirit has suddenly fled from his body. "I need to know more, Papa. Not knowing is doing something to me. Maybe because of what's happening around here now with these women disappearing. I'm feeling something. I don't know how else to say it, but I'm feeling something. Something terrible." Her voice trembles. "And it's scaring me, Papa. The way I'm feeling sometimes is scaring me bad." His silence is as formidable as the tree they stand under. "Remember when I got the ladder and propped it against this very tree?" She looks heavenward, her vision caught in thick, dark branches and leaves. "Next thing I know, I'm stuck up there, too scared to climb higher or come back down, and you had to get me."
"I remember."
His voice sounds as if nobody is home. "Well, that's the way I feel right now," she goes on, trying to appeal to the part of him that shut down after his wife was murdered. "I can't climb up or down, and I need you to help me, Papa."
"There's nothing I can do,"
he says. 36. Szczecin's skyline is pierced by antennas, the streets quiet, the downtown shabby. Not one of the stores looks inviting, especially at this late hour, and the few cars out are old and worse for the wear. The Radisson is built of brick, the courtyard gray and red pavers, and a large blue banner out front welcomes a Methods and Models in Automation and Robotics meeting, and that is fortunate. The more people in the hotel, the better, and Lucy used to program robots and can talk technology with anybody if need be. But it won't be necessary. She has a plan, a very good one in all respects. She finds a spot to park several streets down from a Fila store just past a delicatesse. Flipping down the mirror on the visor, she quickly applies makeup and puts on gold hoop earrings. She yanks off her tennis shoes and pulls on sexy black satin cowboy boots that are disgustingly necessary should someone spot her inside the hotel. She struggles into a black blouse, linen and wrinkled, and tucks her tactical baton up its sleeve. She unbuttons it low enough to show off cleavage. Transformed into a sexy young woman who is staying in the hotel, Lucy is sufficiently disheveled and alluring to pass for a typical convention attendee who has been out having a good time half the night. Throwing on a windbreaker and cursing her boots, she walks quickly to the hotel beneath the dim auras of streetlights. This Radisson is self-service, as Lucy calls hotels where she carries her own bags, uses her magnetized room key to let herself into the gym, and fills her own ice bucket, and where the housekeepers are shocked when left a tip. There is no doorman or bellman at this hour, only a young woman reading a Polish magazine behind the front desk. Lucy stays outside in the dark, glancing around, making certain no one suddenly walks up and sees her. In that unlikely event, she will dig inside the small leather satchel looped over her shoulder, pretending to look for her room key. She waits restlessly for 10 minutes before the bored, weary desk clerk gets up and walks off, perhaps to the ladies' room, perhaps to find coffee. Lucy strolls across the lobby and disappears inside the elevator, pushing the button for the 5th floor. Rudy is in room 511. It is not his room. He got inside the hotel very much the same way Lucy did, only he got a good break, got to walk in with a crowd of businessmen returning from dinner. Fortunately, he was smart enough to wear a suit and tie. Rudy is an odd breed. Former HRT comrades envied his beautiful muscular body and accused him of taking steroids, which he has never touched. Lucy would know, because Rudy may have his flaws, but he is so honest and sincere that she sometimes calls him girlfriend. She knows every detail of his diet, vitamin and protein supplements and grueling workout routines, and his favorite magazines and television shows. She can't remember the last time he read a book. She also understands why he sexually assaulted her in the tire house, and if anything, feels bad that she broke his nose.
"I thought you were hot for me, too. I swear," he explained with the most pitiful expression on his face. "I guess I got all excited rolling around between tires and shooting, and you were right there with me, with cartridge cases pinging everywhere, both of us dirty and sooty, and you looked so good I couldn't stand it. So I asked you that question, when I shouldn't have, and then you said you wanted sex whenever you could get it. I thought you meant with me."
"Right that minute?" Lucy said. "You really thought that?"
"Yeah, that you were hot and bothered, too."
"Now and then you should watch something besides action movies," Lucy replied. "Walt Disney, maybe?" They had this conversation inside her room at the FBI Academy, both of them sitting on her bed because she was not afraid of Rudy and never has been. He was the one with stitches below his lip and a broken nose that required the skills of a plastic surgeon.
"Besides, and I know this may sound like bullshit to you, Lucy, but I'd had it with what the other guys were saying. Maybe I wanted to prove something, prove you weren't what they've been saying."
"I get it. If we had sex, then you could go back and tell them all about it."
"No, I didn't mean it like that. I wouldn't have told them anything. It's none of their business."
Let me sort through this. Having sex in the tire house would have proven to the other guys that I'm into guys, even though they wouldn't have known about our having sex in the tire house because you're too honorable to kiss and tell.
Ah, fuck.
Rudy stared dejectedly at the floor.
"I'm not saying it right. I wouldn't have told them a thing, but next time they badmouthed you, accused you of being gay or frigid or whatever, I could have given them a look. Done something to indicate they didn't know what they were talking about."
"I appreciate that your intention was my welfare as you tried to rip off my clothes and rape me," Lucy replied.
"I wasn't trying to rape you. For Christ's sake, don't use a word like that. I thought you were turned on, too. Shit, Lucy, what do you want me to do?"
"Never try a stunt like that again, or next time I'll break more than your nose."
"Fine. I won't ever do anything again unless you start it. Or change your mind."
He resigned from the bureau and eventually came to work for her at the last precinct. Rudy is a perplexing mix. In some ways he is the big handsome dope incapable of making a commitment to any woman he has ever claimed to desperately love, and his choices as far as Lucy knows demonstrate appallingly bad judgment. But as a crime fighter he is as meticulous and skillful as he is as a helicopter pilot. Rudy isn't selfish or narcissistic. He rarely drinks and he never touches drugs, not even aspirin.
"One good thing about it," Rudy looked up at Lucy as they sat on her bed. "When the plastic surgeon was fixing my nose, he went ahead and shaved that little bump off it." He gently touched the splint on the bridge of his nose. "He says I'll have a perfect Roman nose. That's what he called it, a Roman nose." He paused, slightly perplexed. What exactly is a Roman nose?
37. Lucy knocks on the door of room 511. It has a do not disturb sign hanging on the knob, and the TV is loud inside, hoofs pounding, guns firing. It sounds like Rudy is watching a Western, but what he's watching is Rocco.
"Yeah?"
After a pause, Rudy's voice sounds from inside. "Down and secure." She uses helicopter talk and scans the hallway as she pulls latex gloves out of a pocket and works her hands into them. The door opens wide enough for her to slip through, and she closes it behind her. Rudy is also wearing surgical gloves and turns the lock and deadbolt. Lucy takes off her windbreaker and stares hard at Rocco Caggiano, at his flabby fat body and his bloodshot eyes. She takes in every detail of the room. Draped over a chair is his black cashmere overcoat, and in a corner on the carpet are a plastic tray and an empty bottle of champagne, next to a stainless steel ice bucket filled with water. It would have taken hours for the ice to completely melt. The bed is king-size, and directly across from it, in front of a window with the drapes drawn, are a small glass table and 2 chairs. On the carpet are several British newspapers. He's recently been in England, maybe. But Rocco has never bothered to learn a second language. The papers could have come from anywhere along his route here. Parked between the table and the bed is a room service cart with nothing on it but 4 stainless steel plate covers. Lucy can't help but think of Rocco's estranged father, Pete Marino, as she eyes a gnawed T-bone, the shredded skin of a baked potato, a plate with 1 pat of butter left, melted, an empty bread basket, and a glass goblet filled with wilted lettuce, cocktail sauce, wedges of lemon, and shrimp tails. He so completely devoured a slice of chocolate cake, nothing is left but smears made with Rocco's fingers. "I gotta go. Be my guest." She hurries into the bathroom. The stench is horrible. "He's sober?" Lucy asks Rudy when she returns. "Sober enough." "Must be in the genes." "What?" "The way father and son take care of themselves," she says. "But that's all he and Marino have in common." This to Rocco. "Drop by Szczecin to check on a few spare firearms? Maybe some ammunition, explosives, electronics, perfumes, and designer clothing? How many phony bills of lading are in your briefcase?" Rocco glares at her, his attention dropping to her cleavage. "Keep your goddamn eyes to yourself," Lucy snaps, having forgotten about her appearance. She buttons up and resumes her interrogation. "Probably thousands of them floating around somewhere, right, Rocco?" He says nothing. Lucy notices vomit on the carpet between his black crocodile loafers. "About time you gagged on your own shit, Rocco." She sits on the edge of the bed. "That a pickle up your sleeve, or you just happy to see me?" Rudy says to Lucy without a smile, without taking his eyes off Rocco. Lucy remembers the tactical baton up the sleeve of her linen blouse, slips it out, and sets it on the bedside table. It is warm in the room. She glances at the thermostat, verifying that Rudy turned up the heat to 74 degrees. Any higher than that could arouse suspicion. Blowing heat moves the drapes drawn across the window on the other side of the room. The window is large and faces the front of the hotel. Rocco stares at the pistol, his eyes filling with tears. My, Lucy remarks. "You're quite a crybaby for someone so mean and tough. And by the way, your father doesn't cry." She looks at Rudy. "You ever seen Marino cry?" "Nope." "You ever seen him shit in his pants?" "Nope." "Did you know that Rocco here had plans to put a bullet in Marino's head on his fishing trip? You know, the one he always takes to Bugs Lake?" Lucy doesn't comment. A flush creeps up her neck. Hopefully Marino will never know that she and Rudy came here and probably saved his life. Rocco won't be shooting anyone ever again. "You could have killed your father years ago. Why this August?" Lucy asks him. She knows when Marino takes his annual fishing trip. Rocco shrugs. "Instructions? From whom?" "My former client. He has scores to settle." "Jean-Baptiste," Lucy says. "So the 2 of you have remained close. That's touching, because he's the reason you're about to die." "I don't believe you," Rocco exclaims. "He'd never. He needs me." "For what?" Rudy asks. "Outside work," Rocco replies. "I'm still his attorney. He can send me anything he wants, contact me any time he wants." "What does he send you?" Rudy asks. "Anything. All he's got to do is mark it legal mail and no one can open it. So if he wants letters or shit sent to somebody who obviously ain't a lawyer, he sends it through me." "The letter I got from him that ratted you out, Rocco, did he send it through you?" Lucy asks. "No. He's never sent me a letter with your name on it. I never opened them. Too risky. If he ever found out." He pauses, his eyes glassy. "I don't believe he sent you a letter." "We're here, aren't we?" Rudy says. "So how did that happen if Sean Dunn didn't send a letter and tell us everything we need to know?" Rocco has no answer. "Why would he want you to kill your father?" Lucy isn't about to forget that subject. Especially now. What scores to settle?
Maybe Jean-Baptiste don't like him. I guess you could consider it a parting shot. Rocco briefly looks smug.
Mind if I see that for a minute? Lucy holds out her hand for Rudy's pistol. He drops out the magazine and clears the round from the chamber. The cartridge bounces on the bed. Lucy picks it up and Rudy gives her the Colt. She walks close to Rocco and pushes the loose cartridge into the magazine with her thumb. "Your father taught me how to drive," she tells Rocco in a conversational tone. "You ever seen those huge pickup trucks of his? Well, that's what I learned on when I was so little I had to sit on a pillow even with the seat raised." She racks back the slide and aims the pistol between his eyes. "He taught me how to shoot, too." She squeezes the trigger. Click. Rocco jumps violently. "Oops!" Lucy smacks the magazine back inside the handle. "Forgot it wasn't loaded. Get up, Rocco."
"You're cops."
His voice trembles in fear and disbelief.
"Cops don't kill people. They don't do this."
"I'm not a cop," Rudy says to Lucy. "Are you a cop?" "No, I'm not a cop. I don't see a single cop in this room, do you?"
"Some CIA paramilitary operatives.
But they sent you into Iraq, didn't they?
To take out Saddam Hussein. I know what people like you do."
"Never been to Iraq, have you?" Lucy says to Rudy.
"Not recently."
38. Another Western is playing on the TV. Mouths move out of sync as two cowboys dismount their horses, voices dubbed in Polish.
"One last chance," Rudy says to Rocco. "Where's J. Tally? Don't lie. I promise I'll know."
"He took a statement analysis course at the FBI Academy," Lucy says drolly. "Was the star of the class." Rocco slowly shakes his head. It is apparent by now that if he knew, he would tell them. He is a self-serving, sniveling coward, and right now he is more afraid of them than he is of J. Tally. "Here's the deal. We're not going to kill you, Rocco." Lucy tosses the pistol back to Rudy. "You're going to commit suicide."
"No."
He shakes as if he has Parkinson's disease.
"Your history, Rocco," Rudy says. "A fugitive, a red notice. You can't go anywhere anyway. You'll be grabbed. If you're lucky, you'll end up in prison, probably in Sicily, and I hear that's not a holiday. But you know better. The gendarmes will take you out instantly, and perhaps not as humanely as you can end your own miserable, stinking life right now."
Lucy goes to the bed and digs an envelope out of her shoulder bag's back pocket. Inside it is a folded sheet of paper. She opens it. "Here." She offers it to Rocco. He makes no effort to touch it. "Take it. A hard copy of your red notice, hot off the press. You must be curious." Rocco doesn't respond. Even his eyeballs seem to be shaking. "Take it," Lucy tells him. Rocco does. The red notice shakes violently in his hands as he leaves his fingerprints on the paper, a detail he probably isn't thinking about. "Now read it out loud. I think it's very important you see what it says, because I'm confident you'll decide you have no choice but to kill yourself right here in this lovely hotel room," Lucy says. The single page has Interpol's crest in the upper right corner, of course in bright red. Prominently displayed is Rocco's photograph, easily acquired. Egotist that he is, he has never ducked the camera when he's represented criminals in scandalous trials. The picture on the red notice is recent and a very good likeness. "Read out loud," Lucy orders him again. "Story time, Rocco."
"Identity particulars."
His voice wavers, and he continues to clear his throat.
"Present family name, Rocco Caggiano. Name at birth, Peter Rocco Marino, Jr."
He pauses at this, and tears brighten his eyes. He bites his lower lip, then continues reading on and on, all about himself. When he gets to the judicial information and reads that he is wanted for the murders of the Sicilian and French journalists, he rolls his eyes toward the ceiling. "Jesus," he mutters, taking a deep breath. "That's right," Lucy says. Arrest warrant number 7260 for poor Mr. Guarino. Arrest warrant number 7261 for poor Monsieur Lafleur. Issued April 24th, 2003, 2 days ago.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Your faithful client, Jean-Baptiste, Lucy reminds him.
The bastard, Rocco mutters, after all I did for the ugly piece of shit.
It's over, Rocco, Rudy says. He drops the red notice on top of the table. I understand the Shonduns can be pretty creative, Lucy says. Torture. Remember how much J. Talley liked to string people up with rope and eye bolts and burn them with heat guns? Burn them until their skin was charred black, while they were alive and conscious. Remember how he tried to do that to my aunt, while his fucking accomplice Bev Kiffin tried to blow me away with a shotgun? Rocco stares off. She steps closer to him, the thought of what almost happened to her aunt tempting her to whip open her tactical baton and beat Rocco to death. She glances at it on the bedside table, knows better. Drowning is another pet choice, she goes on. Rocco jerks at this.
No, he begs.
Remember Jean-Baptiste's cousin Thomas? Drowned. Not a nice way to die. She gives Rudy a look. He carefully wipes off the colt with a corner of the bedsheet as an extra precaution, his face hard, his eyes gleaming with a detachment and determination that makes it possible for him to block out the sudden wave of empathy he feels for Rocco, no matter how unworthy of life he is. Rudy glances at Lucy, and briefly their eyes touch like two sparks. Sweat rolls down Lucy's face, wisps of hair plastered to her temples. She is pale, and Rudy knows that each of her attempts at dry humor and harshness are forced as she plays the most terrible role of her life. He pulls back the slide, chambering around, and approaches Rocco. "Right-handed, you agree, partner?" Rudy calmly says to Lucy. "I agree." She doesn't take her eyes off Rocco. Her hands have begun to shake, and she wills herself to think of J. Talley and his evil paramour, Bev Kiffin. Images. Lucy envisions the grief on her aunt's face as she scattered what she believed were Benton Wesley's ashes over the water. Lucy's brain seems to slide inside her skull. She has never been seasick. It must feel something like this. "Your choice," she says to Rocco. "I mean it. You can die now and feel no pain, no torture, no burns, no drowning. The red notice is found right where you dropped it. Your suicide completely understandable. Or you can walk out of here, never knowing when you'll breathe your last breath and what nightmare you'll suffer when the Shonduns get you, and they will." He nods. Of course they will. It is a given. "Put out your right hand," Rudy tells Rocco. Rocco rolls his eyes toward the ceiling again. "See? I'm holding the gun. I'm going to help you," Rudy goes on, lightly, indifferently, as sweat drips on the carpet. "Make sure the barrel is pointed up," Lucy says, thinking of the decapitated Nazi's head.
"Come on, Rocco, do what I say. It won't hurt. You won't even know it."
Rudy touches the barrel against Rocco's right temple. "Up," Lucy reminds him again.
"Your hand goes around the grips, and my hand goes around yours."
Rocco closes his eyes, and his hand jumps up and down. He closes his pudgy short fingers around the grips, and Rudy's big strong hand immediately clamps over his.
"I have to help you because you can't hold the gun still," Rudy tells him. "You don't shoot straight, and that could be ugly. And I can't let you hold the gun all by yourself, now can I? That would make me stupid."
Rudy's voice is gentle now.
"See, that's not so hard. Now press the barrel tight against your head."
Rocco gags, his chest heaving. He begins to hyperventilate. "Pointed up," Lucy says it one more time, fixated on the decapitated Nazi's head, trying not to see Rocco's head. He sways in his chair, grabbing shallow breaths, his face livid, his eyes squeezed shut. Rudy's gloved finger pulls the trigger. The gun fires in a loud pop. Rocco and his chair fall backward. His head lands on the British newspapers strewn over the carpet, his face turned toward the window. Blood gushing out of his head sounds like running water. Gunsmoke turns the air acrid. Rudy squats to tuck Rocco's limp right arm and the pistol under his chest. Any prints or partial prints recovered on the blue steel Colt will be Rocco's. Lucy opens a window a crack, no more than 3 inches, and yanks off her gloves as Rudy presses 2 fingers against Rocco Caggiano's carotid artery. His pulse beats faintly and stops. Rudy nods at Lucy and stands up. He digs inside a pocket of his jacket and pulls out a German mustard jar. Holes have been punched in the lid, and blowflies crawl along the inside of the glass, feeding on what is left of the rotting meat that yesterday baited them into captivity at a dumpster crammed with garbage behind a Polish restaurant. He opens the jar and shakes it. Several dozen flies lethargically lift off, buzzing to lamps and bouncing against illuminated shades. Sensing pheromones and the plume of an open wound, they greedily drone straight to Rocco's motionless body. Blowflies, the most common of carrion-feeding insects, alight on his bloody face. Several disappear inside his mouth. 39. It is only 8 p.m. in Boston. Pete Marino sits at the U.S. Air Gate eating chocolate-dipped pretzels and listening to another apologetic announcement that promises his flight will depart after another minor delay of only 2 hours and 10 minutes. This is after an earlier delay that has already held him hostage in Logan Airport for an hour and 25 minutes beyond his scheduled departure.
"Shit!"
he exclaims, not caring who hears him.
"I could have walked by now."
Rarely does he have plenty of time to ponder his life, and he thinks of Benton and diverts his misery and rage by focusing on Benton's physical conditioning and hard, manly body. He looks even better than he used to, Marino depressingly decides. How can that be possible after 6 years of what amounts to solitary confinement? Marino can't comprehend it. He starts on a brownie from the basket of delicious desserts of Gainesville that he happened upon in the airport gift shop, and wonders what it would be like if he quit working for Lucy, just gave up going after dirt bags. They're cockroaches. Squash one and 5 others take its place. Maybe Marino should go fishing. Maybe become a professional bowler. He almost had a perfect score once. Find him a nice woman and build a cabin in the woods. Once, very long ago, Marino was admired too, and the mirror did not hate him. Women, and men, he supposes with confusion and disgust, stare at Benton and lust for him. Marino is certain of this. They can't resist him when added to his good looks are his brain and his big-shot FBI status, or more accurately, former FBI status. Marino pushes back strings of gray hair and wakes himself up to the fact that people don't meet Benton anymore, and know his real name, or admire his former FBI career. He is supposed to be dead, or Tom, or nobody. That Scarpetta could miss Benton so much causes Marino a sick pain somewhere around his heart, and topples him into deeper despair. He hurts deeply for her. He hurts deeply for himself. If he died, she would grieve, but not forever. She has never been in love with him, never will be, and doesn't want his fat, hairy body in her bed. Marino wanders into another gift shop and snatches a fitness magazine off a pile on the floor, an action as foreign to him as Hebrew. Men's Workout has a handsome young man on the cover who looks as if he's cut of smooth stone. He must have shaved his entire body except for his head, and polished his tanned skin with oil. Marino returns to a nearby sports bar, orders another Budweiser on tap, finds his same table, brushes off pizza crumbs, and sets down the magazine, somewhat afraid of opening it. He finally musters the nerve to pick it up, and its slick cover sticks to the table.
"Hey!"
Marino calls to the bartender.
"Anyone ever wipe off a table in this joint?"
Everyone in the bar stares at Marino.
"I just paid $3.50 for this watered-down beer, and the table's so disgusting my magazine's sticking to it."
Everyone in the bar stares at Marino's magazine. Several young men nudge one another and smile. The annoyed bartender, who would have to be an octopus to keep up with orders, tosses a wet bar towel to Marino. He wipes off his table and tosses it back, almost hitting an old woman in the head. She sips her white wine, oblivious. Marino starts flipping through his magazine. Maybe it isn't too late to reclaim his masculine plumage, to have muscles he can flex like a peacock fanning its tail. As a boy in New Jersey, he made himself strong from chin-ups, push-ups, and maniacal repetitions with free weights he constructed from cinder blocks and mop or broom handles. He lifted the rear ends of cars to work on his back and biceps, clutched a laundry bag filled with bricks while doing squats or running up and down stairs. He boxed with laundry drying on the clothesline, always on windy days when the clothes and linens fought back. "Peter Rocco! You stop fighting with the laundry. You knock it in the dirt and you get to wash it." His mother was a meshed figure behind the screen door, hands on her hips, trying to sound severe as her son's savage right hook yanked one of his father's wet undershirts from wooden clothespins and sent it sailing into a nearby bush. As Marino got older, he wrapped his fists in layers of rags and threw wicked punches at an old mattress he kept in the crawl space beneath the house. If it was possible to kill a mattress, this one died 1,000 times, propped up against the porch, its ticking finally ripping and its dry-rotted foam rubber disintegrating with each blow. Marino scavenged neighborhood trash piles for discarded mattresses, and he battled his stained, obtuse opponents as if he hated them for some unforgivable sin they had committed against him. "Who you trying to kill, honey?" his mother asked him one afternoon when he was dripping with sweat and wobbly from exhaustion and flinging open the refrigerator door for the ice water his mother always kept there. "Don't drink out of the jug. How many times I gotta tell you? You know what germs are? They're little ugly bugs crawling out of your mouth right into the jug. Don't matter if you can't see 'em. Doesn't make them any less real, and those very germs are what gives you and everyone else the flu and polio, and you end up in an iron lung, and Dad drinks out of the jug." Well, what, Mom?" "He's the man of the house." "Well, ain't that something? Guess he ain't got little ugly bugs crawling out of him like everybody else since he's the man of the house. Guess he don't give a rat's ass who ends up in an iron lung. Who you fighting out there when you beat up the mattress? Fight, fight, fight. You're always fighting." Marino buys another beer and consoles himself with the thought that the male models in the workout magazine are not fighters, because they have the flexibility of a rock. They don't dance on their feet, boxing. They don't do anything but lift iron and pose for photographers and poison themselves with steroids. Still, Marino wouldn't mind having a stomach that looks like moguls in a ski run, and what he wouldn't give for his hair to come home to his head instead of continuing its relentless migration to other parts of his body. He smokes and drinks to the noise of a basketball dribbling, shoes squeaking, and crowds yelling on the big screen TV. Loudly flipping through a few more pages of his magazine, he begins to notice advertisements for aphrodisiacs, performance enhancements, and invitations to skin parties and strip volleyball. When he reaches a centerfold of hairless hunks wearing G-strings and fishnet bikini briefs, he slaps the magazine shut. A businessman sitting one table over gets up and moves to the other end of the bar. Marino takes his time finishing his beer and gets up and stretches and yawns. People in the bar watch him as he makes his way toward the businessman and drops the magazine on top of his Wall Street Journal. "Call me," Marino says with a wink, as he saunters out of the bar.
This book is continued on Disc 5. Disc 5.
40. Back at the U.S. Air gate, Marino is seized by agitation and impetuosity. His flight has been delayed another hour due to weather. Suddenly, he doesn't want to go home to Trixie and get up in the morning and realize what happened in Boston. Thinking of his small house with its carport in its blue-collar neighborhood sinks his spirit lower into bitterness and a need to fight back. If only he could identify the enemy. Why he continues to live in Richmond makes no sense. Richmond is the past. Why he allowed Benton to blow him off makes no sense. He should never have walked away from Benton's apartment. "You know what due to weather means?" Marino asks the young red-headed woman sitting next to him, filing her nails. Two rude behaviors Marino simply can't tolerate are public farts and the scratching sound of manicures accompanied by drifting nail dust. The file continues to rapidly scratch.
It means they ain't decided whether to fly our asses out of Boston yet. See? There ain't enough passengers to make it worth their while. They lose money, they don't go nowhere, and blame it on something else.
The file freezes, and the woman looks around at dozens of empty plastic seats.
You can sit here all night, Marino goes on, or come find a motel room with me.
After a moment of disbelief, she gets up and walks off in a huff. "Pig," she says. Marino smiles, civility restored, his boredom assuaged, if only briefly. He is not going to wait for a flight that probably will never happen, and then he thinks of Benton again. Anger and paranoia ooze into his skull. His feeling of powerlessness and rejection settle more closely around him, choking him with a depression that stalls his thoughts and fatigues him as if he hasn't slept in days. He can't stand it. He won't. He wishes he could call Lucy, but doesn't know where she is. All she told him was that she had business to take care of that required traveling.
"What business?" Marino asked her.
"Just business."
"Sometimes I wonder why the hell I work for you."
"I don't wonder about it in the least. I never gave it a thought," Lucy said over the phone from her office in Manhattan. "You adore me." Outside Logan Airport, Marino flags down a Cambridge checker cab, practically stepping in front of it and waving his arms, ignoring the taxi line and the dozens of weary, unhappy people in it.
"The embankment," he tells the driver. "Near where the band shell is."
41. Scarpetta doesn't know where Lucy is either. Her niece doesn't answer her home or cell phones and hasn't returned numerous pages. Scarpetta can't reach Marino, and she has no intention of calling Rose and telling her about the letter. Her secretary worries too much already. Scarpetta sits on her bed, thinking. Billy makes his way up the dog ramp and plops down just far enough away to make her reach if she wants to pet him, and she does. "Why do you always sit so far away from me?" she talks to him as she stretches out to stroke his soft, floppy ears.
"Oh, I get it.
I'm supposed to reposition myself and move closer to you." She does. "You're a very willful dog, you know." Billy licks her hand. "I have to go out of town for a few days," she tells him, "but Rose will take good care of you. Maybe you'll stay at her house and she'll take you to the beach. So promise you won't get upset that I'm leaving." He never does. The only reason he comes running when she heads out on a trip is that he wants a ride in the car. He'd ride around in a car all day, given the choice. Scarpetta dials Lucy's office a second time. Although it is long past closing time, the phone is answered by an alive and awake human being 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Tonight it is Zach Manham's turn. "Okay, Zach," she says right off. "It's bad enough you won't tell me where Lucy is. It's not that I won't tell." "Of course it is," she cuts him off. "You know, but you won't tell me." "I swear to God, I don't know," Manham replies. "Look, if I did, I'd call her on her international cell phone and at least tell her to call you." "So she has her international cell phone with her. Then she's out of the country?" "She always carries her international cell phone. You know, the one that takes photographs, videotapes, connects to the internet. She's got the latest model. It makes pizza." Nothing is funny to Scarpetta right now. "I tried her cell phone. She's not answering," she says, "whether she's in this country or some other one. So what about Marino? You holding out on me about him, too?" "I haven't talked to him in days," Manham says. "No, I don't know where he is." "He not answering his cell phone or pages either?" "No." "Want me to take a polygraph, Doc?" "Yes." Manham laughs. "Okay, I quit. I'm too tired to keep this up all night," Scarpetta says as she rubs Billy's tummy. "If and when you ever hear from either one of them again, tell them to contact me immediately. It's urgent. Urgent enough that I'm flying to New York tomorrow." "What, are you in danger?" Manham asks, alarmed. "I don't want to talk about it with you, Zach. No offense intended. Good night." She locks her bedroom door, sets the alarm, and places her pistol on the bedside table. 42. Marino doesn't like the taxi driver and asks him where he's from.
"Kabul." "Kabul's where, exactly?" Marino asks. "I mean, I know what country," he doesn't, "but not its exact geographical location." Kabul is the capital of Afghanistan.
Marino tries to envision Afghanistan. All that comes to mind are dictators, terrorists, and camels.
And you do what there? I do nothing there. I live here.
The driver's dark eyes glance at him in the rearview mirror.
My family worked in the wool mills, and I came here 8 years ago. You should go to Kabul. It is very beautiful. Visit the old city. My name is Babur. You have questions or need a cab, call my company and ask for me.
He smiles, his teeth gleaming white in the dark. Marino senses the driver's making fun of him, but he doesn't get the joke. The driver's identification card is fastened to the passenger's seat visor, and Marino tries to read it, but can't. His vision isn't what it used to be, and he refuses to wear glasses. Despite Scarpetta's urging, he also refuses laser surgery, which he adamantly claims will make him blind or damage his frontal lobe.
This way don't look familiar,
Marino comments in his usual grumpy tone as unrecognizable buildings flow past his window.
We take a shortcut along the harbor, past the wharves, and then the causeway. Very pretty sights.
Marino leans forward on the hard bench seat, avoiding a spring that seems determined to work its way out of the vinyl upholstery and uncoil and bite his left buttock.
You're heading north, you Mohammed scumbag. I may not be from Boston, but I know where the embankment is, and you ain't even on the right side of the fucking river.
The cab driver, who calls himself Babur, completely ignores his passenger and continues along his route, cheerfully pointing out the sights, including the Suffolk County Jail, the Massachusetts General Hospital, and the Shriners Burn Center. By the time he drops off Marino on Storrow Drive, close but not too close to Benton Wesley's apartment building, the meter registers $68.35. Marino slings open the door and throws a crumpled $1 bill into the front seat.
You owe me $67.35.
The taxi driver smooths open the dollar bill on his leg.
I will call the police. And I'll beat the shit out of you. And you can't do nothing about it because you ain't legal, right? Show me a green card, asshole, and guess what? I'm the police and got a pistol strapped under my arm.
He snatches out his wallet and flashes the badge he did not return to the Richmond Police Department after he retired. He said he lost it. Tires squeal as the taxi driver speeds off, screaming curses out his open window. Marino heads toward the Longfellow Bridge and veers off southeast, briefly following the same sidewalk he and Benton walked along earlier today. He takes a roundabout way beneath gas lamplight on Pinckney and Revere, constantly listening and checking his surroundings, making certain he isn't being followed, as is his habit. Marino isn't thinking about the Shandong cartel. He is on the lookout for the usual street punks and lunatics, although he has seen no evidence of either in this section of Beacon Hill. When Benton's building comes into view, Marino notices that the windows of Unit 56 are dark. Shit, he mutters, tossing his cigarette, not bothering to stamp it out. Benton must have gone out for a late dinner, or to the gym, or for a jog. But that isn't likely, and Marino's anxieties tighten his chest with his every step. He knows damn well that Benton would not leave lights on when he goes out. He isn't the sort to walk into a completely dark house or apartment. Climbing the stairs to the 5th floor is worse than last time, because adrenaline and beer quicken his straining heart until he can scarcely breathe. When he reaches Unit 56, he bangs on the door. Not a sound comes from inside. He pounds harder and calls out, "Yo, Tom!" 43. Lucy starts the Mercedes and suddenly stares at Rudy in the pitch dark. "Oh, my God! I can't believe it!" She pounds the steering wheel with her fist, accidentally blaring the horn. "What?" Rudy jumps, startled and suddenly frantic. "What the hell? What the hell are you doing?" "My tactical baton. Goddamn son of a bitch. I left it on the night table inside the room. It's going to have my fingerprints on it, Rudy." How could she make such a brain-dead mistake? All went according to plan until she made an oversight, a mindless blunder, the very sort of blunder that catches people on the run all the time. The engine rumbles quietly on the side of the dark street, neither Lucy nor Rudy quite sure what to do. They are free. They got away with it. No one near or inside the hotel saw them, and now one of them must go back. "I'm sorry," Lucy whispers. "I'm a fucking idiot," she says. "You stay here." "No, I'll take care of it." Rudy's fear turns to the more manageable emotion of rage, and he resists taking it out on her. "I fucked it up. I get to fix it." She swings open the car door. 44. Bev Kiffin runs her fingers through a rack of cheap acetate panties and bras. The women's lingerie section of Walmart is near arts and crafts and directly across from men's athletic shoes, a section of the store she frequently haunts. She is certain, however, that the clerks in their cheap blue vests and name tags don't recognize her. This is the type of business where tired, glazed employees don't pay much attention to common-looking people like Bev, who root around for bargains in a discount store that is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. A red lacy bra captivates her imagination, and she checks sizes, looking for a 38D. Finding one in black, she tucks it up a sleeve of her dark green rain slicker. The bra is followed by 2 pairs of bikini-cut panties, size large. Stealing lingerie and other items that do not have security sensors is so easy. She wonders why everybody doesn't do it. Bev has no fear of consequences. No frontal lobe alarm sounds when she contemplates committing a crime, no matter how serious. Opportunities come and go on her radar screen, some bigger and brighter than others, such as the woman who has just wandered into the arts and crafts section, interested in needlepoint. The thought of such a stupid domestic hobby fills Bev with contempt as she instantly deduces that the attractive blonde, dressed in jeans and a light blue jacket, is naive. A lamb. Bev continues rummaging through the lingerie rack, the target on her radar flashing brighter with each passing second, her pulse picking up, her palms getting clammy. The woman drops skeins of colorful floss and a needlepoint pattern of an eagle and a flag into her cart. So she's patriotic, Bev thinks. Maybe she has a husband or boyfriend in the military, might be gone, maybe still in Iraq. She's at least 35, maybe close to 40. Could be her man's in the National Guard. The cart rolls forward, getting closer. Bev detects cologne. The scent is unfamiliar and probably expensive. The woman's legs are slender, her posture good. She works out in the gym. She's got free time on her hands. If she has children, she must be able to afford having someone take care of them while she's trotting off to the gym, or maybe the hair salon. Bev scans a scrap of paper, a shopping list, feigning that she is unaware of the woman, who pauses in the aisle, looking directly at the rack of lingerie. She wants to keep her man happy. A lamb. Good-looking. An air about her that Bev associates with intelligence. She can sense when people are smart. They don't have to say one word because the rest of them is talking. The woman pushes her cart straight to the rack, not even a foot from where Bev is standing, and the perfume crawls up Bev's sinuses, burrowing way up inside her skull, and her focus sharpens to a point as the woman unzips her jacket, picks a sheer red bra off the rack, and holds it up to firm, ample breasts. Hatred and envy electrify every nerve and muscle in Bev's matronly body, her upper lip breaking out in a cold sweat. She wanders in the direction of men's running shoes as the woman dials a cell phone. It rings somewhere for several seconds. "Honey," she sweetly, happily says. "Still here. I know, such a big place." She laughs. "I like the Walmart off Acadian better." She laughs again. "Well, maybe I will if you're sure you don't mind." She holds out her left arm, glancing at the watch peeking out of her sleeve, the sort of watch runners wear. Bev expected something fancier. 45. A light misty rain dampens the streets of Szczecin as Lucy nears the Radisson Hotel. This time she doesn't have to wait for the clerk to leave the front desk. The lobby is deserted. She walks inside, casually but briskly, and heads to the elevators. Her finger is about to make contact with the elevator button when the doors part, and a very intoxicated man lurches out, knocking into her.
"Excuse me,"
he says loudly, startling Lucy and jerking her mind out of gear. What to do? What to do?
"Now, aren't you the prettiest thing I've seen forever?"
His words slur as if his mouth is numb with lidocaine, and he is almost yelling as he leers at her, checking her out from her hair to her cleavage to her satin cowboy boots. He announces that his party is going strong in room 301 and she must come. He goes on and on. My, how beautiful and sexy she is, and obviously American, and he was from Chicago, transferred recently to Germany, and is lonely and separated from his wife, who is a bitch. The desk clerk rushes back to the lobby, and not a minute later a security guard follows and speaks in English to the drunk.
"Perhaps you should go back to your room. It is late and you should go to sleep," he says stiffly, eyeing Lucy with distaste and suspicion, as if assuming she is the vulgar man's girlfriend, or perhaps a prostitute, and is probably drunk too. She stabs at the elevator button, missing it several times, swaying and clutching the drunk man's arm. "Come on, baby, let's go," she slurs with a Russian accent, leaning against him.
"Now, ain't that sweet?" He is about to show besotted surprise and pleasure in her company when she reaches up and kisses him hard on the mouth. The elevator doors open, and she pulls him inside, wrapping herself around him and continuing a long, tongue-groping kiss that tastes like garlic and whiskey. The security guard stares stonily at them as the doors shut. Mistake. The guard will remember her face. Lucy's face is hard to forget, and the guard had plenty of time to look at it because Lucy was trapped with the drunk asshole. Big mistake. She hits button 2 as the man paws her. He doesn't seem to notice that the elevator is stopping at the wrong floor, but suddenly his new lover is running away, clutching at her clothes. He tries to chase after her, wildly waving his arms, cursing, catching his toe on the carpet and stumbling. Lucy follows exit signs, turning into another hallway, then into a stairway. She silently makes her way up 3 flights and waits on the dimly lit landing, holding her breath and listening, sweat rolling down her face and soaking her sexy black blouse. Possibly it was habit, more than instinct, that caused her to pluck up a plastic hotel key from the table in Caggiano's room and tuck it in a pocket of her windbreaker. Whenever she checks out of a hotel, she always keeps a key, if it is a disposable one, in the event she suddenly realizes she has forgotten something. Once, and she doesn't like to remember this, she left her gun in a bedside drawer and didn't realize it until she was climbing into a taxi. Thank God she still had a key. The Do Not Disturb sign hangs ominously from the doorknob of room 511, and Lucy searches the hallway, desperately hoping she is not surprised by anyone else. As she makes her approach, she faintly hears the television inside Rocco's room, and a sick pain stabs her stomach. Fear burns. Recalling what she and Rudy just did is awful, and now she must confront their sin again. A green light flickers, and she pushes open the door with her elbows because she has no fresh gloves, having raced off without them. She runs into a wall of rank smell from Rocco's last greasy meal and detects his alcohol-saturated blood. It coagulates like pudding under his head, his eyes half open and dull, the chair overturned, the gun under his chest, every detail exactly as she and Rudy had left it. Blowflies buzz around his body, searching for the perfect piece of moist human real estate to appropriate for their eggs. Lucy stares transfixed at the frenzied insects. She focuses on her tactical baton. It, too, is exactly as she left it, on the table to the left of the bed. "Oh, thank God," she mutters. The baton is safely back up her sleeve as she cautiously opens the door, wiping the knob with her blouse. This time she takes the stairs all the way down to the service level where she hears the murmur of voices, possibly from the kitchen. Along walls are carts loaded with dirty dishes, wilted flowers in bud vases, empty wine bottles, and what is left from cocktails and other beverages. Food is hardened on hotel china, and stains white cloths and wadded napkins. There are no flies down here. Not one. She swallows repeatedly, suddenly nauseous as she envisions the blowflies crawling all over Rocco and feeding on his gore. She thinks about what will happen next. Inside his warm room, blowfly eggs will hatch into maggots that, depending on how long he remains undiscovered, will teem over his decomposing body, especially inside his wound and other orifices. Blowflies love deep, dark, moist crevices and passageways. The intense presence of carrion predators will throw off Rocco's time of death, as intended when Rudy introduced the flies into the room. The forensic pathologist who examines Rocco's body will be confused by the story of when room service delivered his late dinner and the advanced stage of maggot infestation and decomposition. His blood alcohol level will indicate that Caggiano was intoxicated when he died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound that penetrated his temple and tore through his brain in a storm of lead shrapnel and the ragged, razor-sharp copper edges of a semi-jacketed hollow-point bullet. Prints on the gun will be his. The warmth of the room will be factored in but should not arouse suspicion. The empty champagne bottle has Caggiano's prints on it, should the police bother to check, although there will be no record of his ordering the champagne or receiving it, compliments of the manager. He could have bought it elsewhere. The red notice will have his prints on it, should anyone bother to check, and she must assume someone will. She wishes Rocco had not ordered room service, but she planned for that possibility, realizing that whoever delivered his dinner will recall the tip and not want to reveal that it was American cash. He or she will not want to be implicated in any sort of scandal that involves the police. In addition, if Rocco's time of death, as determined by the forensic pathologist, doesn't jibe at all with what the hotel employee who delivered the room service has to say, assuming the person talks, then it may very well be assumed that the person is mistaken about the time, possibly even the day, or is lying. No one in that hotel will want to admit to accepting American money, and who knows what other favors and contraband that Rocco, a fugitive, has probably bestowed on them over the many years he has stayed in that hotel. Who will care that Rocco Caggiano is dead? Perhaps no one except the Chandon family. They will wonder. Lucy plotted with the expectation that they will press hard to know the facts. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. Suicide will be accepted, and no one will feel grief or even give a damn. 46. Lucy sprints through the dark, her aching chest not due to physical exertion. The Mercedes is quiet on the side of the street, and she can't see Rudy through the tinted windows. The locks click free, and she opens the driver's door. "Mission accomplished?" he grimly asks in the dark. "Don't start the car yet." She tells him about her encounter with the drunk and the hotel staff and explains the way she handled it. He says nothing. She feels his disapproval and irritation with her. "Give me some credit. I think we're fine." "As fine as you could be under the circumstances," he has to admit. "There's no reason for anyone to connect me with Rocco's room, with his death," she goes on. "I guarantee that hotel staff won't touch his room with that Do Not Disturb sign on the door. More flies will come in through the opening in the window. Say he's found in 3 or 4 days, maggots will have devoured him to the point he won't be recognizable. And in case you don't know it, blowflies are attracted to shit, too. And his blood alcohol level will be high. No reason in the world for anyone to think anything but suicide, and the hotel will want his rotting body and maggots out of there as quickly as possible. And the medical examiner will think he's been dead longer than room service says, assuming there is an exact time associated with Rocco's dinner order, and there probably won't be. Orders aren't handled by computer, I know that for a fact." "For a fact?" Rudy asks. "How the hell can you know that for a fact?" "What do you think I am, fucking stupid? I called days ago. Said I was a Hewlett-Packard rep checking on their computers and that the one the kitchen used for room service needed a software upgrade. And they didn't know what I was talking about, said they didn't use computers for room service, only for inventory. Then I talked about the advantages of using an HP Pavilion 753 with an Intel Pentium processor and 80 gigabyte and CD-ROM and all the rest for room service orders. Point is, there is no computer record of what time Rocco ordered dinner, okay?" Rudy was silent, then said, "They use Hewlett-Packards at that hotel?" "Easy enough to find out by calling the business office, yes," she replied. "Okay, good job on that one. So even if the drunk or anyone else paid any attention to you, the way we've staged Rocco's crime scene will make it appear he was dead long before you went off to party with the drunk." "That's right, Rudy. We're fine. We're fine. Rocco's already being infested. Masses of maggots will produce heat and speed up decomposition, and it looks like a suicide anyway. One committed earlier, much earlier than anyone will imagine." She starts the car, laying a hand on his arm. "Now, can we get the hell out of here?"
"We can't make any more mistakes, Lucy," he says in a defeated way. "We just can't."
She pulls away from the sidewalk, angry.
"The fact is, at least 2 people in that hotel think you might be a drunk convention-goer or maybe even a prostitute, and you aren't easy to forget, no matter what they think you are. It probably doesn't matter one goddamn bit, but—"
He doesn't finish. "But it could have." Lucy drives carefully, checking her mirrors and the sidewalks, dark with shadows.
"Right, it could have."
She feels his eyes and the shifting of his moods. He is softening toward her, sorry he was so rough. "Hey, you Rudy, you." She reaches out and affectionately touches his cheek, his stubble reminding her of a cat's tongue. "We're on the go and we're okay." She reaches for his hand and holds it tightly. "This went down bad, Rudy, really bad, but it's going to turn out fine. We're fine," she says again. When one or the other or both of them are scared, they never admit it, but they know because they need each other. Each becomes desperate for the other's warm flesh. Lucy lifts his hand to her mouth, resting his arm against her.
"Don't," he says. "We're both tired, strung out. Not a good time to not have both hands on the wheel. Lucy, don't," he mutters, as she deeply kisses his fingers, his knuckles, his palm.
She makes love to one hand and slides the other inside her black linen blouse.
"Lucy, stop. Oh, Jesus. It's not fair."
He unfastens his seatbelt.
"I don't want to feel this way about you, goddammit."
Lucy drives.
"You do feel it for me. At least sometimes, don't you?"
Lucy pets his hair, his neck, slips her hand into his collar and traces the muscles of his upper back. She doesn't look at him as she drives fast. 47. Several times Nick sent memos to the Baton Rouge task force, reminding the men and women, mostly men, that a Walmart or other huge store like it would be a very good place for a killer to stalk his victims. No one would pay any attention to a vehicle in the parking lot, no matter the hour, and based on charge card receipts, every one of the missing women shopped at Walmart, if not the one closest to the Louisiana State University campus, then at others in Baton Rouge and New Orleans. Ivy Ford did. The Saturday before she disappeared, she drove from Zachary and stopped at this very Walmart, the one near LSU. The task force never responded directly to Nick, but someone associated with it must have called her chief, because he found her in the break room before she took off to Knoxville and said, out of nowhere,
"Most everybody in the world shops at Walmarts, Sam's Clubs, Kmart's, Costco's, and so on, Nick."
"Yes, sir," she said. "Most everybody does." Baton Rouge isn't her jurisdiction, and the only way she might change that fact would be for the Attorney General to say the hell with boundaries. She has no good reason to request this, and he would have no good reason to grant it. Nick has never been the sort to ask permission unless the subject rises before her like a drawbridge, giving her no choice but to put on the brakes or turn around. These days she works undercover wherever her instincts take her, which frequently is the Walmart near LSU, close to where her father lives in the old Garden District. It isn't difficult to intuit which area of the store a killer might frequent if he is looking for prey. Women's lingerie would excite him, especially if a potential victim was holding up bras and panties, checking out styles and sizes. as that fleshy woman with short graying hair was doing moments earlier, before leaving the store with stolen merchandise tucked up the sleeve of her raincoat. The petty thievery will go unreported because Nick has a much bigger agenda. She leaves her shopping cart in the aisle and walks out of the store, aware of every man she spots, aware of his awareness and activity, and acutely conscious of the pistol in her fanny pack. Outside, the parking lot is fairly well lit by tall lamps. What few cars there are, less than 100, are parked close together, as if to keep one another company. She spots the heavy-set petty thief walking swiftly toward a dark blue Chevrolet with Louisiana tags. Nick memorizes the plate number as she heads in the woman's general direction without appearing to notice her. In fact, Nick doesn't notice anyone in the area who might be a potential serial killer. If the woman is being stalked, and of course that was a long shot to begin with, there is no hint of it. Once again Nick is prodded by guilt because she is disappointed. The idea that she could possibly feel regret that a woman is not about to become another victim is so abhorrent that Nick will not acknowledge her sinful hopes to anyone, and scarcely to herself. She represses that truth so completely that she would probably pass a polygraph test if the examiner asked her, "Do you feel disappointed when you tail a potential victim and the killer doesn't try to abduct her or succeed in abducting her?" Nick wouldn't get tense or hesitate. Her pulse rate would stay the same as she replies no. The shorter the answer, the less chance of her nervous system betraying her. She does not walk anywhere near her own car, a 5-year-old forest green Ford Explorer that is clandestinely equipped with a portable dash-mounted flashing beacon, a shotgun, a first aid kit, jumper cables, flares, a fire extinguisher, a jump-out bag containing battle dress uniforms, boots, extra magazines, and other tactical gear, a handheld scanner tucked under the dash, and a charger for her international cell phone, which also works as a two-way radio. A lot of her equipment she bought with her own money. In life, she is always over-prepared for the worst. The woman digs inside a dirty canvas beach bag maybe 10 feet from the Chevrolet. Certainly she doesn't fit the victimology, not in the least. But Nick doesn't trust so-called patterns or MOs. She remembers Scarpetta emphasizing that profiles are dangerous because they're fraught with errors. Not everybody does everything the same way every time, and if nothing else, the woman is a loner in a dark, relatively deserted parking lot at the edge of a major university campus, and that makes her vulnerable to predators. The woman fumbles with keys and drops them. Stooping to pick them up, she loses her balance and falls, suddenly crying out and clutching her left knee. She casts about helplessly, spots Nick, and begs, "Help me!" Nick sprints and squats by the woman. "Don't move," she tells her. "What hurts?" She smells insect repellent and body odor. It vaguely brushes against her thoughts that the car keys on the pavement don't look as if they belong to a relatively new Chevrolet. "I think I pulled something in my knee," the woman says, her eyes fixed on Nick's. "It's my bad knee." Her accent is southern with a distinct lilt. She is not native to the area, and her hands are rough and raw, as if she is accustomed to hard physical work such as cleaning or shucking shellfish. Nick notices no jewelry, not even a watch. The woman pulls up her pant leg and looks at an angry purple bruise centered on her kneecap. The bruise isn't fresh. Instinctively, Nick is repulsed by the woman's unpleasant odor, her bad breath, and something about her demeanor that she can't pinpoint but finds disturbing. She gets to her feet and steps back. "I can call an ambulance," Nick says. "Not much else I can do, ma'am. I'm not a doctor." A look takes over the woman's face, making it harsher in the glow of the parking lot lamps. "No, I don't need an ambulance. Like I said, I have this happen all the time." She tries to get up. "Then why do you have just one bruise?" "I always fall the same way." Nick keeps her distance. She has no intention of offering further assistance. The woman is dirty, maybe mentally ill, and Nick knows better than to tangle with that type. They can be contagious, unpredictable, even violent if one has physical contact with them. The woman is on her feet now, favoring her left leg. "Believe I'll get me a coffee and rest for a bit," she says. "I'll be fine, just fine." Slowly she limps away from the Chevrolet, back toward the store. Nick softens. She digs in a pocket of her jeans as she trots after the woman. "Here." She hands her a $5 bill. The woman smiles, her quick dark eyes hot on Nick's. "God bless you." She clutches the money. "You're a lamb," she says. 48. The door across the hallway opens, and an older man in an undershirt and sweatpants studies Marino suspiciously. "What's all the racket about?" he inquires, his gray hair sticking up like the bristles of a hedgehog, his wrinkled face patchy with stubble, his eyes puffy and bloodshot. Marino knows the look all too well. The man's been drinking, probably since he got up and downed his first eye-opener. "You seen Tom?" Marino asks, sweating and struggling for air. "Can't say I really know him. Don't have a heart attack. I can't do CPR, although I am familiar with the Heimlich maneuver." "He promised to meet me." Marino catches a breath. "And I came all the friggin' way from California." "You did?" The man is very curious now and steps out into the hallway. "What for?" "What do you mean, what for?" Marino recovers enough to snap at him, as if it is any of the man's business. "'Cause the friggin' gold rush's over. 'Cause I'm tired of sitting on the friggin' dock of the bay. 'Cause I got bored being a friggin' movie star." "If you were in the movies, I've never seen you, and I rent movies all the time. What else is there to do around here?" "Have you seen Tom?" Marino persists, trying in vain to force the knob by turning it hard and shaking the door. "I was asleep when you started all the racket," says the man, who looks at least 60 and a bit deranged. "I haven't seen Tom and don't care for the likes of him, if you get my drift." He scrutinizes Marino. "What do you mean, the likes of him? Homo. That's news to me. Not that I give a shit what people do, as long as I ain't around to see it. He bringing men to his apartment or something? 'Cause I'm not sure I want to get in if—" "Oh, no, never saw him bring anybody to his apartment. But another homo in the building who wears leather and earrings told me he's seen Tom in some of those bars where homos go and pick each other up for a quick visit to the bathroom." "Listen, jerkface. I'm supposed to be subletting this dump from the son of a bitch," Marino heatedly informs the man. "Already paid him the first 3 months' rent, and drove from California to get the key and move in. All my stuff's down there in my damn truck." "That would really piss me off." "No joke, Sherlock. I mean, really piss me off. Who's Sherlock?" "Oh, yes, that detective with the hat and pipe. I don't read violent books." "So if you hear any noise coming from this apartment, ignore it. If I have to use dynamite, I'm getting in." "You don't really mean that?" The old man worries. "Right," Marino says sarcastically. "I walk around with dynamite in my pockets. I'm a suicide bomber with a New Jersey accent. Know how to fly planes, just can't take off or land." The old man disappears inside his apartment, and a burglar chain rattles. 49. Marino studies the hollow metal door of Unit 56. Some 12 inches above the knob is a deadbolt lock. He lights a cigarette, squinting through smoke at the enemy. A cheap brass knob with a push-button lock and the more problematic single-cylinder deadbolt. None of the other doors along the hallway have deadbolts, confirming Marino's suspicion that Benton installed the lock himself. Knowing him, he opted for a jimmy-proof deadbolt that neither a thief nor a hitman nor an aggravated Marino can drill through without a spring-actuated plate sliding shut like a bank window and foiling the drill bit. One security risk that Benton couldn't have done much about was the door frame, which is a thin strip of metal screwed into wood. "Piece of cake," Marino says to himself as he unsnaps a buck tool from his belt and slides it out of its worn leather sheath. The hinges are the common loose pin variety, and Marino unfolds a pair of pliers from his all-purpose tool, attacks the pin, and works it out of the hinge like a cork out of a bottle. Soon 3 pins are on the floor, the door free on the left side. With 2 powerful yanks, Marino breaks the locks loose from the metal jamb. Inside the apartment, he props the door against the opening to give himself a little privacy. He flips on the overhead lights. Benton had moved out, leaving nothing behind but food in the cupboards, a refrigerator full of Budweiser, and half a bag of trash in the kitchen. May as well grab a beer while I'm here, Marino thinks. The bottle opener is on the counter where Marino saw it last, seeming to welcome him in a generous, affectionate way like a Christmas stocking. Nothing else is out of place. Even the dishwasher is empty. Strange. Benton was careful not to offer so much as a partial fingerprint on window panes, tabletops, or drinking glasses, dishes, cookware, or silverware. Marino continues to hold up objects and look at them in oblique light. Sweep marks of the vacuum cleaner are visible on the carpet. Benton wiped down the entire place, and when Marino digs through the garbage bag, he finds nothing but his own empty Budweiser bottles and the broken glass from the Dos Equis he smashed in the sink. Every piece of glass is clean, the labels wet and soapy.
"What the hell is going on?"
Marino asks the living room.
"I don't know,"
a male voice answers from behind the propped-up door.
"Everything all right in there?"
Marino recognizes the neighbor from across the hall.
"Go to bed," he gruffly tells him. "And if you and me are going to get along, you need to mind your own business. What's your name?" "Dave. That's funny, I'm Dave, too. As in T-O, not T-W-O. T-O-O. Sorry, I forgot to bring spell check with me."
Marino glares through the space between the propped-up door and the frame. Dave appears more curious than frightened, peering in, trying to look around the room. Marino's considerable size blocks the nosy neighbor's view.
"Can't believe the bastard left like this," Marino says. "How'd you like to break into your own damn apartment?" "I wouldn't. Not only that, the joint's a pig pen, and he made off with the silverware, pots and pans, and every bar of soap and roll of toilet paper." "Silverware and cookware belong to the apartment," Dave says disapprovingly. "But from where I'm looking, the place looks quite tidy." "Yeah, from where you're looking." "I always thought he was an odd man. I wonder why he took the toilet paper." "I only hooked up with him a couple months back, answering his ad for subletting," Marino comments.
He straightens up and steps away from the door, scanning the inside of the apartment again as Dave peers in. His eyes are red-rimmed and glassy, his cheeks sagging and rosy with broken blood vessels, probably from years of living inside a whiskey bottle.
"Yep," he says. "He never talked. I mean, never. Not even when he passed me in the hall or we both just happened to open our doors at the same time. There we are, face to face, and the most he ever did was sort of give me a little smile and a jerk of his chin."
Marino isn't a great believer in coincidences and suspects Dave listened for Benton to come and go and just happened to open his door when Benton was opening his.
"Where were you this afternoon?"
Marino wonders if Dave heard the altercation, a loud one coming from Benton's apartment.
"Oh, I don't know. After lunch, I sleep a lot."
Drunk, Marino thinks.
"He's the sort who didn't have friends," Dave goes on.
Marino continues looking around, standing near the door while Dave peers through the crack.
"Never saw him have a single visitor, and I've been living here 5 years. 5 years and 2 months. Hate this place. He seemed to go away sometimes. Since I retired from being the head chef at the Lobster House, I have to watch my pennies."
Marino has no idea how watching pennies has anything to do with the man's mysterious neighbor.
"You was the head chef there? Every time I come to Boston, I eat at the Lobster House."
This isn't true, nor is Marino a frequent visitor to Boston.
"You and the rest of the world, yes, sir. Well, I wasn't the head chef, but I damn well should have been. I'll cook for you one of these days." "How long did the weirdo live here?"
"Oh," Dave sighs, his eyes shining through the space as he watches Marino.
"I'd say going on 2 years, on and off." What was your favorite dish at the Lobster House? 2 damn years. That's interesting. Told me he'd just moved in and gotten transferred or something, which is why he had to give up the apartment. Well, probably lobster, Dave remarks. All tourists get the lobster and sop it in so much butter it's a wonder they taste anything but butter. So I was always commenting to the other workers in the kitchen what was the point of bringing in nice fresh lobsters if nobody tastes anything but the butter. I hate seafood, Marino says. Well, we do have mighty fine steaks, aged 100% prime Angus. Aged always worries me. In the grocery store, aged means spoiled. You know, clearance buggy shit. Now, he wasn't here all the time, Dave says. In and out, sometimes gone for weeks. But no way he'd just moved in. I've seen him coming in and out for 2 years, like I said. Anything else you can tell me about this homo who locked me out and made off with half the stuff in the joint? Marino asks. When I find him, I'm gonna kick his ass.
Dave shakes his head and disappointment glints.
Sure wish I could help you out, but like I've been saying, I didn't know the man, and I'm glad he's gone. And it's looking like you and me will be great neighbors, Dave, too. Thick as thieves. Now you go on to bed. Let me get a few things done in here, and I'll catch you later. So nice to meet you. I guess I'll be calling you Dave, too, from now on, if that's okay with you. Nighty-night.
50. Benton lived here 2 years, and nobody knew him, not even his lonely, busybody neighbor, Dave. Not that Marino is really surprised, but the realization is a reminder of Benton's desolate, confining life, which is all the more reason his refusal to return to himself, his friends, and those who love him makes no sense. Marino sits on Benton's perfectly made bed, staring in a glazed way at the mirror over the dresser. As well as Benton knows him, he must have suspected that Marino would come back and rant and rail at him again. Not much could be more wounding than for him to have said he doesn't want to see Marino again, ever. He focuses on his big, unhealthy self in the mirror, sweat rolling down his face, and it occurs to him that Benton turned off the air conditioning in the living room when he and Benton were arguing. But when Marino just broke in, the air conditioning was back on in that room but turned off in this one. Virtually every move Benton makes is deliberate. That's the way he is. And for him to crank the air conditioning on high in the living area and turn it off in the bedroom was for a reason. Marino gets off the bed and walks to the window unit, noticing an envelope taped to the side of it. Perfectly centered on it in block letters are the initials P.M. Excitement kicks in, but is tempered by Marino's wariness. He returns to the kitchen for a sharp knife. Back in the bedroom, he sets it on top of the air-conditioning unit. Then he heads to the bathroom and yanks off several long sections of toilet paper, wrapping it around his fingers. He returns to the window unit and carefully removes the envelope, noticing that both ends of the tape are folded over so that they adhere to themselves, the same technique police use to prevent fingerprint tape from sticking to their gloves. He slits the top of the envelope and pulls out a folded sheet of plain white paper and smooths it open. Written in the same block printing that's on the envelope is, "Please keep on." Baffled, Marino considers for a moment that the note wasn't intended for him and wasn't written by Benton. He considers that neither the tape nor the paper is old, and they are very clean, and the folded ends of the tape hint that whoever used it might have been wearing latex gloves. Marino's initials are PM, and Benton knows that handwriting comparisons are usually foiled by block printing, unless a document's examiner is comparing block printing exemplars written by the same individual. Benton also knows that Marino would be hot as hell in this room and would turn on the air conditioner. Or, if nothing else, Marino would notice the inconsistency of one window unit left on while the other isn't, and would wonder about it. "Keep on the air conditioner?" Marino says out loud, frustrated and exhausted. He returns to the kitchen and snatches open a cupboard where a few minutes earlier he noticed a neat, tidy stack of small paper grocery bags. Shaking one open, he drops the envelope inside it. "What the hell are you talking about? Are you just fucking with me, you son of a bitch?" Frustration tightens his chest as he thinks of the way Benton treated him, as if the two of them hadn't been lifelong friends, buddies, almost like brothers, sharing the same woman but in entirely different ways. In a fantastic and secret part of Marino's mind, he and Benton were married to Scarpetta at the same time. Now Marino has exclusive rights to her, but she doesn't long for him, and that repressed anguish adds to his volatility, his upset. A flutter of panic stirs in his stomach and floats up his throat. Outside in the dark, without a cab in sight, Marino lights a cigarette and weakly sits on a brick wall, breathing hard, his heart pounding violently against his ribs like a boxer pounding him, battering him, knocking the wind out of him. Pain shoots through the left side of his chest, terrifying him, and he takes slow, deep, sharp breaths but can't get enough air. An empty taxicab drives by, seems to drift by, as sweat drips from Marino's face while he sits perfectly still on the wall, eyes wide, hands on his knees. The cigarette drops from his clamped fingers and rolls on cobblestones, stopping in a crack. 51. Bev can't stop thinking about her. She should stay far away from that lamb who just gave her $5 in the Walmart parking lot. But she can't. Bev can't control the compulsion, and although her reaction defies any rational explanation, there is a cause and effect in her black, ugly thoughts. The lamb spurned her. The woman backed away from Bev as if she was repulsive, and then dared to degrade her further by giving her money. Inside Walmart, Bev lingers near a display of insect repellents, picking up bottles, pretending to read the labels as she watches the parking lot through the plate glass. To her surprise, the lamb isn't driving a new car, but an old forest green Explorer that for some reason doesn't seem in character for a spoiled rich housewife or girlfriend. More interesting yet, she's sitting inside the SUV with the engine running and the headlights off. Bev is in and out of a dressing room in 5 minutes, outfitted in a loud Hawaiian shirt and Bermuda shorts, none of it paid for, and the sensors cut off with her buckknife. Her rain slicker is inside out and draped over her arm, a cheap plastic rain bonnet over her hair, even though the night is clear. If people notice her at all, they will assume she is either crazy or processing her hair. The Explorer hasn't moved. Bev walks directly to Jay's beat-up, filthy white SUV, confident the lamb doesn't notice her, or at least doesn't connect her with the woman she encountered and gave money to not even half an hour ago. Driving off, Bev turns left onto Perkins, then crosses Acadian and parks in a small parking lot filled with cars, because Catery is a popular restaurant, especially with university students. She turns off her engine and headlights, waiting, her desire burning hotter the longer the lamb sits in the forest green Explorer in the Walmart parking lot across the street. Maybe she is on the phone. Maybe this time she is fighting with her man instead of sounding so disgustingly sweet. Bev is an expert at tailing people. She does it regularly when she is driving Jay's Cherokee. Before she began biding her time as a fugitive at a fishing camp, she followed people, depending on what needed to be done or just for the hell of it. But in those days her activities had a purpose, or at least were a means directed toward a useful end. Whatever Bev did, she was following orders. To some extent she is following Jay's orders now, but methods and emotions change when one is asked repeatedly to perform the same task. Bev has begun to indulge herself, entertain her own fantasies, and have her own fun. It's her right. The Explorer heads into the heart of the old garden district. The pretty blonde driver has no idea that the woman with the bad knee is not far behind. This amuses Bev. She smiles as the Explorer slows down and makes a right turn into a dark driveway bordered by tall shrubs. Bev drives past, pulls off the road, and gets out. She quickly covers herself in her dark rain slicker and backtracks to the white brick house just in time to see its front door close, the woman safely inside. Bev returns to her Cherokee, writes down the address, and cuts across a side road so she doesn't pass the house again. She waits. 52. More than anything, Jean-Baptiste Chandon wants a dipole antenna, but he is not allowed commissary privileges, and the commissary is where the antennas are sold. Inmates who enjoy favored status can buy dipole antennas, headphones, portable radios, an AM/FM booster, and a religious medal with a chain. At least, some inmates can. Beast, in particular, loves to boast about his portable radio, but he does not own a dipole antenna because inmates are allowed only one item from a special list of the Big Ten, as they call it. On death row, privileges are limited out of fear of inmates fashioning weapons. Jean-Baptiste does not care about a weapon. His body is his weapon, should he ever decide to uncoil it. Uncoiling it is of no interest, not now. When he is led in restraints to the shower, he has no need to attack officers, which he could most assuredly do because of his magnetism, which is only enhanced when he is led past multiple metal doors with iron bars. His power builds. It throbs in his groin and lifts the top of his skull to a hover above his head. He leaves a visible trail of sparks. The corrections officers never understand what he smiles about, and his demeanor greatly annoys them. Lights out was at 9. The officer in the control booth enjoys flipping every switch and throwing the inmates into complete darkness in the pod. Jean-Baptiste has overheard officers comment that darkness gives the dirtbags time to think hard about their impending executions, the punishment for what they did when they were on the outside, free and able to satisfy their love. Those who do not kill do not understand that the ultimate union with a woman is to release her, to hear her scream and moan, to cover himself with her blood as he ravishes her body and then poses her, that all people might see and therefore share in her ecstasy and the marriage of her magnetism to him for all eternity. He lies on his bunk, sweat soaking through the sheets, his odor filling his small, airless cell, the stainless steel toilet a toadstool shape against the right side of the back wall. The condemned inmates are quiet, with the exception of Beast. He talks quietly to himself, almost whispers, not realizing that Jean-Baptiste can hear without ears. Beast is transformed at night into the powerless, weak entity that he really is. He will be so much better off when the cocktail settles him to sleep, and he no longer needs his weak, flawed flesh. Hold still. It's nice, isn't it? Feels so nice. Stop it. Please, stop it. Stop it. That hurts. Don't cry. This feels good. Don't you understand, you little bitch? It feels good. I want my mommy. So do I, but she's a whore. Now you quit crying, you hear me? You scream one more time. Who's there? Jean-Baptiste asks the foul-smelling air. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. It's your fault. You had to scream, didn't you? When I told you not to. Well, no more chewing gum for you. Cinnamon. Dropping the wrapper by the swing set so I know what flavor you like. Stupid little cunt. You stay right here in the shade, okay? I've gotta run. Gotta run. How's that for a good one? I gotta run, gotta run, gotta run. He begins to softly sing. Gotta run, gotta run, gotta run, run, run. Who's there? Knock, knock, who's there? Beast calls back in a searing, mocking tone. Harry, Harry, quite contrary, how does your dickie grow, with little nuts hiding in your butt and a weenie smaller than your nose? Softly, softly singing, but loud enough. I'm a poet, don't you know it? You know that, dickless wonder? A real sensitive guy I am. Green eggs and ham, cat in the hat. I like 'em meaty, but not too fat. A drum roll, please. Who's there? Jean-Baptiste bares his widely spaced, tiny, pointed teeth. He licks them hard and tastes the salty, metallic flavor of his own blood. Just me, hairball. Your best pal in the world. Your only pal in the world. You got nobody but me, you know that? You must. Who else talks to you and sends little love notes door to door to door until it's slid under yours all dirty and read by everybody? Jean-Baptiste listens, sucking blood out of his tongue. You got this powerful family. I heard all about it on my radio. More'n once I heard it. Silence. Jean-Baptiste's ears are satellite dishes. Connections. Where are those fucking guards when you need 'em? He mocks the darkness. His hateful voice flies like tiny bats through the iron bars in Jean-Baptiste's door. Words flutter around him, and he waves them off with sweeps of his hairy hands. "Did you know you get crazy in here, Hairball? If you don't get out, you're crazy as a cat with M40s up its ass. You know that, Hairball?" "Je ne comprends pas," Jean-Baptiste whispers, a drop of blood running down his chin and disappearing in his baby-fine hair. He feels for the blood and licks his finger. "Oh, you comprendez-vous all right. Maybe they stick something up your ass, huh? And kaboom!" Beast softly laughs. "See, once they get you over there in that cage, they can do whatever the fuck they like, and who's gonna know? You snitch and they hurt you more and say you did it to yourself." "Who's there?" "I'm so fucking sick of you saying that knock-knock shit, mini-me dick. You know damn well who's there. 'Tis me, your buddy." Jean-Baptiste hears Beast breathing. His air travels past 2 cells, and Jean-Baptiste smells garlic and red burgundy, a young Claude de Mouche, what he calls a stupid wine, because it has not slept long enough in dark, damp places to become brilliant and wise. In the dark, Jean-Baptiste's death row cell is his cave.